サマスの女上斜め上の角度から似たようなやつ秋ならこの指止まる差し強い Hey I could never hear しない今のまねライアマインシュ俺らかぶらん bullshit マジイケてな bullshit 耳障りつくつくしょ無駄な見栄は腹なそのくらいの方が調子前に言ったはず正気の沙汰じゃないとね学ラム策略ボケに化けの代わり爆薬楽々軽々耳元まで転がるラップだって真夏の雪だるま主題スタで上から大爆発までわずかサマスのメンター逆転の発想さながら昼の月お前が聞いてるあいつはトレッシュ俺らフレッシュはドギバデン新たなクレイジーこしらえちっちゃな街からフライ縦横無尽西からガシ個性のない前よりマシアフトな体でバッシローディーAP パテコないけど前には勝ってこない俺に勝てるのはせいぜいかけっこくらい迫力待ってのライオウィニリスタンテとマイクしょんべんするシャンペンタワーにテンプレフレックスシャボン玉Yeah, Tiffany Doe 意地な方抱きまくろう真夏の雪だるまが持ってきりサマスのメンター
Trust it. の種よりも稼ぐマネ勝ち上がり上げる価値君の家族仲間恋人も俺が好き It's a pandemic It's a pandemic It's a bonnie 毎日まるでハロウィン It's a pandemic It's a pandemic 誰も止めれないつまりこれが pandemic 首のヤインシーン羽までアバランチ超大好き好き大好き君の彼女ならば俺は紳士だけど服はポロよりバーバリ上がる数字いつの間にか100万再生怖いのムービー今じゃ正規店で買えるルイビーダイヤモンドのアクセサリーだからいつも末端冷え性 I'm a candy 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 俺で埋まるあの子のカメラローありがたい彼は俺の通りこう君じゃわからないあの日だけなかったドラもしわのエアフォースもシャツも鼻の周りも真っ白東京のように眠らない持ちリフトペット新しい時代に連れてくよのキャッピー雨のように甘くないから人生は超楽しい成り上がりなしもあり君の種よりも稼ぐマネ勝ち上がり上げる価値君の家族仲間恋人も俺が好き It's a pandemic It's a pandemic It's a bonnie 毎日まるでハロウィン It's a pandemic It's a pandemic 誰も止めれないつまりこれが pandemic What are you willing to do?
talk to us, sing so see me. My face, no, this ain't no freebie. Built to anime eyes that you see. Almost with the die highs. 자, 나는 그래. 빈보 조금만 지으라네. Baby, been money to sound like his wife. Who's sending my clip, but don't ask me to. She ain't no eagle, she a savage. On the track with Shiki, so you know that she a bad. Getting bitch like I'm in the Kawaku. Nah, money got me wetter than a champagne top. I'm a big gal, know that I get down. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat, shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, click on me now. See that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat, shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. You know, Simp, I like it. Give it back shots to the baseline. Feeling the cold hot straight back, no lie, gonna be busy for a long time. Only fans on my paying a fee. Discount cause she with me. Cosplayers keep 2 on my D. 3 if I count your sis, my G. Girl pulling her tail, she a neck on new shite. Gonna be a freak from the get-go. Laying her down like a make instrumental. Skip back like a can on my hoes. No, I don't with the friend zone. Always score like I see that end zone. J-pop girl look good with the hair long. But I won't hit the vibe wrong. Cheeky and pinky making tracks that's freaky. Girl wanna get itchy. I'm on fans lead spinning stacks. It's so sexy when a Yaru texts me. If I tip her, then she'll let me see that.
I'm a big gal, know that I get down. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat, shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, click on me now. See that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat, shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some EXP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered and I'm frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in the red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds. Who you talking tough, but to me, just nothing. Cause the lames always be tripping, yeah, we keeping them ducking. It's the end of discussion, re-up on gear just like a stamina. Girls keep on flocking cause I got with like a Madara. Up all night and I'm still to the AM. Rolling with some misfits, I got all my homies with me. Got me feeling animated in the digital world. And I'm posted up with Pinky. Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some EXP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, but I'm frozen. I could feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. In a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Akatsuki with the black, I got good. Bad deeds like Sakura, gotta have my hair picked. Wanna buy my bubble gum, but sorry, but I gotta run. Jason or Big Bag, I own what it buns. And I got that baby face, so they call me Tokyo Run. I'm like the day, she nights around the world. But what I like and I say what I want, cause you know I'm that kawaii chick. Otoko no me ga kiri shinai kara do shite mo I'm getting it. Simulated, I'm thinking of that she flying so high. It's like Sega and I'm going back, I still got more guys. But you got your on another planet till the sunrise. As I'm not a panic, you should tell I can't change.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some EXP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, but frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Wait for me, I'm not far behind. I know that I can change. Remembering all of those nights beneath the window frame. Don't lie. We could go round in the same place. Can't decide to live my life on the ground or in outer space.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Only 6 teams remain in the competition, and after today, we'll be down to just our final 4. Hello everyone, and welcome to day 9 of VALORANT Masters Tokyo, coming to you live from the Tipstar Dome in Chiba. I am your host, Yimsu, and joining me today on the desk for these 2 massive elimination matches, it is Mimi and Kakuka. All 3 of us had a day off yesterday, you know? We didn't. We sat out on the action of yesterday, but Kakuka, I feel like today, things are going to be long, and we're going to be here all day.
It was so short yesterday. I don't think that today it will happen the same. After every event, we discuss a lot about how important it is to get to that top 4. We will have an answer to that question today.
And there are so many cool stories already in this lower bracket. We have like 2 miracle runs continuing with EDG facing elimination in this one. And we're also kind of on the last 2 days here at the Tipstar Dome. We're almost going to that final venue. We're so close to the end here at Masters.
I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it. But let's take a look at the bracket, because you guys mentioned some of the big hitters we got left already here. Of course, today, one of NRG and Liquid and another of PRX and EDG will be going home. Mimi, I'm going to be devastated no matter who goes. I don't want any of them to go. Can we keep them all?
I know, it's going to be heartbreaking, really, no matter who we lose in this lower bracket, especially since some of these teams still have such high expectations. We have 2 of the regional first seeds in Team Liquid and PRX on the cusp of elimination.
Yeah, exactly. And Team Liquid yesterday playing against NA, today is going to be the same, and the performance has to be completely different. I think that also speaks a lot and speaks volumes about how good EG has been doing this run, but I feel also that our hearts are going to be devastated if we have to say goodbye to EDG.
That's the crazy thing, because no matter who makes it out alive, they still have to face Fnatic or EG at some point, and that's a whole other thing. But I got something fun lined up for you guys today. Yeah, you like fun?
I'd consider myself a fun enjoyer.
Do you like? I was forced to say this candy. You know, where I'm from, we say sweets, but you like candy?
Why do you act like? Is candy not?
No, not a thing. No.
I say sweets.
There we go then. There we go.
Twins.
But do you
Okay.
like it though? Do you like it?
I dabble. I dabble on occasion.
All right,
Is that
well, I have
chocolate?
some good
Oh,
news
chocolate.
for you. I have got some candy to give out today, and
Milky.
there is one way that you
Okay.
guys are going to be able to win this. Actually, in fact, I hope you don't win this, because these are my favorite. So let's get you guys to play a game that I like to call 3-word analysis, a creative commentary game, I would say. The entire concept is that I'm going to be setting you up each with a clip from one of the matches we've
Okay.
seen already.
Okay.
And both of you will have to show me your casting skills. But the twist is, we have given you 3 words each that you must include.
Oh, I've been
In
here
your
before.
recap. You've been here before. We've done this EMEA. You got this, you guys?
Oh, you're gonna
You
love
know
it.
the rules?
You're
a
gonna
guy
do
like
great.
me, I only need 3 words.
Oh,
no
wow,
other words
okay.
needed.
I can't
Can
wait
you
to
do that?
see it.
Like that.
Can we do that?
I can't
Just
wait
say the
to
3
see
words.
it. Well,
and that's
Mimi,
it.
you
I
are
like it.
actually up first.
Okay.
Your round is from Loud
That feels
versus
unfair.
EDG.
She's done it before. I have to start. No
and
demo.
do you know what's even more beautiful about this? Is
What
that
does
you,
the third
oh,
word
I will
mean?
get there. I will get there.
Afuera's
Your words are provided by the one and only Fnatic Leo.
Oh,
Who
fantastic.
knew that Leo actually speaks? But the third word, Kakuka, would you like to tell Mimi what that is?
Afuera means outside.
Outside.
It is
okay.
a Spanish word.
Afuera.
This came from
Afuera. Oh,
Leo.
that was perfect.
It's
Yep.
it's like a verb.
Outside.
Like he is afuera B, right? Like he's outside
yes.
B.
Afuera de B.
All right, let's
Okay.
go, Mimi. Let's go.
You got this.
Okay, so this round from EDG versus Loud, I've already forgotten my 3 words, but you can see off the bat here, EDG is sitting afuera, A main, and Loud is going to try and make a forward play here, pushing on through. Loud, obviously, the champions of America, so you'd expect them to be able to trade this one out, but cross-map, there's a stun coming in from Smoggy that supports nobody to get that fantastic 3K. It now comes down to a 5v2, and it's just going to be left remaining to try and close this one out and see if maybe he can take this round home. But really at this point, the time has already ticked so far down, and the round was just defined by that one play. I think it was a solid idea to go for that aggression outside main, but the punishment on that stun to support Smoggy was just too good from EDG.
Mimi,
I
that
can't
was
top that.
was effortless. That was actually, I don't even know what words she
Can
was
I quit?
supposed to use.
Can I just give up?
Okay, that was kind of, you know, you got a big shoes to fill, Kukuka, big shoes. But
Like I said, I
it
like
is
games.
your turn.
I'm afuera of the competition.
You're going to be talking over NRG versus DRX, and these words
okay.
are selected by Boostio from Evil Geniuses. So he went for
Exuberant,
Exuberant,
Black Hole,
Black Hole, and Narnia. You got
Narnia. Exuberant Black Hole Narnia. Okay, let's say the round because I need to, you know, get myself. Okay, it's Haven. Oh, I remember this round. I think that this is the one where they close it out with an exuberant play that is going to come from Artis staying over mid. All that distraction has caused energy to have a lot of space on the side. And actually, you know, take that black hole into consideration and just use it to plant the spike. On the other side, we see Artis just going on the flank. We see that the alarm bot is retrieved and he gathers a lot of space. Not only that, energy is going to be using those seekers to clear all the space and gather perfect positions over in Narnia to play for that post plant. And now,
Is the site
if
Narnia?
I'm not, yeah, I call that position Narnia. Sorry, Mimi. That's how we do it in
Must be
EU.
an EMEA call.
Yeah. Oh, you can say also the artist is coming from Narnia because actually he's going to be coming all the way from the back. The positions for energy is perfect for this, and he's going to get a beautiful 1, 2, 3, and 4K, if I'm not mistaken, in the entire round to close everything up.
I feel like Boostio stitched you up a little bit. Yours were a little bit harder.
She did great.
But then you got a Spanish word, so I feel like...
I don't even
I think
speak
she won.
Spanish.
I think she won.
But
Honestly.
your French is beautiful, though. You do speak French, Mimi, so...
Yeah,
I'll-
I'm actually going to be joining Carmen Corps last year. I can save it. That's
Dude,
my goal.
Sideshow's new favorite team if you go there, for sure. I think,
It's already his
Mimi,
favorite.
I'm going to
She
have to
deserves
give
it.
it to you, Mimi.
Perfect
But
pronunciation
next time,
as well.
Kakuka,
What
next
is
time.
I'm proud of her.
Milky.
It's
deserves it.
great, it's great.
I'm a big
But
fan.
the fans of Masters Tokyo have been incredible this entire event, and I had the pleasure to catch up with Zenfree from DFM about what it means to have an event this big in their home country.
Hey, you did well.
We just flew here on a monorail. It was my first monorail experience, so thank you, Zenfree, for joining me for that. But
Yeah, it was like my second or third time.
really?
Too, so
What did you think of it?
normal.
Just
Didn't
a
really
train.
think, yeah,
You
too
should
much
see
about it.
Mimi. Mimi's like having the time of her
Really?
life, being
That's
able to
great.
do something like this. We were together in Yokohama
Mm-hmm.
in December for the Riot Games 1 event, and I think it was there when they actually announced that
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Masters was going to be in Tokyo.
I mean, it means a lot since esports and as a whole is not that popular in Japan. So just being able to host, an international event with such a huge capacity is something unbelievable. Like if you were to tell me 5 years ago that this was going to happen, everyone would be like, no. Everyone loves, players from every team here in Japan. Like we watch all the matches, even if it's like at midnight or past midnight. Everyone wakes up to watch it, stays up to watch it.
I've seen the meme actually. It's like this is the first time the Japanese fans actually don't have to wake up at 2 a.m. To watch the games, which is really sweet. But back at that event, it was my first event in Japan. But I think one of the coolest things that I saw was backstage where there were like cardboard boxes with players' names on it. Your name was on it and your teammates. And the boxes were like for gifts from fans. They would like bring and send like gifts, letters and stuff there. What's the culture like for that? Do you get a lot of gifts?
Recently, yes. Fortunately, I've had a lot of fans that are nice enough to give me gifts. But I think it's the whole culture in Japan is more gift-giving culture, I think. I mean, it's like an easy way to express your support for someone by giving them something that, that you think they'd like.
But when it does come to the fans here in Tokyo, are there any players or teams that you feel like they're going to be really, really excited to see? I know they want to see everyone, but...
Every single Japanese Valorant fan, I think, likes Fnatic, in my opinion. But in general, I think the Valorant community in Japan, they just like seeing teams from across the world. All right, well, thank you, everyone, to all the fans who are supporting us. I get a lot of energy from you guys, so thank you so much. いつも皆さんありがとうございます。頑張ります。
And if anyone want to give me a bracelet, I'm open to it.
Work it. Run it, run it, run it.
Welcome back to Masters Tokyo, and do we have a treat for you guys? As you guys can see, we're joined by one of the top and most experienced Japanese casters, Tiger. It is an absolute honor to have you here on the desk, and Musica is going to be helping us with the translation as well. Welcome!
ようこそいらっしゃいました。とても嬉しいです。
いやこちらこそいつも見ているメンバーなのでここにいることが幸せです。
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me, and this is really my dream come true to get to sit in the desk in here with you.
It's a dream come true for Mimi and I to be here in Japan to do an event. And speaking of that, Tiger, you've been around for a long, long time. You know, even in Valorant, you've casted every single event in Japan, internationally as well. What does it mean to you, and what's it been like to be able to commentate VCT Masters in Tokyo?
もう長年バロランドに関わってキャスターを続けているんですけれども、この自分の国母国東京、日本東京でマスターズ東京が開催されているということについてはどのように考えですか？
特にやっぱりこういった平日でもお客さんが入っていて、やっぱり皆さんが大切な時間、そして大切なお金を支払ってこういったゲームに費やしてくれるこの価値っていうのを見出してくれたことに僕は幸せに思ってます。
I am so happy to see everyone coming over to the arena every day, even if it's a weekday. So I'm really thankful, and I really want to express my emotion to everyone spending all the time and the money for Valorant.
It's been amazing to see so many people coming out to support Valorant, but we're now starting to get near to the end of this event. And after seeing all these amazing teams thus far, I want to ask you who you expected to be in the finals, and if you thought that either EG or EDG could actually finish this miracle run that they've both been starting.
もうここで終盤に差し掛かっているんですけれども、誰がファイナル進出すると予想しますか？あとイーヴェルジュニアスと EDG が素晴らしい快進撃を見せているんですけれども、素晴らしいランを誰が止められると思いますか？
まず、ファイナルに出場するのは、フナティックが一番近いのかなというふうには思っています。その他にもやっぱり EG は非常につかみどころがないぐらい非常に戦術が整っていますので、ローアーであれアッパーであれ、グランドファイナルはフナティック EG、ここはまたリベンジ戦が行われるんじゃないかなと僕は期待しています。
My favorite to be in the final is Fnatic, of course. I think they are the most top-notch team at the moment for Valorant, and I think Evo Genius is unexpectable for any team, so they are a very generous team. So I think EG versus Fnatic will be the grand final.
Ooh, based.
Be a good one.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Now, you've also interviewed a lot of players as well, and here being able to meet them in person, is there anyone or any team that's left a deep impression on you?
たくさんの選手に今回インタビューしたと思うんですけれども、印象に残っている選手いますか？
です。
He's very funny.
アニメの怪獣のような容姿なんですけど、すごくおおらかですごくリアクションも我々にいつも笑顔でエモーショナルな表情を見せてくれます。ですからもうアーディス選手のトラッシュトークであったりいつも楽しみにします。
You know how he look is really like a Japanese anime monster, but he's a happy monster. So he always smile, and his reaction is super cool and sweet. So I really like hearing trust talk from him.
Yeah. I think that's a very, very apt comparison for him. And as a final question for you, I wanted to ask for all of the Japanese fans and for the Valorant fans in general who've been watching this tournament thus far, do you have any messages for them?
長年バロラントを見てくれている日本のファンっていうのもたくさんいて、岸さんご存知だと思うんですけれども、そんな皆さんに何かここでメッセージはありますか？
そうですね、もうこれからは、とにかくレベルの高い試合をしていくと思います。で、我々キャスター陣も多分グローバルも一緒だと思います。より高いレベルで解説、より高いレベルで実況をしていくので、もうすべてが選手も本当に世界レベル、実況も世界レベルで我々はお伝えしたいと思っています。
As for a Japanese caster, I think there's a lot of high expectation for us as well, not only for the teams. So I think we need to study more, we need to know the game more. So we'll keep on studying and tell you the top-notch and high-end information about Valorant.
Oh, thank you so much, Musica, for translating. And you guys are amazing, Tiger. Thank you so much for taking the time to join our desk. We're going to head to a quick break. But when we come back, we're going to be talking about the first elimination match of the day. It's NRG versus Liquid on the backside of this. time for a good old-fashioned elimination match between EMEA and Americas. Who would have thought? NRG versus Team Liquid. Both teams, they've had their highs, they've had their lows, but Kakuka coming into this one, NRG are on the back of a high.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the way that they perform and what we saw against DRX. All the plans and all the executions were good. The retakes were on point. Everything looked like it was working for them. And it's not the first time that we see them having a slow start and then bouncing back. So I think that if they can come up on this trail, they could have an easy day today against Liquid.
Yeah, they absolutely could. And for Liquid on the other side, they're coming into this one off of really a fairly heartbreaking loss to come down into this lower bracket and now have that elimination on the line.
Yeah, I mean, let's dive a little bit deeper into that NRG versus DRX match because was also an elimination match. And Mimi, I think the way that they eliminated DRX was very convincing.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I think NRG's biggest strength in this one was, as we've talked about a lot, DRX, I think, have been a bit more one-dimensional in their planning on this one and thus have been quite readable. And this team adapted so well to that. In particular, towards the end of this series, the fakes that they were calling and the mid-rounds on the attacking side they were pulling out were fantastic. 2 of the last 5 rounds to close the series were just masterclasses in mid-rounding. And I think that's where this NRG team always thrives. When they get later into tournaments, the calling just gets even better.
And not only the calling, I think that the follow-up from everyone, I think that Artist showed up. He was having a great performance on Jet. The utility usage for some was very surprising to me, how clean it was and how on point for every single moment. We even saw him, I believe, getting a 4K with an operator, a little bit of, you know, weird things that happened there in Pearl, and even starting with 8-4 half in favor of DRX, they managed to bounce back, and I think that that is what they're going to be doing throughout the rest of the tournament.
And for Liquid, they just been knocked down from the upper bracket, and Mimi, the Hopium EMEA, and me is saying, maybe it was an off day. What do you think?
I don't know. That's really the question about Liquid. Being down here is definitely going to be a tough position for this team. And I think there were moments where maybe it looked like they were going to pull things back in both the maps. They had a few rounds in the second half, but it really did start with this map one. It was a 13-2 utter thwacking by Evil Geniuses. I thought the TL had a few rounds where I think they got the right idea. They were trying to multi-reflank, play into these set retakes when EG had their ults up. But the thing is, I think they were really falling apart in the late rounds versus an EG that is so good. When you give them space to set up, they're almost always closing out.
And we need to, you know, think about the situation that we're having on that upper bracket. How many of these wins or losses are on Fnatic's side and on EG's side? Because I think that the performances of both of the teams have been so consistent, so strong, that maybe it's not that the other team is doing poorly, it's that EG is just thriving.
Sure. All I'm going to say is Yumpy said to me when I saw him today that he had the best sleep of his life and he is ready to go. So I want to see just how ready they are. He's with Doug right now, actually. Doug, how are they doing?
Thank you so much, Insu. Yumpy, please, a quick question. This is going to be your second back-to-back NA matchup. What is the key to beating NRG today?
Today's key is to play with heart, play with cojones, trust the process from Jake Baker Lloyd, and let's win!
That's a good strategy, I think. Yeah, all the top teams are doing it.
With cojones. Everything in life, you need to put a little bit of cojones in there.
And a bit of dog barking. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something like that. It works.
You've got that dog in it. Yeah. But all jokes aside, though, I got to say, Liquid, I think they have a big task to face today because they're going up against the duo of Finesse and Chet. They've been together forever. And Mimi, as you heard from their interviews here and there, they are such pillars, like the iron force of just strong mentality and leadership. Yeah,
what makes this stage of the tournament really difficult is that, well, thus far in the regular season, the early stages of the tournament, you have a lot of time to prep between your games. Even when you come to tournaments, you get a day off, you get an opportunity to come up with a new strategy and counter out your opponent. But here at Masters, when you go down to that lower bracket, it's game after game, and it becomes less so how specifically you can prep, but how you can adapt on the fly, which is where IGLs and coaches are really, really tested.
I mean, let's hear from Finesse himself in his post-match interview with Golden Boy the other day, where he spoke about what sets NRG apart from the other teams.
I really want to get your read on what makes this NRG team so special and why you guys are able to still, you know, despite the setbacks, despite the adversity, still be able to compete with the best of the best on this stage.
I have 5 incredible people behind me, you know. I have Chet as the coach and 4 incredible teammates. Any one of them can call a big round at any given point, and that makes it easier on me. So it's not just all on one person. That's the good thing. And I know a lot of people give me credit for my strats and stuff like that, but the whole team does an incredible job of calling things on the fly. A lot of those retakes that we went over on Pearl today, none of them were set. We know we just have incredible comms in those high-pressure situations, and I think that's what differentiates us.
I love the transparency about how honest he is, how down to earth, knowing that he's a team effort. That of course, you know, he has some tasks that he needs to fulfill during the game, but it's actually the sum of all its parts that makes NRG so good.
Yeah, I wonder if Liquid have what it takes to be able to actually go up against something like this today. But also for NRG, Mimi, we got to talk about the funny anime monster. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was
like
a nice, funny anime monster artist. He's that guy. I think it's a good comparison for what he is, because in this lower bracket thus far, just as NRG has been stepping up and performing, this guy has been being a monster. In their last game against PRX in particular, I think he really stepped up. And this is one of those guys that you really do need to rally when you're in the lower bracket, because as much as we talk about this team's adaptability to come up with new ideas in the mid-round, you have to find that opening, that start to break open these rounds. And Artis has been the guy to do so.
Yeah, exactly. And important and giving some flexibility also, and following everything and stepping up when he needs to. As we were saying, it's not about having one star player that is going to make everything fall apart, but in games like this Haven that we're seeing right now, he was the one to step up being like, I'm just going to do some funky things and I'm going to do them perfectly. The rest of the team, as Sam says, it's a good idea and they make it happen.
Yeah, and he's one of only 5 players in Valorant history to have completed a lower bracket run with FPX at Copenhagen. After losing in the first round, they ran it all the way back, ended up winning that tournament. And NRG, we know they're a team that is so strong in the lower bracket. They did it in Americas, ran all the way to the finals. And the question is, with a guy who's done it before, can NRG make another miracle happen and run it all the way back? Because they look so good right now in this lower bracket.
Yeah, but Yumpy's got that dog in him, you know? I don't know
true.
if that's enough.
Great point.
But I want to know what Chet's got. Doug is with NRG's coach right now. What's happening, Doug? Tell us.
Thank you so much, Insu. Chet, quick question for you. It's so good to talk to you again. You guys, are no strangers to lower bracket runs. What makes you guys so good in situations like this?
Well, usually we face a rematch. This time it isn't, but we learn from our mistakes fast, I think, and I think we just know to play with more confidence this time around.
Best of luck to you today.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sue.
Thank you very much, Doug and Chet as well. But the thing is, Kakuka, both teams also have players outside of Artis who do really thrive in high-pressure situations. Yes. Let's talk about Nats and Victor as well, because despite Liquid losing yesterday, Nats was still prime Nats.
Yeah, exactly, because he just needs his space on his side, and he's going to perform like he does in every single event. Now going up against Victor, another player that has showed a lot of consistency and a lot of those clutch moments as well where he thrives, is definitely one of the head-to-heads that we need to take into accountability when we think about the matchup.
And these are also two of the guys that can add a bit of a voice to a team in these high-pressure situations. In the press conference, Liquid was talking about the fact, Emil was saying that in these high-pressure games, in games where it's slipping away, Nats is sometimes the guy to be like, okay, it's 0-0, guys. We just got to calm down. We got to stay focused. And Victor in the same way, one of the veterans of this team, is always a guy to help finesse out, to add ideas in these late tournament runs, to find that adaptation, which is going to be so important today.
I mean, this is the thing, because we keep losing these big hitting teams early on group stage and also in playoffs as well. And no matter who goes home, Mimi, we're talking about the first seed of EMEA or the legacy of NRG.
Yeah, it is a huge team to send home early either way. And I think it would be a disappointment for either of these players, given their history.
Yeah, and also, if we think about NRG and the low bracket runs, at Lock-in and at Champs, it was the same. It was Loud sending them home. Well, Loud aren't in the tournament anymore, so if they're going to make it happen, let it be now.
Do you guys think that today, who goes home? You think NRG or Liquid?
I'm going to say Liquid goes home.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You traitor.
I mean, in
the audacity.
I do have something for Optic Energy. Back on Iceland, I was fully cheering for them. I'm usually an EMEA, but I really like Energy.
I think NRG is the best in these situations, really. They're the team that we can just never seem to get rid of. Even when they look bad early in events, they always come back in the lower bracket. They're like a cockroach. They're just unkillable in these situations. But Liquid's a good team. They did take down Fnatic. They did win that EMEA title. But now this is the question of how deep does that go? Will they be the team who just upset to win a regional title? Or will they be a team who can continue and be a contender for the trophy here in Tokyo?
Okay, I mean, after that speech, okay, I can. I originally agree with you. I think that for Liquid, they need to keep proving themselves. Actually, when we were talking about Chet and Finesse, I think that on the other side, we see an Emil that even when we think about Liquid, Emil wasn't there for most of it, and now he adds onto Redgar. So of course, that legacy that has already been built with Chet and Finesse cannot even compare to the. So how little familiar they are with Liquid and
Emil and Redgar.
Also on Team Liquid, I look to Safe. He's a guy who they've talked about how much he adds in ideas and how much he can help Redgar out in the calling. He struggled yesterday. Normally, he's the guy who can save this team.
Well, it's not just them, because today 4 teams are fighting for survival and a shot at tomorrow's lower bracket semi-finals. It's Team Liquid versus NRG, and then HyperX versus Edward Gaming. Day 9 of VALORANT Masters Tokyo starts right now.
They have only one night. Everyone has to wake up. That's the only chance now for every one of us.
The only thing I guess that is in my head is that I want to get that title. Everyone else on the team has that title, and I think it's time for me to get mine.
For some reason, I'm too focused on game. I'm not thinking about the other stuff. When we're winning the game, we're lifting the trophy, I'm still thinking about the game, and only in a few hours I'm stuck like, no way we are champions. Winning a tournament, that gives you incredible confidence. Redgar already won once against FNS. We'll see if he has a chance to do that second time.
This game is about confidence, right? As long as you can manage it, but confidence in a bad way, I think it's gonna destroy you in long term. We will see in our match against EDG.
在第一次输的时候，我是非常怀疑的，然后甚至没有拿下一个波3的胜利。在面对Navi的时候，其实没有设想过，如果我们赢了怎么样，我们只能尽力去打，然后但结果是好的。
There are like different class this tournament. They send home all the world champions.
我觉得这次已经向所有人证明了，中国的队伍不仅仅是只能来到世界舞台，中国的队伍在世界舞台上也是有一争之力的。
I'm not focusing on the thing that already happened. I can change it only in the future.
I'm super confident in myself, and I know if I'm not there to play today, my team's got me.
Shout out to Kankan. We will see if like he's popping off against us.
我们现在已经赢下了Navi、T1，还有 Loud， 但我们肯定不止于此，我们一定能战斗到最后。
Juggernauts of VALORANT on stage, the #1 seed out of EMEA, and the legacy of NRG, the team that would not just roll over and get eliminated like this. But as you heard from that trailer, Kakuka, we know Finesse, he doesn't want to lose to any team twice. And we got to remember the MV Gambit match where he got destroyed by Nats and Redgar. So he's got a revenge on his mind
Gambit
here.
getting the trophy outside of it. And you know, the face of Gambit back in the day, Redgar, we see what he has in his head right now. Fighting spirit is what it says. In his heart, the IGL, on his head, the fighting games.
Both these teams have those legacy players who have come to this stage before, have lifted trophies in the past, or even for Liquid, have lifted one recently. Sam stands now as the only guy on that stage who is yet to claim a trophy, either at home or internationally. And what a moment it could be if he, with NRG, could complete this lower bracket run, could keep pushing to claim that now.
I mean, this is the thing. I think every single player on that stage is fighting for a victory, but also fighting for so many other things, whether a trophy, revenge, or just a chance, you know, to stay alive in this tournament. But I do want to talk about how they can do it today, because looking at the map vetoes and how both teams have approached their win conditions so far, Kakuka, I'm not fully understanding what Emil and Liquid have been trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for people may need a little bit of context if they're not familiar with how Gambit was in the past and how Team Liquid has been throughout the year. For a very, very long time, Gambit did not want to hear anything about Haven. But for some reason, for this tournament, Team Liquid has decided that Pearl is going to be the permaban. Is a map that they not only don't feel comfortable in, but also is a map that they haven't trained that much in EMEA, because we're not a region that plays a lot of it. And if you're going to go against an A where you love it and there's so many things that can happen, maybe that's the route that they wanted to take. Now, we're seeing a Liquid that actually hits onto that Haven. Hasn't really had the effect that they expected to, I assume.
And both these teams have a permaban. Like you were saying for Liquid, it's almost always Pearl. Same with NRG. They have not been playing Fracture in this tournament. So for both these squads, this is a predictable veto. And this is one where that kind of last second preparation overnight after playing your next match really comes into play, where the experience of the IGLs and the coaches on both sides becomes so important.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see from the map vetoes as we go in, we do anticipate those permabans coming in here. Fracture, as you said, Mimi, has gone right off the table, but what do they choose? Where do we go in terms of the maps we actually see?
NRG have some options here. I think probably at the top of their pool, well, yeah, be that Haven or the Bind.
Of course, it was going to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, I expected them to favor the Bind in this one, but after seeing TL really struggle versus EG on that map and NRG being excellent with that Harbor Viper comp, that's not a surprise.
And it's also something that in EMEA we don't see. We're not used to that. They rely on that preparation. Remember that NRG had one day off to actually watch that match and take out a lot of it. For Team Liquid, they were playing yesterday and they need to survive today.
Yeah, and I like this Ascent pick too, Mimi. This is much better from Liquid.
Yeah, I also do love that NRG are getting rid of that Lotus. I was not a fan of the way that they were playing that Neon composition, and that does leave us to Split, which is a map that both these teams quite comfortable on.
Yeah, exactly. And thinking also about the Lotus and the Fracture that we saw the other day against Fnatic, where they decided to swap the comps, something that they're not comfortable, and they just go back to that ban.
Yeah, as you guys can see from the Prime Gaming agents, so like these are the comps that we are going to get here today. The Viper, Harbor, of course, not a surprise.
Yeah, not a surprise. Yumpy on that breach. Solkas with, you know, the double flashes on the side of Liquid. No Sovas to get that extra info. Nats, a player that we had expected him to go on the Killjoy way before. And Rekka keeping on that pick. I think that for the entire tournament, he has only played Omen. Of course, it's definitely his main, but it's not like, you know, duelists and players being on Jet constantly.
NRG have a 56% attack side win rate. They're really good at mid-rounding with this composition, slowing things down and finding that weaker site. So I expect Liquid to have to play retake quite a lot in this map. They have this double flash comp with the Breach and the Sky, but versus this Harbor Viper that has so much stall in these post-binds, the question is, can they get those retakes off? They were struggling versus EG with them.
Well, this is it. Time to kick off this huge elimination match and send it over to your casters for today. It's Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, Des, for setting us up for this epic clash that we're about to witness. NA versus EMEA, Liquid versus NRG, both teams fighting for survival. The loser goes home. The winner stays to fight another day.
This should be a really exciting match. Two very good teams, two very smart teams, two teams with a ton of history in this game. You expect this to be very back and forth. You expect this to really go the distance. We've seen Haven already from both of these teams, as that's where we're going to kick things off. You know, NRG dominated DRX the last time we saw them. Haven did fall to EDG on this map as well, but they've done well in other circumstances. So I'm really curious to see here exactly what this is going to look like, what the adaptations are going to be. NRG didn't really have to show much when they played it versus DRX. Let's just be honest. They stomped them. It was the worst performance DRX ever had on that map, and you have to give tons of credit to the way that NRG was just reading them, holding them, and of course that beautiful flank from Artis at the very end to cap things off.
Yeah, really feels like this one's Gonna put a lot of extra pressure on the IGLs. Redgar, Finesse,
Yes.
two guys that have been around the block that have those accolades right there pinned to their shirts. But now we'll see who can outdo the other. Redgar for now just gonna be Jiggle over here. Shots go his way, and he will get tagged down to 74. Some good early damage here from NRG. Not the punishment. They are gonna go ahead and continue creeping up.
Yeah, the early toxic screen on the other side of the map gave him a little bit of breathing room over here, but quickly the rotations are coming through for Team Liquid. You can see NRG, they are not a team that often just kind of picks a side and just goes for it. They are going to take their time and readjust here. Spike was in hand for Finesse, and they are going back to the other side now, having that toxic screen available, having drawn out these rotations, but Safe sneaking underneath the window. Potentially undetected. It is currently being watched a bit by some, but now full attention here. Trailblazer, I don't know if they spotted anything. No, toxic screen was up, so yeah, the Trailblazer didn't see this, but a great adjustment here from Team Liquid. They've already shifted back over to the A site.
Safe on this lurk. Could be everything. He pulls the trigger, not going for the disciplined play. Backs off, is happy with just the opening pick to go ahead and give them the man advantage. Trailblazer out now from NRG. Look at who advance forward. Yuppie, however, sets up for the front line, gets the stun across, and Artis gets taken out. Now scrambling, deciding what to do with just 24 seconds remaining in the round here. Looks like NRG just trying to creep their way back up. Two Sheriffs. Ghost in hand, single flash remaining. Soulcast trying to pop flash on the flank. Soulcast not eating that full blind, but now Yuppie goes in with one of his own, but he can't let him the shots. That's being able to find one, but Nats gets two. And Liquid will be able to take a pistol round for themselves.
And this is the kind of play that worked really well for Team Liquid against EDG, is setting up for these counter lurks, setting up for these quick trap plays. And I love the way Safe does this. He just gets one and done and backs out. And then it's the util dump on the execute. NRG has not much choice in the situation. They're boxed in basically. Nice, yeah, Safe does leave. They maybe had the opportunity to re-rotate, but they don't know exactly what's going on in that space of the map. They've kind of given up control of mid. And so they were kind of forced into a situation, played right into Team Liquid's hands. A really good start for them here on this defender side. Now Safe just gets right up on the box. Hawk confirmed some presence there, but another counter flash to back him off.
Yep, had been able to spot him. Makes his exit, doesn't take any damage. In the meantime, lurk up. Copy outside of B. Footsteps going to be heard on that rotation here as Victor gets some information for the squad. Smoke goes across, though. Redgar not wanting him to get free access to the site.
But you've got a couple Sheriffs in a frenzy here for NRG, so definitely could do some damage. Nat's waiting right around the corner for Crashies.
Looks like he's trying to play anti-flash here. Crashies not having one for another 10 seconds, but without it, certainly doesn't want to press forward into the garage. Redgar lined up, does find Artis. That shot not necessary. For a little bit more, can't quite get that readjustment, but now it's going to be sending the Paranoia through. That should clip 1 to 3 players. Victor now in a bad spot as the Nano Swarms, as well as the Aftershock come flying in. He gets taken down. Suddenly, it's just Finesse left. Spike just in front of B. That's seemingly getting the read that he's going to be creeping into this position. They will be able to take it down. A flawless, both in that no one died, but also that no one took damage on the side of Liquid, so the armor doesn't even need to be repurchased.
Yeah, you can't read it any better than this for Team Liquid. The positioning here for Redgar, yeah, he doesn't find the second shot, but the util is right there to back him up. Great reaction with the Paranoia, the Nano Swarms out front, the Aftershock as well, to really just obliterate NRG there at the front. And an attempted lurk from Finesse is read very well by Nats, and this is when Team Liquid's at their best, when they're reading the map really well, when Nats is kind of on those counter lurks, doing a really good job keeping track of the positioning.
I thought Redgar may be going for a timing shot, but instead it's way out in front as Nats. Manages to find one for his troubles, but it's going to be the C side completely broken down. Fast rotate from Yuppie does arrive, throws out the Aftershock as well as the fault line, trying to buy some time. Holds him at bay for the moment. Flash in hand, the Vandal certainly can do some damage. It's all of energy. Continued to creep forward. First one spotted, the headshot. Found, looks for the second, puts some damage down on the Salman Artist, but cannot get those kills confirmed. Gives the 2 remaining players here for Liquid a fighting chance. Safe still trying to creep his way around the back flank. The turret there to spot him.
Yeah, this is a pretty good setup right now for Team Liquid to maybe do some more damage. 2 Bulldogs, flank angles. They know they've got him pretty well pinned in. The really only question for them is going to be Garage.
Bit of a botch there on that Cloudburst, trying to block off the turret. His presence obscured, but they spot him, and he's not going to be able to find anything else. So overall, 3 members left standing here. Energy go ahead and pick up the 3rd round of the half.
Yeah, this is a really nice call here from Energy, but I like the way that Team Liquid sets up for this, with Nats right up front, Redgar still backing up with that Marshall. Some potential there to do some damage, and they get it one. And then you have Yampi hiding right around the corner there. He's undetected by the flash that NRG uses, and he's able to pick up another, almost gets a second. So really, Team Liquid, I feel like, has a pretty good read here so far on this defender side, but the same toxic screen going to be going up here for NRG. Kind of playing off of it a little bit to the other side of the map, but maybe this time they want to get a little bit faster. They're going to use that the snake bite to really keep Sewers at bay, but immediately Redgar starts pushing space.
Just getting himself tucked away. Is being watched, but is watching the right side. Doesn't know that he's gotten across. Now turns the sights over towards Long. No, they cut back. Redgar swing on the corner, managing to find one. Takes the Viper out of the equation. Victor now. One off that lockdown. Dash forward, Artist gets himself into the side. Soulcast in a bad spot. Oh, what a quick turn. Finds Yampi as he arrives, and some will flush out the sky. Soulcast dead and safe with the operator. Now needs to save, so this is going to be tying us up at 2-2. Fairly clean here from the side of Energy.
I really like the way they approach this. Just kind of obfuscating a lot of their early movement. And then once they decide to hit the site, everything's covered here pretty well. Artist with just a beautiful reaction, but it's that Trailblazer from Crashies to confirm the presence of somebody over towards Short A. And they're able to just deal effectively with the two remaining players on site. I mean, Redgar did what he could there, stuck in kind of an awkward position, trying to use that toxic screen against NRG to isolate some fights, but there were two there. He couldn't quite find the second, so NRG doing very, very well. Safe going to be able to keep that operator. Going over into the next round. Let's see how Team Liquid wants to readjust here. Just kind of some good opportunities for Energy, but just really good utility usage. Get themselves onto that site. Really gave them an advantage there in that round. Money here just a little bit weak for Team Liquid, so some Sheriffs are going to be coming through. A Ghost here for Yampi. Now you're one away from a couple big ults for Energy. The Lockdown one away. The Reckoning one away. So you've got some opportunity. Yampi one away from his Rolling Thunder as well. So let's see if there's some play for the Alt Orb here over at Long A. I can see Yampi pinging it out. Maybe Team Liquid wants to get themselves set up to gather in here and grab it. Indeed, right off the rip, they are going to get that Rolling Thunder. Big retake utility here for Team Liquid, and they are just mostly peeling off of A. Just going to rely on Safe here with that operator to be a steady hand there. Lock it down.
Some shifting over. What's the A side of the map is Redgar. Gets a little connection there against Some. It's a bit of damage, but with the Sky on the opposite side, the heals will come through, so he'll be just fine. Safe would love for them to filter in towards him. And Artis is just a couple steps away from making it happen, and he swings right in. Safe manages to react in time. Finds the opening kill. That's the entry gone, but the entry continues as NRG turn their sights over here towards C. Yampi clearly thinking about sending the Rolling Thunder, decides not to go for it quite just yet. Nats, that carryover Phantom, puts it to good use, finding an additional pick. Now the Rolling Thunder gonna be going in. Some completely caught, and oh man, didn't even need to do that, but just for style points, we'll get the headshot of Sam's midair. Cleanup comes through, and it seems like TL should be able to turn this one on its head despite that weapon disadvantage.
It's just a great read here from Team Liquid. NRG tries to pull the trigger right off the rip. Finesse looking on the angle. Nope, Nats is going to change elevation and get the headshot and the finish. A flawless round for Team Liquid, but just brilliant the way they read this map. They get the initial duel, and even though it is the duelist, it is that jet player, an Artist, that you take down, they still have a great read that this is likely just a fake here from NRG. And they've got everybody ready over on the C side. And I love the patience from Yampi to hang on to that Rolling Thunder until a lot of that smoke utility comes down and they're able to punish the players that are stuck there in the long C. Really good stuff here from Team Liquid.
Yep. NRG, though, still enough money to go ahead and get a buy going forward into this round. Flash out. Safe just waiting to see if there's going to be a bit of a swing off of that turret. Then we'll just take it down. Now the Reckoning going to be coming through. Redgar TPing into the backside, trying to keep himself safe. Doesn't want to get stunned up, but Wiley, they have to concede this one so the plant can come through. And now Victor.
You should run.
Yep, it's just going to be the counter lockdown coming into play, but Yampi gets the timing, just swinging through over there at Garage. There from the alarm bot, start of the rush forward. Want to really try to break this one down. You spot him, but that lockdown is still going through. The double detain just right in front of each other. Soulcast now sprinting in, but Safe is going to be taken out. He knows that there's one on the backside of the box, and somehow, he recovers his weapon. He gets the kill, and Soulcast, he misses out on the opportunity at least to do a bit more damage.
A little bit of a wild one there, as both, especially Team Liquid here really wanted to get aggressive onto this lockdown and shut it down, but NRG was just stacked all around it, kind of anticipating the pressure that was going to be coming towards their lockdown. And so they just handle it very, very nicely. That double stack right on the site.
Hello.
That double stack on the site, though, really able to kind of keep that lockdown safe, just body blocking it essentially. Now Safe going to be backed off here. NRG recognizing the position that Safe has been wanting to play with this operator, using some of their early mollies to buy a little bit of extra space, try to inch their way in towards A here. But no heavy lean just yet from Team Liquid. Another flash. Doesn't give you too much information here. Looking to see when maybe that Trailblazer comes out. Some of that heavy.
Safe. Rotated across, took its sights away from Sewer. Now just looking over here at Long. Any of these kills, honestly, is a high-value target. Just gonna look to push up the back of the Aftershock. The flash there, the first shot connects. Soulcast finding one. Follow-up shot from Safe, gonna go a little bit wide. But it's a 2-for-1. It's a monster straight up here for the side of Team Liquid. Look to try to shove NRG away from this A site. Shove away they shall. Still looking like he wants to go for maybe a bit of a late lurk, try to wrap around in behind them should they be able to get the spike planted over towards B. The red guard just checking out over towards C. Long, not going to be seeing anything, and now
30 seconds.
The wall's coming up. They should have a good idea that, yeah, this is going to be happening over the B side. Finesse still trying to creep in, but Yuppie's read this. Just waits perfectly, shuts it down, and now it's a 4v2 for the retake. Running one, but now he's on his lonesome. Nats will clean him up. That's going to be TL regaining a lead for themselves with a swift little retake here on the B site.
Again, it's just counter lurks for Team Liquid. They have a really good read on the way that NRG is trying to set up some of these attacks. Using one player or another, whether it be Artist previously. This time around, it's FNS to try to sell a fake while they shift to another site, but they're doing a great job getting information here. That push out on the long A early gives them confirmation. There's a lot of players there. Safe is able to get out safely. That forces NRG back. Then you're going to use the Red Guard ult to check to see, to make sure they haven't fast rotated over to that direction. At that point, they know it's going B. They leave one player to watch for that lurk over towards A, and everything's accounted for here. Every base is checked by Team Liquid in that round.
Yeah, and that's just fantastic to see because we were kind of spotting in the series versus EG, Liquid were a little bit less cognizant, or, as far as those rotations that could come through, those flanks, those little lurks, and they were getting caught off guard by it. So it seems like they've definitely drilled that a little bit more since that set, and they have a very good read on how NRG wants to pilot this map. That's a great way to kick things off. Obviously, still very close, 4-3. They're forcing this timeout already out from NRG. Chet wants to try to right this ship, get them back into this, and still come out with a dominant half on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's important here for NRG to do a lot of damage on this attacker side because Team Liquid's attacker side has been pretty solid for them. Even against EG, they were able to get 5 rounds in a very, close half on that side. But of course, after that, it was a little bit of a different affair for Team Liquid against EDG. But against EDG, they were also very good on their attacker side. So really, here for NRG, this is a great time out. This is a great time to stabilize, see if you can string 2 or 3 rounds together and make this a much closer map going into the second half. But right now, this Team Liquid looks like the one we saw against EDG. It looks like they've got a good read on their opponents. They understand where the lurks, where the pressure is going to be coming from. And in particular, it's the information gathering here for Team Liquid, the space that they're able to identify.
Really want control of Long. Bite and the Swarm being committed to that one. Opens up for the push. No one in the site. This plant can come through, and just given that the pit is available, Finesse should be able to just set that one up, which makes the retake that much more difficult. Knife's going to be popped on the opposite side. Artist getting a bit of damage there from that Nanoswarm that was lobbed in. Seeker's now going to be let loose as well. Crashies wanting to try to scout them out, see if there's any of those flank angles coming in. The approach from behind going to be noted though as that Trailblazer goes forward from Yampi. Up over the top, double updraft. Safe looking for something, not going to be noting anyone. Because Nats up in heaven, managing to find a kill. Crashy's taken down, but he takes a decent amount of spam in trade. Tries to drop down, doesn't eat that flash, however, from his teammate. Redguard spamming out, Finesse going to be finding two, but now the pit's going to be dropped, and in the blink of an eye, everybody on the side of NRG disappears, and this timeout does not pay off. This pit does not work. TL manages to just overwhelm them.
And that could be an absolute backbreaker on this map for NRG because they had so many ults invested in that round. The Seekers and the Pit used.
And the Blade Storm.
And the Blade Storm. 3 huge ults coming through there. Team Liquid playing retake on A the whole time off the rip of this. And even though the Seekers confirmed presence up into heaven, I thought maybe Artist with that Blade Storm might try to updraft and get into there to clear the space, but he never ended up doing it. He just held.
That's what I want to see,
with the
boys.
way that they're able to just collapse on the map, everybody just coming through, just starts spraying into there. And yeah, FNS is good for a couple in that pit, but the overwhelming presence and the timing from Team Liquid, everybody coming in at the same time on the same page, just really fantastic stuff.
That kicks him back once again. 2 Sheriffs, 2 Frenzies, and Artist with the hero rifle, and he's the first one to fall. Nats has just been an absolute monster. 11-3-2 on this map, where he's had some quieter performances thus far in the tournament. He's right out front this time. Clearly hungry for blood. Looking to rotate across, a couple shots flying. Safe, just getting to the opposite side of the wall. Flash going in behind him. Oh my God, he just dips back behind it, dodges out of the confirmation, and takes down Victor. They're looking for information, they find nothing. Vanessa, however, on the opposite side of the map, gets a headshot, can go ahead and recover that weapon. Yampi's desperately trying to stop him, and he actually has.
That's a great flash. Yep. That is an absolutely great flash.
Says if you want to go grab that one, you're not going to be able to see what you're picking up. Fault line now, a blind attempt to try to find something, but as they swing out onto the site, it's going to put him down to 5 HP, and now just in such a rough spot. The full flash comes in, Yampi swings the corner, takes him down. Crashies will recover the hero rifle, but can he put it to use is the question. He's trying to win out against Yampi, and he cannot. A 3K here for Team Liquid's Breach, and now it's 6-3. With 3 more rounds to be played out, Liquid starting to run away with this map.
And certainly it is an eco for NRG, but everybody playing off their utility really well here for Team Liquid. I mean, Nat's off the turret, Yampi there with his stuns and flashes, doing a great job keeping FNS at bay, and just that's just quality stuff from Team Liquid. And now NRG, they have the Reckoning available, but you've got that Rolling Thunder and the Seekers here for Team Liquid. You can play a little bit of counter here. Now the op shifting over in towards C, a cascade to try to keep the approach here blocked off. Flash doesn't get through on the other side, so
yeah,
here comes that Reckoning.
Deep enough. Reckoning does go out, Safe avoiding it, sees the dash in, and Som takes his head off, not allowing that off to find value. The site now taken by NRG. Rolling Thunder at the ready though, just waiting. The plant does come through. Crashy's stuck inside of the cove. The push starts coming in. Artist on the backside, managing to find one. Cloudburst goes down. He'll find a second one. Vanessa getting a third. Now is the finisher as Yampi will be the last one to fall. It interrupted the plant, but the plant not necessary. They'll get it on the back end for a little bit of extra bonus cash, but NRG fight back. They keep themselves in this. Keep the potential alive for a 6-6 scoreline in the half.
And the timing just a little bit off here for Safe as he tries to adjust back over to Plat. That allows Artist to get in and kind of gives Som the ability to cover that Plat angle pretty cleanly. And Safe can't readjust in time. And then the preparation here, the expectation of these ults, of this utility coming through, a Paranoia towards the back of Plat, the Rolling Thunder across the rest of the site, mostly dodged by NRG, and then Artist is able to step right around the side. Looks like it might be a similar start to the round here for NRG. Let's see if they want to commit. Trailblazer leads me to believe they want to.
I mean, double op setup here from Liquid, not something that we see too much of. And that's wanting to find a pick, but they have to just go ahead and evacuate the site once again. NRG will be able to press forward, get this plant ready to go, but Nats has the lockdown. Seems like he wants to wait, use it on the back end, and now drops it through. Koven, no way to break this. They have to push back. And Artist gonna get caught up in the crossfire there as he tries to exit. Yampi finding the pick, sends out that aftershock, swings to the corner, looks for Victor, only puts him down to 80, loses his life. Tap on the spike, now the spam can begin. Looking for a bit of a body block. Safe gets some. They're running out of members here on the side of Energy, but the defuse is already completed. Safe gets himself a second one, and Crashies trying to tuck into the corner. Will manage to take one down, gets a second for his trouble. But as we go into the last round of the half, it is Team Liquid now up by 3, looking for that 8-4.
I like the idea here from NRG because they've been pushing the tempo, they've been pushing the pace, but this time with the double ops, a little bit more patience here as well from the side of Team Liquid, knowing they have that lockdown available. They can play a safer retake, and Yampi with yet another great timing here. Catches Artis just at the end as he's trying to escape that lockdown. And then they've got an Energy completely pinned in on the other site. Some utility early here to show some presence towards A, but Team Liquid had shifted their weight over. Yampi there ready just in case. It was another fast, aggressive hit, and Nats once again playing anti-flash at the door. Turret on the other side. That Nano not gonna find Nats. It's on the back side of him. The alarm bot at the front of site here will confirm some presence towards Artis momentarily. He's gonna ping it, so they're gonna try to bait a little bit off of this. Yampi readjusting to the other side of the smoke.
Trailblazer in, catches Yampi up front. Soulcast there for a bit of covering fire, and he's gonna find 3. What a final shot on the Crashies. And in the blink of an eye, it is just Victor remaining. They know where he is. The lockdown thrown into the cubby. They know he's gonna be up front, but he cannot get himself into the site quite just yet. Has to wait for the time to take down the Trailblazer, chasing him. Pushes across the top, goes right past him. Victor finds one, but so much more work to do, and he can't get it done. Nats will add yet another kill to the checklist, and that is now an 8-4 half with Liquid way out in the lead.
I mean, Nats and Yampi are just playing phenomenally right now, just causing so much chaos for NRG. And this angle that Yampi takes on the other side of the smoke just not accounted for by Artis. And even though he gets stunned up, he's still able to hit the shots. Just incredible stuff here from Team Liquid. Just brilliantly read a lot of these rounds.
Yeah.
The double ops coming in at a crucial time there onto C. Just great decisions.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna go ahead and throw over to the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you very much, Achilleos and Paperthin. What a beautiful start to this match, and great half of Valorant. And Kukuka, Liquid, the reads, the synergy, everything is just going well.
Yeah, exactly. We know that Haven was kind of going to happen if they didn't decide to ban it. To me, the most important thing is the way in which they did it. I have a little telly with a very short clip that I wanted to show you guys of this round number 5. Now, here happened something that we had seen previously that Redguard was trying to do against this Viper wall that, of course, only Energy is able to be using. So I want us to roll the clip because Safe is going to be solo handling this situation now that he has this position to which he can get away from. He gets that kill and just backs instantly. The over rotation from Team Liquid is also based on all the information that they get in with the SOM utility that is being used over the side. Now, they're having the same reaction that Fnatic was having to NRG on Bind, and is if you cannot do anything about that Harbor utility, you need to be hyper reactive. You need to go across it as soon as possible, shutting it down so you don't have to work against it. The moment that the utility was coming from, and this is something recurrent during this first half, is have a reaction to it, use that utility, do not let them get the space because otherwise it's going to get shaky.
And I think Liquid's proactivity in this half was so important because against these Harbor Viper compositions, if you're playing back, playing the more default setups, and then just getting a kill, playing back to retake, that's not going to work. You need to have flanks against this Harbor Viper comp, or else you'll get full flooded from the other side. And I think Team Liquid had a great read on how to do that, and they also had a great read of how to be able to win out when actually committing to hard anchoring these sites. NRG, well, they found a solution to get around here or there. There was no consistency. And now they're in a really tough position going to the second half.
Yeah, finesse what you got, because they got to pull something out of the bag here, Paperthin and Achilleos, if they want to secure this match.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do just that. But yeah, the run back needs to begin now for NRG. TL way out in the front, and that pistol round win, if it goes into their hands once again, it feels that much more damning.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting off with a pistol win, you know, snowballing it into some great decision making, some great controlling of space like the desk is talking about. Just brilliant reads all around here from Team Liquid to start. Now, a little bit of damage onto Safe, so they're going to contest the A long ult orb a bit there. But for now, I think this is all just setting up for at least a B lean potentially, an alarm bot to keep track of a C lurk if there was going to be one from NRG, but right now.
Artis seeing a hell of a lot. He doesn't like what he sees. Backs away. Victor, though, tucked away into the corner. Frenzy Spray managing to find one. Redguard TPing out to safety, keeps himself safe for now. Soulcast, however, finding 3. Man just damn near doubled his kill count.
What was that?
I do not know, but it's certainly a rude awakening for NRG in the second half. Not how they want to kick things off. She's trying to push the issue. Has to go for the reload, the pop flash around the corner, tries to send it, but they're so much closer than he anticipated. Yep, he strikes him down, the plant's in. Sam now with everything to do. Players low on the opposite side, but still needs to find 3. Swings out, eats the flash. Sends out that cascade, tap on the spike, just again trying to bait somebody to come rushing forward. Finds Nats, doesn't take any damage. The fault line, however, connecting, it's just buying more time, which he is running out of. Tries to get himself in to try to hold it to half, but yep, he will strike him down. Liquid take another pistol round, and they are now one step closer to closing out Haven.
Just looking dominant here. I would love to see this from Soulcast's angle because this is absolutely insane stuff from him. Gets the first, then just watch. Oh my God, he got 2 in there. Oh, what a transfer as well. Whoa, nasty stuff from Soulcast.
Just enough vision of him to get the lineup and confirm the kill. Goes, no, I don't know what that was, but goes into the round with 5, comes out with 8 kills. Now it's weapons in hand. 2 rifles for Team Liquid, not playing around here. Redgar with the signature Marshall, always goes for that one, it seems. Safe just rushing forward, trying to see if we can get any stray picks here around the B site, but then we'll just go ahead and back away. Liquid cutting some noise.
I think Liquid just looking to see if NRG is going to try an aggressive push out with this lower econ buy. Maybe think about flooding through towards window or something to see if they can get some flanks. That has worked, for teams from time to time if it's not accounted for. So that pressure early just to keep NRG at bay. But now A site wide open. Trailblazer used to confirm that short A is clear. So now Team Liquid has a site open. Nats here.
Oh, pushing up. Can't quite get that second. So Spectre will be recovered, but he does a hell of a lot of damage here. And with Crashy's gone, that means they cannot heal this up. So Victor at 33, Sam at 64. In the meantime, the rest of Liquid push their way up into this A site. Spike now planted.
Patience pays off there for NRG. They're able to get Nats in a 1v1, upgrade a gun. See if Victor can put it to good use. He's already pretty beat up, and he's watching the flank, looking for another counterler from Team Liquid. As right now, it doesn't seem like they are really keen on making this retake attempt go just yet. Let's see the back of that high tide. Yeah, I think they're just gonna let the spike do its thing here, potentially.
That does seem like it. I know that they're in a fairly dire situation. But Liquid, they want to go for the push. They want to try to find some of these kills. Artis, however, striking 1 down with a frenzy, but then falls some. We'll get another with the Sheriff shots coming across, and now we'll just tuck away in heaven and wait for the spike to take him. Doesn't give over any extra charge, and had he been able to do so, I mean, it could have been Soulcast scooping that kill, then having the Seekers online going into this 3rd round of the half, which would have been fairly catastrophic for them, but it's still catastrophic. NRG, 4 rounds. This needs to be the turning point. They need to take this rifle round.
No doubt about it. And now they're starting to get themselves situated. A couple nanos over towards B, potentially expecting some kind of pressure towards the B site. You see this all the time on the bonus rounds. Teams are going to want to go for that. But 3 rifles going to be in the hands of Liquid. Stinger and a Ghost to back it up. Spike being carried, everybody but Nats over here on the C site. It's been left basically open. FNS just towards spawn. And yeah, this is a free plant here so far. Oh, the retake's flooding in though.
Yeah, they're starting to rush forward. Sam trying to get himself into the site. Finesse, however, going to be able to find one. As Safe gets taken down. Redgar swinging around the backside, gets struck out as well. Just trying to play with an unexpected tempo and aggression, but they managed to shut him down as Sam holds the angle across into garage, and suddenly it is only Nats remaining. Tap onto the spike, spotting one, but there's just so much to deal with. It would need to be an ace at this range with a Ghost in hand, so NRG will be able to take this round after all, it would seem. Nano thrown down, Artis gonna start rushing forward. Flash goes out, tries to turn away from it, but as he looks back, Artis is there, ready to claim him, and claim him he does. Round goes the way of NRG. That could be the start. There's still bank that needs to be chewed through on the side of Liquid. and it needs to be a monstrous win streak from here on out for NRG if they want to take this.
I love this timing. All the smokes are up there for them to flood in to the back of site to get set up for this retake at an unexpected timing. Team Liquid really not fully prepared for it to be that fast with how kind of free that site was. And NRG with a great timing, great response here. Able to just close on in, finish the job. A little bit of utility exchanged here. Fault line on the side. Crashy's gonna let loose with the Trailblazer. Gonna spot 2. Artist forced out of the corner. Doesn't take any damage, dealing just a little bit to safe in exchange. High Tide's gonna go up here for the side of NRG to try to keep control of this space at A. And right now, Team Liquid just gonna use this opportunity to regroup and rethink.
And obviously presence noted here. They know that Sama's gonna be playing around this A site, so it seems like, given the Reckoning being online for him, Liquid want to turn away from it. Push up, Yappy on the corner. Oh no, the timing! It's just absolutely brutal, but perfect for Crashies. This catches him in the back of the head. Turret gonna be cleared out as they turn their sights now over to the B site here. Reckoning does go across. Victor noted, but the Reckoning is helping to save him. No one can get in on top of him, so instead Liquid have to try to pivot now, moving their way over towards C. Seekers gonna be going through, dash forward, safe. Clears out the rest of the site for him as Nats gets situated in garage. Multiple people though looking to spray him out. Gets that! And Nats cuts them down! A 4K in the blink of an eye! What a reaction! Catches some midair and then just says 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, this is absolutely insane. The first player jumps and somehow he gets the aim to come back down. Look at this.
Absolutely unbelievable.
He catches one before he's transferring over.
On the Artist, then the pivot to Victor. And yeah, Yampy cannot believe what he just witnessed. Nats, an absolute stone cold killer today. 19, 8, and 4. And yeah, NRG using a timeout, and I do not blame them.
I just love that. First of all, I was thinking in that situation, I'm like, please, Nats, don't swing this corner. Just hold this angle. Just play this out. And I think you'll get 1, maybe 2 out of it, but he got 4.
Oh, Nats held the door.
He absolutely held the door. That was, oh my goodness.
An unbelievable shutdown. No real chance after that of having, you know, any attempt at that retake.
No.
They all just go rushing in the garage. Didn't set a single foot on site.
And Team Liquid plays it fine, right? You got the first player jumping in to try to break that crosshair of Nats, and then the follow-up player is, you know, not too far behind, but Nats was just better. That's just, he's just feeling it today. That's all there is to it, and sometimes you just can't do anything about it. And credit to Team Liquid. I thought they played that round pretty well with the way that they waited out that Reckoning. They got a lot of utility expended towards the B site. They got the nanos, the poison cloud as well, but still.
Yeah, the pivots they were making, perfectly fine. Nats just gets in that anchor position. Now though, NRG needing to stop this from getting the map point. It's a double stack here in the garage. The Trailblazer going forward, gets cleared out very quickly. Victor forced back and saved, gets the read. Swings in, finds him, finds Victor to boot. 2 kill for him as Sam tries to get around the backside, but the turret alerts him of his presence, and now it is being watched by Nats. Operating in the hands of Artis. Trying to go for this retake, already tagged down, just blind spray through, but seems like Ping coming across off the back of the Trailblazer, manages to find his second.
You should run.
Blades are at the ready, but Nats is all right. We drop this lockdown in. So they want to go for the push, they want to try to break this down. Sam does come in, up from mid, finds it, gets the headshot through. Nats gonna be taken down, a 3v2, the time ticking away. Heals out from Crashies, puts Nats back to, or Artis back to full, and Artis finds a 3rd kill. Just on Redguard now, the IGL, the smoke is up. The fuse held to half. Reads that he's gonna be over at Lumber, finds one, but needs to push into the cove, and Crashies is waiting for him, bodyguarding. The defuse can come in with just a couple seconds to spare. The off will be recovered, and NRG keep themselves afloat.
Oh, such a good start here for Team Liquid. They read this trap play in garage so well. Off the utility placement. You know, the alarm bot a little bit further forward there. And Safe just reads it, then gets the follow-up through the smoke. And it looks like it's just gonna be Team Liquid just potentially rolling through this, but Artis coming up big with that op, finding those 2 kills.
Being able to get that shot through the smoke.
Yes.
Off the back of teammate Util. Absolutely paramount. As Crashy's just pushing up, does grab that orb. Seeker's now online. Gonna be the Trailblazer first. They just blind spray it down, so the only info gathered is that there's at least 2 people here with rifles, which probably could have sussed out anyway.
I think they're trying to get a little bit of space for Safe.
Oh, looking to go up over the top. Dashes over towards Sewer. Som, however, does manage to find him, but Crashies also falls at the end. It's now Artis in such a rough position. The spike getting ready to be brought up into the site. What can he do from here? It was a monstrous round from him in the last. Racked up a third of his total kills. They're on the C site. Will be able to find Nats. That puts the spike down in a bad spot. Redgar does get picked. Victor with a great long flank, finding one. Artis now just trying to avoid getting shot. Takes a little bit of damage, but spike will be recovered. Soulcast fakes a tap on the plant. Drifting out though over towards Link, but Victor is ready for it. Swing out, no. Went to look away from the flash. Yumpy gets the timing. Vanessa now up in heaven, finds one for his trouble, leaving Soulcast now all on his lonesome versus Artis. The blades are pulled. Artis rushing up into B. Soulcast, where does he want to go? So I'll look back towards A, which is where Artis is drifting right now, so it seems like Soulcast did choose wisely. Can get this plant down.
Both players kind of double bumping there a little bit, just trying to figure out where the other really went. A flash even to confirm from Soulcast if Artis had remained at short A. Was not there. So able to find the right timing to get all the way over.
Oh, they're gonna be in garage. They're drifting forward and Artis has the headshot. Bails him out, the spike's right there. Up already in hand as well, so will carry over into the next one. NRG, they keep themselves in this. 4 more to go to tie it up.
This one's a little bit messy. I think Team Liquid here trying to use their Trailblazer early to try to kind of fake that they're faking. I really think that they were trying to convince Team Liquid here with this slower approach on the back of it that they weren't going to commit to it, seeing if they could catch them off guard. But Artis just unaccounted for over in short A, causes huge problems. With Victor carrying that spike in, nobody's really accounting for the fact that someone was still down there, could have been down there. And they pay the price for it. So a couple really good rounds here for Artis, and if he starts to come online, then things get real scary for Team Liquid.
Pit invested off the rip, Vanessa just looking to cut off Sewers. Make that unassailable. Som drifting forward, doesn't take too much damage for his trouble as Artis goes for the off peak. Shot goes a little bit wide. Just noting presence. TL though, looking to try to gain control here in garage. Nanoswarm waiting for him. They try to go through that connector into C site as Artis starts to swing out for the peak, but Safe takes his head off. Up now on the floor, and Safe looks like he wants to really push the issue here. Has that dash at the ready. Trailblazer, he's gonna play off the back end of this one. Cleared out by Victor, but now the Rolling Thunder cuts across. He manages to clear the corner as Crashy gets in behind, but Nats finds 2. Som taken out as well. As Nats has just been an absolute demon, and he's gonna find a third. Victor put down, it's just Finesse. We'll be able to find 1. It would need to be an ace clutch to stop Liquid from getting to map point.
This is near impossible for Finesse. Has to go through so many layers of Team Liquid, but great patience here early from Safe. Taking Artis down, and then the pressure there to clear Victor out of C-Site. Investing that Rolling Thunder, getting that Killjoy utility basically nullified. And then they're able to get down in there, and just Nats just so deadly around that garage area. Usually you think about him on that defender side of the map, but here on the attacker side as well. Just so smart, head on a swivel. The guy is just unbelievably aware and playing, of course, out of his mind here today.
Well, it looks like they will show a bit of mercy, not go pushing, not go hunting to try to take that rifle out of his hands. We'll be able to retain that at the very least. Still a major loss here for the side of Energy. That pit now down. All of the weapons lost, and the buy certainly looks rough. Coming into what could very well be the final round of this map. Guardian, 2 Stingers, Vandal, and a Phantom. That much more pressure on Crashies as well as Finesse to deliver.
Seeing some deep pings coming out towards C for the side of Team Liquid. That orb gonna be grabbed here, get the Reckoning for Som. So now you've got 2 really big ults available for retake.
Dog spotting 1, Redguard TPing up top. Let's get taken out, but Safe trades it very quickly. Finesse now gonna be eliminated. Safe still in the back of sight. The spike gonna be dropped down for the moment. Given that it's not planted and the lockdown is rolling. You gotta, oh, what in the hell is Safe doing? Catches into the back, doesn't grab the spike, and now cannot exit. Crashies finds that kill. Soulcast gonna be burned down as well. That leaves just Yampi on his lonesome in a 1v2. The spike completely out in the middle of nowhere. See how he tries to pilot this one. Maybe just trying to info bait there with the audio. Rushes back, the double face, however. And they find the kills and Energy. They pick up another round.
I'm not sure what happened there with Safe. He just couldn't quite get that spike to come back into his hands. It looked like maybe he just didn't quite walk over it. A good hold here from NRG.
Maybe there was a bit of a gap in the back of the site that he thought he could get himself into to avoid the lockdown, but then didn't go far enough and then tried to just break line of sight and then got caught either way.
Well, he walked over towards it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. I think all in all, probably just getting a bit frazzled, and that might be why we're seeing this timeout right now. Liquid, they want to be able to close this, so Emil goes ahead, pumps the brakes, just wants to calm everybody down. So you know what? It's all good. We still have this. We have them at that point. Just don't let them get 4 more rounds. It's as easy as that.
So yeah, that's all you have to do. Yep. Nothing too difficult.
Super simple.
But really important here for NRG. They're able to keep that Reckoning over into the next round. Now you have the lockdown available. Seekers as well for Soulcast. The money here, not really gonna play a huge factor just yet. NRG just has to string a couple together to maybe do some damage to Team Liquid's economy. So certainly, what is Emil going to draw up here for Team Liquid? What are they going to want to do coming out of this heavy stack? Potentially towards A, we'll see. A lot of attention being played towards C recently. The big brain, absolutely, he does have a huge brain. That brain does a lot of heavy lifting.
It's working overtime at the moment. You see Finesse up at the top of the standings there, 14, 16, and 5. So.
It's leg day for that brain.
Yeah. As Artist just going for some blind spray, and he's going to come away with save. A fantastic kill to find right off the rip. Entry power knocked down very early on. So Artist will also just get back up to 100.
Just almost feels like an ego duel there. Just like we're just going to try to vandal each other through the smoke so you can find the angle first.
I mean, this is the map that we saw Artist come alive on. He was the one, it was the finisher to get them across the line versus PRX to go ahead and put that map behind them. Bit of a quieter start for him here, but things like that, those are the kind of plays you expect and that you want to see out of Artist.
Yeah, let's see what kind of attention Redgar is able to garner. Maybe he can find a pick off of this potential. Looks like a shift back towards A or B. That turret there to kind of keep track. A smoke, kind of keep Finesse at bay. The Trailblazer as well. Again, trying to sell attention towards the other half, and then they're going to just rotate into it here. Redgar, an important duel coming up.
Finesse is so close by, though. So yeah, Redgar will get taken down, and now it's just going to be a rush out from Energy, exiting the A site, looking to get in behind Liquid over at B. Push forward, Victor still anchoring in the back of sight. Finds Soulcast. Now it's just Matt's on his lonesome, gets one. And then there's just too much pressure, too many angles to try to look at, so he will fall. Energy, keep it going. 2 rounds strung together now, with 3 more to go to take us into an overtime here at map number 1.
And Team Liquid's really trying to spread the map, really trying to keep NRG guessing, but NRG's doing a really good job of just holding their ground, not falling for any baits or any attempted shift of weight from the side of Team Liquid. Just really impressed with this stabilization that NRG has had. Of course, it helps when Artist starts popping off, starts hitting shots through smokes. But really, in general, this is more just NRG just reading the map really, really well here to start. Now Artis is going to change it up a little bit. Going to start pushing space early. Trailblazer even invested there, and now they know that A is wide open. They can start setting up these defenses here.
Could still be tucked back around a window or so. So Artis doesn't want to really overstep. Victor has to back away as the Seekers come flying forward. Safe trying to entry. It's a bit of damage there from that Nano. As the Paranoia goes across in the back of sight, but the wall will keep them protected. So Finesse gets tucked away. Lockdown now going to be used. The Reckoning, though, to try to slow them up on this approach. Now will expire, and they can start moving forward. Finesse, though, he's got just a bit of a window to try to work with where he is not in, and oh man, gets that final shot across in the garage to take down Soulcast, but Redguard trades him out. Spike plant coming in, the flash. Victor, so many targets to choose from! He's going to be able to find 2 of them. Eventually falls to Redguard's hand, who now gets taken up by Crashies. And leaves Safe with no health and no hope. Cut down, and NRG continue to run it back.
Awesome stuff here from NRG. Taking control of that space at A gives them so much more ability to be prepared, to be proactive on that C side. The Reckoning comes out, and yeah, Team Liquid tries to counter it with the lockdown, but NRG's a step ahead. They're able to nestle 2 people into that back plat corner. And then it's just Crashies the rest of the way, sets up with a beautiful flash ahead, and then steps in to get the last 2 kills. Phenomenal stuff from the sky for NRG.
And the bank has been broken. Guardian for Nats, Redgar opting for some Bucky gaming.
Now I feel like I'm back in Pacific.
Yeah. This feels like I'm right at home. And Knives, of course, going to be popped by Safe as well.
Here.
As Liquid, can they stop NRG from getting within touching distance, getting just 1 round away? Because right now, the momentum is completely out of their sails. Even the timeout not doing them any good. Trailblazer gaining quite a bit of info for them. The presence in mid, the Bucky in hand. Good info to have as the Seekers go flying here from Crashies. Spike gonna be planted. Safe tagged a bit low though, and will get finished off some. Finding the shot. Yampi with a great headshot though. Takes out Victor. As Redgar goes TPing forward, drops the Bucky, grabs the Phantom. Flash catches him fully in the face, but the swing's not coming through, and now he's gonna look to TP out. Oh, Finesse narrowly missing the window of opportunity. Instead, he's traded positions. He's now going to be over on the A-Link side. Soulcast getting full flash. Crashies puts some pressure down. The fight goes his way. Artis on the approach out from window. And Soulcast will get taken down, and the defuse comes in. Redgar unable to arrive in time to try to stop this one. Will find some for his troubles, but they cannot stop the round from going to NRG. They cannot close out the map. And NRG now just need 1 more to take us into OT.
This is 4 rounds in a row off the back of Team Liquid's timeout, and Team Liquid gonna have to invest their 2nd one here to try to find a way to close this out before OT. And I really like the way Team Liquid draws this round up, but it's just a great reaction here from NRG overall. Some great shots. But the way that they leave the Killjoy utility in the back here for Team Liquid, they're watching for that Artis lurk. They're watching for a potential C lurk as well. Redgar TPing into an area. He's not able to get there in time, but I like the idea of trying to get into the flanks of NRG, but it just didn't, you just didn't quite have the firepower there to convert in that round.
And now, with a potential overtime on the horizon, it's that much more pressure here on the coaching staff of Liquid to try to get them set up for this round, because you look at the tools that are available to NRG. They have the pit, the blades from Artis, who's going to be running that operator, so he's got a solid backup, and Victor is just 1 away from the lockdown as well.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that. That's exactly what I was just thinking about. Like, how are you going to be preparing for this? How are you going to work around it? Let's see. I want to see what FNS really wants to do with this pit this round. Previously, he invested it right to control space on A. So is it going to be more of a reactive pit this time? You see some players kind of able to counter the lockdown potentially sometimes, or, other utility, I should say, not in this case. Nats isn't even close to his lockdown, but whatever utility is available. And it looks like he is just going to pop it early onto C. So, this is all about space control for NRG. And now a smoke there from Redgar. Try to keep Finesse from getting much more information. And look at this rotation.
Yeah. They're just completely rotating off, just leaving Artis up in heaven. Knives popped. You will see that guiding light. Crashies went all the way across towards C to look to reinforce that position. This is just a slow creep up here as Liquid get ready to strike. That's still hovering out in mid. Fault line at the ready. Goes over towards Ling. A blind shot sent through. Artist hoping for a straight connection, but he strikes. Kaching Som completely unawares. Crashy's now gonna try to get in behind him, but there's cover. Soulcast is in window. He's keeping him honest. Victor, though, just goes on the aggressive. Manages to find him, and that gives him the lockdown, which he's now going to dump over towards the A site to look to flush them out. Soulcast still hovering. Finesse getting a decent read. Tucks away over onto the right side. Knife is out. Speaking of knives, Artist finds one off screen. Redguard gonna be taken down, and Crashies now comes in from behind, leaving Safefull and his lonesome in a 1v3. He's not gonna get the opportunity. Crashies gets him again. The defuse now rolling in, and NRG continue. They run back 5 consecutive rounds to take us into OT.
What an unbelievable run here from NRG. Just great awareness, great patience here from so many of their players. And yeah, Team Liquid, they're kind of recognizing the way that NRG wanted to set up their defense. You know, Nats is there trying to counter Victor's lockdown. Soulcast is covering Nats for the garage push out, but they just can't execute. So Team Liquid, the things that look so good for them, Nats, Yampi, those guys who were so clean at the beginning of this, starting to crumble a little bit here as NRG has a ton of wind underneath their sails.
That they do. Now we'll just go to the perfect parity between the squads as we enter into our first round of overtime. Let's see who is going to be able to get this one up to map point. As Liquid had so many opportunities, 5 map points dropped. Do they drop the opportunity to get there once again? Safe pushing forward, gets himself up front here in a lobby. There's an alarm bot around the corner. Flash goes behind the wall. Not noting anything, but yep, the bot certainly will. Now aware of this, NRG starts full sending it over towards the C site.
Paranoia at the ready here for Redgar. Yampi right there as well. A lot of utility.
Yep, the Nano Swarm right there on the entry. So just wait, the wall comes up, a smoke goes down. Redgar's setting that one up now. Tailwind forward, Artist gets himself into the site, just hiding within the Cloudburst, a Cove as well. They try to escort them forward, but eventually they just have to pull back. They don't too much presence here. Over towards C, Crashies clears out an alarm bot. And now NRG just kind of scattering to the wind. Assessing, figuring out where they want to go. Yampi push this. Flash in, Yampi does push it out. Finds some. Crashies trades it. 1 for 1. It's half the flash is now taken away, however, from the side of Team Liquid, and Crashy's just gonna plant or at least tap on the spike, see if they can get anybody baited forward, but safe as he swings the corner, finds one. Tailwind at the ready, dashes in behind the box, throws up the Cloudburst, tries to escape, and he's able to do so as Soulcast finds Artist off screen, and now they're running out of time. Finesse gets one, the plant coming through here on a site. It's just below Hell, so the flash flies forward, and they're both just tucked into the same corner. A 3-man approach from Link, however, it's into the meat grinder. Finesse finding a third, leaving just the skies to try to duke it out. And he has no idea where he's at. Crashy stays quiet, gets the kill confirmed, and NRG now just 1 round away from stealing this from out beneath Team Liquid's feet.
And this is just a brilliant round from Finesse and NRG. Not just in terms of the fact that Finesse gets 3 kills here, but the way he's handling this map. The initial Killjoy set up here, expecting some kind of aggression out of long A. They send out a flash, it doesn't confirm, but there's a follow-up there. There's an extra layer to this onion with the alarm bot, keeps them safe. They bait out so much utility onto that C side of Kilios, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at there. So then when they start shifting towards B and towards A, there's no utility left, really, for Team Liquid to play off of. And so that gives NRG a lot more flexibility, a lot more freedom. And then at the end, Team Liquid there, I think, kind of fumbling with their idea. I think just pushing a little bit too much to try to get ahead of that retake. I think they could have taken their time, tried to send one up into heaven, tried to kind of collapse on the different angles there. But they never identified that final player in that corner. Finesse just doing such a good job there, getting those 2 kills. But they were isolated. They were 1v1. They gave him time to reset between those 2.
I mean, one player going up towards heaven, and that could all very well come tumbling down. Fortunate circumstances for the side of NRG. As we will go ahead and get ready to exit the timeout and see if they can get this job done. Chet wanting to just set them up for his defending side where they were able to bring the run back to take it into overtime. He wants to close it here with a nice 14-12 scoreline. Either way, from where we started on this map, it was looking like it was going to be a bit of a wash. Okay, GG go next. Nothing much to talk about, but boy, did the excitement certainly ramp up.
No doubt about it, and finesse has been a huge part of it. Just a steady hand with the IGLing and an even steadier hand with this rifle. Response there with the snake bite, gonna keep safe pinned. No damage done, but presence definitely noted here.
Just go for the blind spray. Nano thrown up into window, not triggered yet. He doesn't want to destroy it unless he absolutely has to. Can't quite get away with it, away from it, I should say. This spike will get planted. Liquid, the site is theirs for the time being. For NRG, how do you retake? Multiple members still far away. Artist just now exiting a lobby. As this is buying quite a bit of time here for TL to play with. Flush in the corner, safe with a peek. Not seeing much of anything though. Shots go out, decides to pull back away. Finesse this time cannot be the hero. The Crashies, he's set up to do it. Managing to find three, and now it's just Nats tucked away at Lumber. The Secret let loose. Nats will be able to clear that one out. Artist left standing, he gets the headshot. He's in onto the spike, holding it for dear life, praying that he's got enough time. And it's just enough, in fact. .41 left to go as Energy will take the map 14-12.
I'm just absolutely gobsmacked here. Just what mental fortitude here from NRG to come back from just an outrageous deficit. You're absolutely right, Achilleos. I thought we were just GG go next, go to the next map, but they're able to just barely take their map pick with a tremendous defender side. And then a couple beautiful reads there into overtime, especially their attacker side. Absolutely brilliantly handled, brilliantly maneuvered. I just love watching these two teams, in particular Finesse. The way he just stays calm, collected, keeps this team under control.
Nice boys!
And we've been seeing widely from the side of Liquid that, you know, they haven't been too bothered when they are in losing positions. They still had smiles on their faces when they lost to EG just a couple days ago, when they were in that back and forth bout against EDG. They were able to stay chipper the whole way throughout. Losing in this fashion, when you have that lead, that can certainly hurt. So we'll see how they rally back. So they do have their own map pick coming up next, so that should be a bit of a boon for them as we get ready to go to Ascent. We'll see Nats in all likelihood playing that Cypher as well. But now, you know, they need to win that map. They need to win the follow-up. They need to take this all the way to 3, close it out if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is just, you know, a real test for Team Liquid. And the #1 seed coming out of EMEA. Are you going to be able to deal with these upstarts once again? I mean, they've been pressured a lot throughout this event.
Go, bro.
And here, of course, facing elimination, the pressure is at its highest.
Absolutely. Well, overcoming it, sticking in with it here is NRG. We'll see, though, if Liquid are going to be able to rally back or if they will fall, because they are still here as the #1 seed from EMEA. The pressure's on their shoulders. We're going to go to a break. We'll have the desk break down the action from map 1, and then we'll get into Ascent.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Masters Tokyo. I'm standing by with NRG's head coach, Chet. Chet, you guys just came back in a ridiculous comeback fashion. You're down like 11-5 in the second half. Finesse just goes insane. You get to OT. What was the key to coming back in that map?
I think we had a good idea of their mid control, so we focused a lot on their mid control and trying to not give them a lot of space. And it carried from our last Haven game where we kind of had the same kind of plan. We didn't want to give them space, especially a comp that plays Breach. It's hard to give them space.
Incredible, incredible performance. Best of luck to you in the second map. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Doug. I think you could have stopped his sentence at "we had a good idea," because I think that's all you need. But welcome back, Akuka and Mimi as well. Mimi, as you said, NRG, they always find a way.
It was such an impressive second half from them. And I think to what Chet was saying about the game plan, it started with deny mid control, which meant that consistently Liquid had to go for these hard side execs. And NRG's comp is just so good at winning in these flood retakes.
Yeah, and it's not only that, I feel like NRG had a very good understanding on the timings and how they wanted to work around not playing fully for the retake and actually, you know, learning how to add some variation onto the rounds. I love that he's talking about the breach because I think that Yumpy had a lot of impact in this game, and especially in the attack. It was thanks to him and thanks to his utility that they were able to get, you know, a couple of rounds, but that was it. NRG 2 days ago came back from an 8-4, and going back to what Finesse was saying in the interview that we showed before, is that constant, everybody's given ideas to make this work.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think this is another one of those moments where everyone is stepping up. Artis in particular, well, he didn't end with crazy statistics. He had some massive impact rounds throughout that half where he was coming up huge with the operator. And for Team Liquid, I think once their initial game plan failed, once those late side execs on extremities weren't working, it really did seem like they started to crumble. Redgar missing his smoke, giving an opportunity for Artis to come in and get kills with the op, losing out to those same ideas. It really felt like they couldn't adapt.
Yeah, exactly. You talk about Redgar. We have a couple of rounds where we see his TPs and things that he usually does. He was shut down completely, and actually, Energy read into each time in so well.
Yeah, they did. Let's take a look. Speaking of Redgar, here in the AIM Lab shoot-around, of course, the IGL for Team Liquid. We spoke about this already, but Kakuka, I feel like there was a bit of a diff in this game. Finesse and Chet, they were just better.
We were talking about the ideas. We were talking about the coach and the IGL being together. Emil and Redgar do not have that deep of a relationship. We're not saying that they're not friends, but it's very different than that. I love to see that he's practicing here on SM because it's going to be the next map, and now is when they need to come back. They weren't able to come back like Energy was doing on that second half. Everything was against them, and still they managed to perform. Liquid, on the other side, did not manage to close that map. Conversations need to be had when you're in that situation, being like, guys, we literally just need one round, and they need to pause. They need to actually bring and stay together to just get one round.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not looking at their pre-prep, what they have of counter-stratting NRG, having a specific idea of how to take them down on Ascent. It's about finding the timing to take that tactical timeout. And for Redgar and for Coach Emil to have that adaptation, to come up in the mid-game with how to counter out, because I think that is really where they fell flat here. Chet and Finesse, that duo is so good towards the end of these games of finding a read. We saw it versus PRX. We just saw it in Map 1 versus Liquid as well. It's what makes them so strong late in tournaments in the lower bracket when the counter-stratting and prep becomes a little less important.
And also in the conversion rates, you were talking about Artis, and actually his first duels were pretty detrimental, but it was not what was requested of them. And not only that, the rest of the team was able to bounce back from that 4v5 situations. Now, on all of those 4v5s are also 5v4s that Liquid are losing. They're not being able to get the value out of finding that first opener to follow up on that one.
And looking ahead to this second map of Ascent as well, I think we'll see a lot of those stories continue, where for NRG, they're likely going to be playing into a lot of these retakes. They're going to be putting an emphasis on denying that mid control, getting Artis active with the operator to force Liquid into these site execs when they're on that defensive side.
I mean, for Liquid as well, you got to feel bad about the fashion they lost that map.
Yes.
Nats did everything in his absolute power to try and get them that win. He even went 5-0 first kill, first death, which is mad for his role. And that's the thing, Kakuka, because, you know, losing a map is not the end or be all, but losing when you're 12-7 up into OT, I don't know how they're going to bounce back from this, but they have to, no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. So we need not only those first kills, but actually applying behind them. I think that is where the mental diff is coming a little bit, and is that even in those situations, there's always a plan from Energy.
Also, they won both pistols.
Yes,
Yeah.
and not only
Both
that,
pistols.
last time that Energy played on this map, Navi, it was against Navi, Navi won both pistols. They still won. It was the retakes, the consistency of how they learned and approached the map. They do not care. They don't need the pistols. They just don't need them.
Yeah, absolutely. But to bring up another point as well, I think one of the advantages NRG had in Map 1 is that no one really plays that Harbor Viper comp on Haven in EMEA. So I doubt that Liquid had that many teams to practice against. The way that comp plays the Flood retakes on defense and is so proactive is a lot different than the more normal comps on the map. And I think it makes playing the Breach comps a lot more difficult. That's not going to be the case here on Ascent, where both teams play a pretty standard comp.
Yeah, but I think that they also had the time. On the other side, they also had the time to be here, not play through groups, and actually prac against the teams that maybe they're on the composition. I think that is something that I would prioritize, being like, hey, this is going to be in the tournament, is not in my region, and he pracs against that.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about Som as well. You know, he is the only person on that stage that is yet to win a title. We actually caught up with him a little bit earlier, and he told us what he is looking to achieve here in Tokyo.
So when we last played Fnatic, we weren't that confident, and not to discredit anything to them, they hit all their shots and they individually played fantastic. and we didn't. So getting this win against DRX definitely boosted our confidence a lot, especially in the fashion of a 2-0. So yeah, going forward, super confident even with the backs against the wall. Yeah, so Pro was actually pretty close. I think we were down at half. I think we were down 8-4, I believe. But we knew if we won pistol or if we got one sick round or a momentum round that we would be able to carry it on and make it close or even win, and which we did.
Sam, so desperately wanting to try to get that ult online. Well, now he's going to be dead. Crashies, however, holding it down from hell. 3 quick kills.
Regardless of what step or stage we're at, I'm super confident in myself and my team. I don't think I'm necessarily trying to keep up. I think I'm confident in myself and know what I'm capable of to the point where I know I can keep up. The only thing I guess that is in my head is that I want to get that title. Everyone else on the team has that title, and I think it's time for me to get mine.
That's our streamer, Mimi. That's our streamer.
That he is. I think Sam has shown so much maturity on this team. What he's saying there, that it's like, we just need that one round, that one catalyst to get back in, winning a pistol round, anything like that to build back into these victories is really, I think, what makes NRG so good. You look back to the beginning of the year at Lock-in, that Icebox game where they were getting rolled, come back, win it. This team is so consistent at winning these games where they look down and out, because I think their mentality honestly is that, hey, we get that one round, that one catalyst, and Finesse can call us a game to recover.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke a lot about Emil as well, how he matches up to Chet, but let's actually hear from the man himself. He is standing by with Doug right now ahead of map 2.
Thank you so much, Into Emil, a closely contested map. What was it that led to that map getting away from you, and what's your focus heading into map 2?
I think a lot of micro situations kind of went their way, but a lot of advantages we should have just won. They're really good at these small situations, just like going one side, coming behind, just doing a bunch of plays that just works. So for us, it's just going to be make sure that we have advantage when we know we need to secure rounds, that we actually secure the rounds.
Best of luck to you in map 2. Back to you, Sue.
Thank you very much, Doug. But this is the thing, Kakuka, like he said, it was just down to the small things, but you cannot let NRG have any sort of advantage.
The problem is that there's 2 mistakes that you can make in this game. 2 types of mistakes. The mistakes that you make on your own and the mistakes that the other team forces you to make. Now, if you fall and have a lot of the first category, that gets into your head because you honestly feel that it's on you. It's not like you're, but also we have an NRG that is capitalizing on that. They see those moments, they see those spaces, and they just work with it.
Yeah, and as we can see in the Prime Gaming Agent Select with Ascent, Mimi, we don't have a lot to work with, but Nat's back on the Cypher instead of Killjoy.
Yeah, some of the EMEA teams have been playing this variant, and I think it looks good for Liquid. Nats is really comfortable in that role. On the attacking side, he can be a lot more proactive than that Killjoy in finding these lurk timings, in working late in mid, and getting himself entrenched to punish rotators.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Crashes on the other side. I think that his utility usage on this map and on previous maps has been so clean. There's definitely something to look out for. Going back to the Nats point, the variety of trapwires that we're going to be seeing there in this map. Obviously, on the attack is not going to be that noticeable, but on the defense, some people are going to think about how that mid control is going to be working and how he's going to be working on sites as well. Well, we're in for a treat for the attack. He's going to be repeating that he did in EMEA. Cam on to control mid and then just using a couple of cages to retrieve and use as a smoke, which is something that Cypher gives you on attack that Killjoy could never.
I'm looking at a lot of the same things that we did on Haven. How can NRG shut down Liquid's mid control? Will Nats be able to get involved, get proactive in these lurks to help Liquid close out these late rounds? Because the late rounds, the mid rounding, that's where they fell apart on Haven.
Yeah, and the good news for if you're a Liquid fan is that this is Liquid's map pick for a reason. They have historically been insane on this map, and with the new roster as well, Kakuka, they have also been consistently good. They beat Fnatic here in that grand final.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very exciting grand final, but I think that it also adds up to the part that there is a lot of footage. I think that we heard Ched talking about, we knew how they were going to do it. We knew when we had to stop them. If they had that read on Haven, they can have it on Ascent. And not only that, just because this is Team Liquid's map pick, they get to start on the defense. They were able to come back from an 8-4 half twice now already in the competition. If now they have the upper hand, I am only scared that Liquid is not able to bounce back on the defense, or to go to that defense with a maybe 9-3, 10-2 score and not being able to bounce back or have the space to even think about it.
But to be able to do that, I think the 2 things to focus on, first of all, the mental. Team Liquid won in EMEA. They were the #1 seed coming in. I think that has to add an extra pressure to you, even if you're not the team who is expected to come out and be the best placing EMEA team. And at the verge of elimination, this is where they just have to focus up, lean back on that experience and rally versus NRG. And I think the second thing as well for this squad is being a lot cleaner with these advantage situations. They let so many 5v4s slip away. NRG is one of these teams that will find that gap, will find that play to get back into rounds. So making sure that they're very clean to keep their trading up in these late rounds is going to be super important.
Yeah, and this is also, I feel like, the Finesse comfort zone. He preaches about how he's not going to let any team to get the best of him twice. He's not going to lose to them again. Of course, the last time he faced Redgar and Nats at Masters Berlin, he got absolutely owned. It was a 3-0. I think that's been living in his mind in a while because for ages, Optic, Envy, NRG now, they made every international event, whereas Redgar and Nats on Gambit, they missed out on everything. So this is actually the only opportunity Kakuka Finesse has even had to get his revenge.
Yeah, exactly. For Team Liquid, for Redgar and Nats specifically, it's about the redemption from not even making it last year and all of the things that happened on top of that. But for Finesse, he already said it. We do not lose against the same team twice. Of course, this is a different situation because Liquid is very different to what it was back in the day. Same goes for Gambit. So I think it's very different.
But on the other side, I think it's less the history that's important for the guys on the Team Liquid side of the stage, and it's more so what's happened recently.
Yep.
Like you were saying, that rough 2022, going to Laken, losing in the first round, being honestly the biggest disappointment of that event, to then rallying in EMEA, ending up winning, making an incredible run in playoffs, making it to Tokyo. And now it's a question of how far can they go? Can they continue to break that narrative that got built up early in this year?
Yeah, I hope they do indeed. I just want to let you guys at home know that we are fixing a minor issue on stage right now. We should be back into game soon. But yes, Kakuka.
I see smiles on the stage, so I think that it's nothing serious. If they see smiles, that means that they won't have to wear it long.
We're chilling. But do you know what? We're chilling so much that we're actually going to go into game. I fixed it, y'all. I'll take the credit for that one.
But chilling.
Achilles on Paperthin, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are now ready to go into this second map. A big rally back necessary for Team Liquid again. You know, so very close to closing out NRG's map pick of Haven, having that comfortable little bit of leeway for themselves. Now it's do or die. They need to get these next two maps if they want to remain in this tournament as the #1 seed from EMEA. Otherwise, NRG could just be able to potentially steal this all away from them.
Yeah, and I really like what the desk was talking about here with the way that NRG kind of has a lot of information on the way that Team Liquid likes to play these maps, and particularly Ascent. Now, Team Liquid hasn't played Ascent yet at Masters, but previously they have played it quite a bit in EMEA, besting Fnatic in overtime on this map. So there's going to be Team Liquid starting out on the attacker side, NRG going to be on the defender side. But NRG, when they played this against Na'Vi, they were devastating on their attacker side. So NRG really keep their eyes out on how well they've adjusted since that Na'Vi game on this defender's half where they were 6-6.
Okay, one shot connecting there onto Sam. Whittling away at him. He's safe, just peeking across, not going to be seeing anything. Now, turrets set up on the B site might lend them to expect that Finesse is going to have all of his utils situated on A.
And this looks like kind of like a market crunch being set up here by NRG. They're expecting a push. If they give up this space, you know, you could Paranoia, throw Victor's utility in here, and really make things difficult. You have some shock darts as well for Crashies. The pings are coming out, but Team Liquid, I think, senses potentially something's amiss here with all this free space and all that Killjoy utility. A lot of times in this area to kind of keep track of things not there. Instead, it's going to be Finesse on the Killjoy over onto A, playing with that deep generator position for this plant.
Yeah, they're still picking out onto B, but now that that knife goes through and they don't find anybody suppressed, they get the sense that, yeah, it's going to be that A hit, especially as the util comes flying. Finesse just going to be tucked away here. Satin Hell, couple shots flying. Seeing if he can catch anything at all. Nats. Oh, safe gonna be flashed out. Finesse now pushing out of hell, managing to find one. Still somehow staying alive. 18 HP remaining. Safe now gonna be taken down. Nats and Soulcast, however, fight back, but they're running out of time. Spike down on the floor, and they need to get it planted. 10 seconds remaining. Nats and Soulcast left standing versus Sam and Crashies, who's now approaching through the door. Nats with a fantastic headshot. Allows them to try to go for the replant, but now he's got to stick to it, and he cannot draw it down fast enough. Crashies will clutch it out. It's the Red Bull clutch for them to kick things off with a pistol round win.
The delaying here so good for NRG. And Team Liquid does kind of assess the situation correctly, but they can never get into a comfortable spot to get this plant down. NRG recognizing the clock, recognizing the situation. And even though, yeah, it's a 1-for-1 there initially, still gives them the opportunity to come through and finish the job. So a huge start here, the first pistol win for NRG. Couldn't pick up either of them. I think the desk was talking about that doesn't seem to bother NRG sometimes. They're a team that kind of defies the odds when it comes to those pistol rounds.
They lost both of them on the first map. As Artis darted, has to back off. Just tuck back in over towards Pizza. Dash running out. Doesn't want to play in this position any longer. It's going to be a bit too risky for him.
Let's see how they want to try to get in towards this B site. Now you've got Finesse shifted over here to play contact off the turret. Deeper nanos and alarm bot kind of hamper that early access to the B site around that corner. Kind of try to punish potentially the entry of Safe here. Smoke's gonna come out though for now.
Turret dealt with. Finesse just gonna go for some blind spray, see if he can get a straight connection there. Nothing found. As Crashies very, very right to be wary about markets. We can see Nats pushing himself up into that position. But we'll just go ahead and just get this double stack tucked away in Boathouse for now. Recon out over the top, not spotting anything. Artis swinging through, but yep, smoke comes across. They get the reveal. Safe having the dash. They somehow avoid getting tagged down. Nats even managing to find Victor. Finds Artis as well. This lurker mid, absolutely monstrous. Tries to send out the ult, however, and Sam cuts it short. Man advantage still here. They're gonna go pushing in, but again, they do not have time on their side. They've got to drop out of heaven, try to get this plane coming down, and Safe is gonna be caught as he tries to make his way over, and Sam will just mow them down, one after the other. A 4K for him to go ahead and keep energy afloat. 2-0 now on the start.
Well, I gotta say the highlight of that round for me is Nats, the way that he got himself tucked in to the back of Pizza there. I mean, it was, he found the perfect timing. Artis had just been watching it, shifted over towards the alley, towards B, and then he waited for two players to cross. Victor as well had just moved across there, and then Nat steps out and gets two, gives Team Liquid at least some kind of opportunity, but again, it's so late in the round. All it takes is one player there to keep that plant from being able to go down, because you have to press for that plant, and Sam can just line him up.
Just running out of time in these first two rounds, I guess I could say, for Liquid. See if they decide to up the tempo or if they can get themselves into a plant position a little bit faster. For now, it's just going to be the market door broken down by Safe. So wary in case somebody does go for a bit of an off-tempo push to that smoke. Artis now going to be noted. Screams down, dashes out, doesn't want to take any chances.
And now, again, Finesse moving over to the other side, to the A side. That's the push a little bit towards B. Nats just checking the corner there with his cam. See if anybody's hiding in that cubby. Trying to use those shorter range guns. A lot of teams like to try to catch you off guard. Some of those cheeky angles. Seeing if they can get you. Sam's just gonna hold here with his Bulldog.
Still has the paranoia.
Yep, exactly.
Sends it, catches on the two. Safe gets out in front of it. And oh, the reveal right before that, Cage blooms. Sam spotting right guard, takes him down. Defensive smoke's now going to be taken away from them. Scratchies will get flushed out of boats. Safe burning the dash, but now man advantage is here. The plant coming down, this time with 20 seconds to spare. Better timing for the side of Team Liquid as they look to get themselves on the board. Victor is well going to fall.
I don't know if they're comfortable with this. That's such an early plant, you know?
One enemy remaining.
On this point, Artis, yep. Nothing much else that can be done, even with Nats and Yampi tagged up. Nowhere near worth trying to go for it. We'll just back away and allow Team Liquid to get themselves to the board here in the third round.
Yeah, just a good, solid entry here Soulcast winning a big duel against Crashies in boats, and that's round over, basically. Of course, Artis able to hang on to that Vandal, playing very patient with it. And good little attack here from Team Liquid, only losing one along the way as well. Very, very important. Good to see them really being diligent, checking some of those corners, checking those angles. Yeah, Sam, sure, gets the one there off the contact out of the door at B, but other than that, everything very well handled here by Team Liquid. Let's see if now they can keep things together, run some rounds across NRG, who's pretty solid overall on this defender's side. Of course, there's only 3 rounds in, so can't write a ton home about that. Nats is barely winning that duel with 5 HP, but it seems to be Nats' day here today. 7 kills already.
All right, looking like the Nats of old. Des talking about things like Masters, Berlin, Gambit, yada, yada, yada. I mean, Nats is back in that form right now.
Yes. It's just crazy how smart he is. I mean, just the way that he reads and anticipates movements. It's the sixth sense that he has. Always just been so impressed by it.
Thrown over the top and safe. I don't know if that was just a blind spray. Either way, gets the kill. Finesse going to be taken down nice and early. As the drone counted out from Crashies, just spotting him, but no one in any sort of position to try to do anything about it. And even if he had the Hunter's Fury, I think it would be a bit too much of a risk, a bit of an overcommitment to try to go for it. Gonna go on the opposite side of the map. We'll find Sam as he goes swinging out of a main. Victor trades it back, but still the advantage. Found his save. Oh, Artis just trying to get some information, try to figure something out here for his squad, but it ends up costing him his life. Wallbang headshot through. Now it's all on Crashies and Victor to see if they can do anything. The 2v4. Dart going out, looking for the ping reveal, and Safe just will get counter spammed out, but already put Victor down to 3.
Spike planted.
Lose that on one weapon, the push in, off the back of the flash. Crashies doing well to find the kill, but Soulcast just responds. How many wallbangs, how many blind shots in this round from Liquid? Absolute insanity. And with that, Victor says, nah, I'm good.
We've had enough of this round. That is at least 3. Unbelievable. I mean,
Nasty
Safe
stuff.
got 2. Jeez, man. That's just one of those rounds where you just got to kind of shrug it off as NRG and just say, okay, well, they had the read on us. You know, I think that first one on the Finesse was just an anticipation of someone potentially being underneath that Owl drone. It's more like a safety clear of that spot, right? The Owl drone's not going to look at it anyway. Let's make sure that nothing's there. That one on the Artis was pretty nasty. And of course, a follow-up a little bit easier with Crashies kind of already revealing his presence, but...
Oh, no, okay, he got into the smoke just in time to be able to actually spot the shoulder. And then, yeah, we'll get a nice little zoom in.
The head? Oh, he saw the head of... Oh, my God, he saw the head.
A pixel out of place. Gorgeous stuff. And a much-needed one here from the side of Team Liquid to tie it up at 2-2 and force a timeout out of NRG nice and early.
I think reassessing how they want to play this defense, this really kind of slow, methodical pace that Liquid brings to these rounds, really taking their time. And it looked great early, pistol in the follow-up, but since then, Team Liquid has really had a lot of control over this map, getting a lot of good spots. And just the hyper-awareness right now of Team Liquid. They don't want to go out yet. They want to go to split for sure.
Well, we'll see what Chet looks to put into play here as we get ready to go into this next round. Whether or not it's going to be good enough for NRG to potentially steal a round away. Saw a couple near thrifties there on Haven, so perhaps it can happen again. Pressure mounting, and somebody's got to catch up the Nats here for NRG. You need to be able to have somebody to try to match him. That being said, though, obviously not too concerned. Given the run back that we saw from NRG, there's still plenty to be played out. This is their side selection. So we want to see them put up some really firm numbers here on this defending half. Flash up over the top, just looking to get himself situated up onto the wall. As Victor wants to get himself out of wine, yeah. Suppressing 3, plenty of information, lets him know that he does not want to be playing all on his lonesome over there. Plays back into the side proper, but 4-member stack from the side of NRG. decent read that this is going to be the site that gets attacked.
Yeah, and with Finesse's turret over at B main, to kind of keep track of that, he hasn't had much presence or attention there yet. So they're able to keep their feet planted here at A. Nats hasn't pushed far enough forward to cause any distraction towards that side. Smokes are out. Sam here going to be ready with a counter smoke of his own as Team Liquid thought about setting up for the attempt. But of course, you know, there's still plenty of time on the clock, so no reason to rush things. The numbers at the top middle of your screen haven't turned red yet, so you don't need to plant, like, you know.
Okay, they're going to try to just audio bait, but Energy, they just start drifting back towards the A site. So they're reading it well. But with their limited firepower, can they still come out on top of this one? Victor and Sam there with those rifles. We'll see what they can get done for Agent Suppressed this time coming across. Sam gets a headshot there. Save going to be taken down, but Soulcast finds two. Finds a third on the back end as Crashies will also fall. And that leaves just Finesse now joining over here on this side of the map. It does get noted. We should have a very good idea that he is just going to be approaching from heaven. Rifle is recovered. How does he pilot this? It was so very clutch for them, dragging them across the line. Multiple rounds on Haven. TP going to be used, and oh, a bit of a bait there, perhaps. Draws his attention towards Hell. Soulcast swings from main, a 4K from him on the KO to allow TL to take the lead. 3 rounds consecutively now racked up.
I really like that TP from Redgar. It completely bamboozles Finesse there. He has no idea what's going on, where that's going to go. It's a good attempt here. I mean, you know, NRG has a pretty good read on this round. They do a lot of damage. But once again, the heavier firepower for Team Liquid prevails. But it's the gun rounds that were problematic for Team Liquid on Haven. Not able to convert a lot of those. Had a tough time converting off of their first kills as well. So let's see with Artis. Op in hand finally. Round 6. Good delay here from Team Liquid to keep that very powerful gun away from a very powerful player for as long as possible.
It's going to look to relocate here. Get tucked away over by Short. As Redgar goes a bit of a jiggle, and okay, Victor barely missing out on having the headshot.
Looks to be a attempt to push through towards B. Comes the no command.
No command rolling across. Victor just looking to shut them down on this approach as Artis looking for the peek, whiffs the shot, safe, stays alive, backs out. And now they turn their sights over towards A. Artis just around the corner. Cybercage goes up, looking for a timing shot. He nearly gets it. Guppy, lucky to be alive. They push in, the plant now getting ready to come through. 40 seconds remaining as all of NRG get into position for this retake. Nats still on alert, crucially over in mid. I have to keep our eyes trained on him again. He's a bit delayed, cannot find the shot. Save stays alive, but Victor finds one. Save, however, now. Getting one, gets Finesse. Victor finds a second. Keeps them in with the advantage. Nats around the corner, Sam getting a decent read of this one. Now goes for the push and gets the headshot. Pop flash out, Soulcast finding one, sees the drop down, looks for it, puts some damage on the Artist, but cannot confirm the kill. And with 3 members left standing, the AWP on the floor, that's gonna get scooped up, and that's gonna be Energy now taking us back to a tied upset at 3-3.
Yeah, phenomenal patience here, catching a couple players of Team Liquid out in the open from heaven onto the site. Sam, so aware of Nats.
A crucial kill. Doesn't get that, it could absolutely fall apart.
That is probably the biggest part of this round here for NRG. And that's just what you love to see from Sam, who's just been terrific all year long for NRG. What a pickup he is. Now you've got dueling Hunters, Furies. Of course, Crashies doesn't really need to hang on to it for a lockdown as there's no Killjoy on the side of Team Liquid. Let's see what they want to do off of this. Early check for information on both sides. Redgar just kind of jump peeking, just seeing if anyone's going to come out of the main doors. Instead, it's just a smoke in response from NRG. Still Artis with that op, but I was going to also say, I think Artis dropping down out of heaven when he switched out of the op to a rifle there kind of broke Soulcast.
Artis knew. He saw the cage going up over the tops and knew that that push was going to be coming through inevitably, so just held the angle, finds the kill. Artis Fury across and Victor in the corner! What a attempt to get the third, and Sam will find the finisher! Victor eventually taken down, but with the damage dealt. I don't think he's going to be bothered about it at all. He's got plenty of cash in the bank.
That was clean. That is super clean with that Phantom from Victor.
Look back at it. This last,
yeah. Just
quick
gorgeous.
adjustments. I don't know how he does it. Something about a horseshoe and all that stuff. Whatever.
What?
It's an interview reference.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. Sometimes he just gets lucky with it, but that was just pure skill.
The 4-leaf clover effect, I suppose.
Speaking of 4, Energy now back in the lead.
Lucky rabbit's foot. Whatever it takes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you've got a bit of a heavier stack towards this B side. It's kind of just shifting back to, well, actually, now that I say that, Artis has gone all the way back over to A with no contact. They'd rather be a little bit more cautious toward this A side as you've got a lot of the extra Killjoy utility to be over at to B, but no real presence shown here from either side towards mid. It's just been completely abandoned by either team's thought process, but there's still a lot of time in the round, so I don't expect necessarily that this is a full commit from Team Liquid. We'll see. Bladestorm force safe. Guardians back it up. Yeah, he's going in.
Dash forward, swinging around, sees the turret, will get cleared out by his teammates. Bang is looking to still have to try to break open this side. Jump up over the top, looks for it. It's gonna be Redguard claiming finesse, finds it with a headshot there on the Guardian. Crashing, swinging out from both house. Does get taken down by Yumpy there with the shorty, but the rest of Energy are now flooding forward. Victor finding one before getting taken down, and now it's just Soulcast and Yumpy. Low HP versus an Artist with 11 health. Knives are in hand, the plant coming down, he's looking for him, but he makes noise on that jump.
Spike planted.
12 seconds to spare, head is spotted, but Yumpy gets that bullet to connect to tie us up again at 4-4. These teams seemingly inseparable here on Ascent.
This is just a really good timing hit here from Team Liquid. Kind of pushing a little bit faster than we're used to with them on their attacker side, and a phenomenal 0 point here from Soulcast into Boats that catches the 2 players back there, nullifies that Killjoy utility temporarily, and gives them the information that there are 2 back in that area of the site. Make it a little bit easier for them to get in there and clear that space. So really well handled by Team Liquid. A good response, and a kind of a response here from NRG, knowing that that orb had been contested early. A little bit of push outs from the side of Team Liquid. So they're going to use that fragment, try to keep them at bay a little bit, keep some pressure, put Artis back in here towards that short position. Nats once again sitting behind the wall. 2 coming into, but there's backup here for Artis.
The swing getting ready to come in. They're not going to flash for it. Thought maybe he was going to have the Glad. Dashes out. Victor goes for the counter swing, finding another. Nats will be able to put the op down on the ground, but still it's a monstrous trade up here for NRG. Double approach. Victor right up in front. Turns into the smoke and says, "Hi, Redguard, how you doing?" Nats now pushing up. Just win out the fight against Crashies. Sends the ult, wants to still try to win this one out, but Vanessa's going to be noted, but Nats still somehow wins the fight. Vandal headshot working wonders, and Yumpy gets the timing, catching him on the cross. The spike now being shipped back over, no, all the way through the spawn. Says, "I've got just enough time to continue this rotate."
30 seconds left.
Both players tagged up, some full armor. Paranoia still in hand, could very well make this work for himself. He's waiting, but now he's going to be noted. The cam's still set up. Nats ever so ratty. TP back up, just waiting for it. And checking A side to see if he can hear that plant coming coming through. Excuse me, words evading me. Now he knows it's all about this B side.
This is unbelievably difficult. Nats just gonna wait around the corner here. Yumpy can play off contact.
2 shock darts even available, but Yumpy will just find the timing, swinging out. Sam's trying to creep his way down the ramp. And Liquid will take a lead, 5-4. 3 more rounds to be played out in a half.
And this is such a good start to this round for NRG. The way that they're kind of anticipating this pressure down catwalk. You know, Artis is there, almost gets the collab. I thought he had it on that first shot, but still, he's able to get out. Victor able to step in, back him up, keep him alive, but then it's just Nats, just doing Nats things. I mean, just finding that unbelievable timing on that repeak. to get that second kill. He's just...
He's different today.
He's different today, yes. Oh my god.
Okay, suppression out, safe swing on the corner. Does take a shot from the Sheriff there, but still wins the fight. Crashies with a great headshot, finds one. One's a little bit more. Got the spot, and Artis is actually the one to take down safe. Crashies will be finished off by that shock dart, but I don't think you're going to be too bothered if you're here on NRG trying to win out in this thrifty round. Gun now recovered. Artis swinging, but he's not ready for Yampi to be tucked into the corner, so does end up losing out on that one. That's going to be Liquid regaining a man advantage.
Great anticipation there from Yampi, expecting that angle to be taken. Goes wide, finds a great one. Now you've got Nat, Yampi watching. Sam trying to find a lurk here, but it is fully accounted for by Redguard.
Keeping him honest, forcing him back, 45 health. How much can Victor get done here? Darkness check close. No one spotted the drone as well. Now leading the way, spamming in. Does get that hit there on the Nats. He's actually going to go ahead and use the ultimate. Victor feeling very confident in their ability to close this out. But that hurts their odds. Nats finishes off some. Swing out. Guardian shots going a bit wide, and attention is pulled away. Nats will be able to close out. And that is now 6 rounds locked in for Team Liquid here on the attacking half.
I'm not too sure there. Victor feeling confident with the Guardian to pull that no command in that moment. Just a little bit, I think, over ambitious. I think they maybe thought they could get away with another counter lurk from Sam, but Nats is just way too smart, way too good. And then right away, tries to push down the stairs. Nats able to get to safety and wait for the backup from Yampi to finish the job onto Victor. And let's see here. This is looking potentially pacey.
Yeah, I mean, they're all no command right off the rip. Turret going to be cleared out as it's deactivated. And all of NRG trying to flip their way back over to the site where Vanessa's going to get flushed out.
That's a lockdown gone.
Yeah, taken out of the equation. Can hold on to it for the final round of the half, but for now, see if NRG can scrape anything back into this one. As the drone gets cleared, doesn't find the tag. Hunter's Fury now gonna be let loose, just looking to shut them down on this reapproach as Nats finds 2 more kills. Crashies.
He's got to
save. Sprinting, yeah. Trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Just tuck into the corner here by B-Lobby, but nothing more to be done. 4 members strong, carrying over the weapons. The bank is already just bursting at the seams here for Liquid anyway. So even if they lose out on a couple extra weapons, aside from Crashies getting charged towards the Hunter's Fury, it's not going to bother Liquid too much.
Exactly. I mean, this is just a beautiful kind of read of the situation here from Redgar and Team Liquid. Knowing that the lockdown is kind of the powerful ult in hand, you can nullify that Killjoy utility on the beat with your own null command. Just get in there, take him out, and that's basically round over. They try to flood back into the site, just completely thwarted by Team Liquid. And now looking to potentially go 8-4.
Again. We'll see if that is going to be the scoreline at the end of it all. As for now, I mean, Nat's still way out in front. The IGL's on either side this time. The one's bringing up the rear. Vanessa just has been in a position to get as much impact as we saw from him there on Haven. Understandable given that it is his stomping grounds. Dart not spotting too much of anything safe. Trying to push off the back of the drone, avoids the shock dart, but they don't get any connection, so he doesn't really want to go blindly through this smoke. Cyber Cage up. Spam still coming through. The spike gets planted, and they just go on the offensive. Everybody rushing forward. Drone, they know that Crashies is stuck here into the corner. The dash forward, the right click goes out. Safe. Not finding anything there. Nat's going to be taken down. Artist with the Guardian in hand. Us finding Yampi. A 2v3, now a 1v3s. It's just Redgar all on his lonesome. Throws down the smoke. No util to speak of, just the teleports. No paranoia. See if he can get it done. Here's the footsteps. Knows that there's going to be 2 near boats. Suspects that there's going to be another near the front. Gets the headshot. Swamps over, but cannot line up. Artis. They will get in onto the spike. Get the defuse, and that is going to be NRG, bringing this to a 7-5 half.
Good stuff here from NRG, changing up from the previous round, just playing full retake. And Team Liquid tries to get ahead of that. They try to push base towards spawn to kind of just seal the deal here. to really knock the feed out from underneath him, but Victor with a brilliant flash knows that his teammates is getting pushed there. He's able to come through big once again for them. Edgar trying to do everything he can, but not to be that round. So a pretty good half here for Team Liquid on their attacker side, but again, NRG previously on their attacker side was very, very good against Navi.
Well, we'll see what happens, but first we'll throw over to the desk, go ahead and break down the action from that first half.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Paperthin, and there was a lot of action from that first half. In fact, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. It goes to Victor, but Mimi, I think it's really important to watch the lead-up to Victor's kills as well.
Yeah, I think this game honestly started with NRG having some really good ideas on how to counter out Nats in mid. In this round, they wait for him to throw. His cages are ready in a position to punish, and then right into this A hit, and a Victor on this off angle who goes absolutely massive to win this one out. That was the first part of this half, where I thought NRG was actually going to take control on the defense. But after this, TL found their groove, and similar to their last series versus EG, some of the success they found actually turned out to be in these faster hits, in simplifying and allowing their individuals to thrive in these late rounds.
Yeah, like for example, the round where they used the no command, actually not overcooking that much. I think that they were kind of expecting NRG to just have a different plan against them. I think that Victor was perfect on that regard, not only on that clip, but I think he was one of the reasons why Team Liquid was not being able to find success on that A side. The B hits were completely different, but now we're heading into the second half, and things are going to get diced because are we sure the 5 is enough on the defense after getting pistol?
It's not a great defensive sided half, particularly for NRG. They really tend to struggle on this attacking side on this map. However, they have had games where they can rally it back, even when they have a rough start like this.
Yeah, and for me, Nats had a great attacking half, and this is the half where he's supposed to be even better as well. So I don't know how NRG have to deal with him, but they need to if they want to close this out 2-0. Paperthin and Achilles, let's see if they can.
Already gave us a huge unexpected run back on that first map. Perhaps they can do it again, but it does have to begin with the pistol, which they're able to take. But as the desk was saying, being able to pick up 5 after having side selection, not the greatest when you do start off with that 2-0. Liquid certainly have that momentum, that wind in their sails. NRG have shown that they have what it takes to steal it away, but can they do it again?
Yeah, it's just been such a great kind of second half of the first half from Team Liquid, where they kind of changed their tempo, got a little bit more aggressive a little bit earlier in the rounds. That really helped them get into the sights a little bit cleaner, kind of just prevent the retakes from being as easy. Gonna just detect the Sova over there for crashing.
Oh my
God.
Look at this stack up here. 3 into tree. Redguard finding the first blood. Artist gonna be taken down. Entry power limited, safe. Finding one, dashes to the flank, gets the instant headshot to put Victor on the floor. Spots another Beck on site, and they know exactly where the last member is. So Dart goes in just a little bit too far to get the connection here on the Som. Yappy holding another one again. Not getting anything. What wins the Frenzy or the Classic? It's going to be the Frenzy this time around. As Yappy was just getting ready to run circles on him, and Liquid will take the pistol and now move up to 8.
Well, it's just, again, Team Liquid having a pretty good idea of what's going to be coming from the side of NRG. And they're just ready for it. I thought NRG might pull back after, seeing and hearing at least 3 different players from Team Liquid in tree. But instead, they try to re-aggress and to fight into it, and Safe is more than happy to take that on. Finding 2 huge kills, spike down, and essentially round over at that point. So only 1 sheriff to be found here for NRG. It's in Artist's hands. Sam gonna get up top and try to spray towards this door, see if he can catch a little bit of damage. A flash gonna back Soulcast off. Space being taken, Artist taking damage though.
Yeah, I mean, it gets them some access to main. They can grab the orb, but they just have to back away as Artist gets knocked down to 65. Looks like it's just gonna be that full send to rotate here towards B. Nat's the only one in the site, obviously does have the cam set up over top of the entryway out of main. Yappy not too far away either. A Recon at the ready. A shock dart. As Recon goes in first, gets cleared. Hasn't drawn the rotations yet though from Liquid. Looks like they want a little bit more to fully believe that this is gonna be the approach.
Right here.
The 0 point going out, that might just be enough. Yuppie, oh, pushing up, trying to get in front of that Nano Swarm, maybe catch a timing, but instead catches a bullet. Gets eliminated, Nats as well displaced. Energy now with the man advantage. They try to turn the tides of this one, win out the eco round. Going in, sprayed through, oh, Finesse just dancing around at the bullets. Landing at his feet, Victor gets the right-click kill on the save. With the Spectre in hand, versus 2. Seems like Energy might just be able to turn this one completely on its head. The suppression in. 2 members so very low, taking a bit of damage. There's one found, looking for the other. The kills are gonna be coming through. Now Soul on Soulcast. Finesse, Victor down to a sliver on either of them. They're looking for a high-low double stack, but he's able to isolate it! And Soulcast will save the round to go ahead and take the follow-up and close out the anti-eco, but credit to Energy, well, where it is due, because that was so much closer than I'm sure even Liquid could have anticipated.
He reads that at the end so darn well, Achilleos. He's just checking space, checking boats, checking box, and then he's like, okay, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be around the corner, and this very well could be a double stack. It's double stack. It's like he just reads this, and then it's just boom, boom. Re-peeks it. Yampi's so happy there. Yampi pushed through that smoke a little bit early on the entry from NRG and paid the price, and then Nats has that one-way set up in the back alley, but isn't able to convert off of it, and it looks like it's going to be Energy's round for sure, but a lot of damage done along the way.
Yes.
And enough that it just takes a couple bullets from that Bulldog for Soulcast to finish it off. But yeah, like you're talking about now, the buy is much, much weaker than you'd like for Team Liquid coming up against these full rifles of NRG and Ares, a Bucky. So you gotta be real careful here. As NRG, you gotta be anticipating some kind of sneaky trap plays with those shotguns.
Redgar was holding over at main. Turns his sights towards short instead. Just re-smoking it. As we see the triple creep down. Walking up Cat. Redgar just waiting patiently. Do they fall for it? Do they come right into his trap? Paranoia across. Still just waiting patiently. Pushing. Sees that tailwind, and Artis able to avoid getting clipped. And goes ahead and takes him down. Safe as well. Fallen. This is looking damn clean here for the side of NRG. Just something that they very much need here. Trying to get that economy rolling. That's instantly dinked. Finesse will finish him off. Now it's all on the Ares from Yampi to see if he can do some damage to stop this from being a flawless. But the answer is no. Artis will just go ahead, peek the corner, confirm the flawless, and get them their first round victory here in the second half.
Good stuff here from the side of NRG. Again, the big kind of danger point in that round was going to be Redgar around that corner, and Artis was able to break his crosshairs. Paranoia as well, back him up. Really well handled there. I was wondering if they were going to try to flash around that corner with Victor. Instead, it's going to be Sam setting it up. Doing a nice job there for NRG. Now an Odin for Yampi. Can be on the other side. Full armors here mostly for NRG. Dart right into the main door here. Allow them access to this orb. Artis looking to continue to push here. You do have this Hunter's Fury to potentially clear some space. See if they note this Cypher cam.
It will be noted, but Nat's getting suppressed, has to pull off of it, so can't try to get a dart onto anybody. It's both shocks used here from Crashies, just trying to clear out some util, but as we can see, the tripwire is still standing from Jen to the wall over there. But they're going to start drifting away once again. We'll see if this turns into a B hit or just another shove down Cat.
Just a bit too much going on there. Ooh, Finesse. Only takes a little bit of damage. That wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Could have been worse.
Not quite able to answer any damage back, though. As market door getting shut. Liquid suspecting that this could end up at B, so they want to try to limit those options and really flood energy over towards that A site where there's 3 members of Liquid ready and waiting. Window gonna be broken. Crashies starting to press forward. Around the corner, Soulcast not ready for it. Redgar doesn't manage to reply. Finds the kill, dash out, safe. Trying to stay elusive, but just get worked down to 8 HP. And that's getting the better of them there in that regard. Drop down now into mid. Looking to push their way through market. TP across. Redguard gets himself situated in Boathouse, which should be anticipated. Artist making all the noise in the world, though. Safe. Just tucking away into the corner. Now to the side. Safe is going to be the one to find the kill. Redguard, however, taken down. The site now open with 4 seconds to spare. The plant can come through. It's a 2v3 with Finesse holding forward, but somehow doesn't land a single bullet. 8 HP. Safe wins it out. Now brings it back to a 2v2.
Vanessa done such a good job in this round until that last moment. Let's see if Victor can recover.
Safe. Hanging there on the boxes. He'll find some, but then his shoulder shows, and Victor will go ahead and clip him. Energy starting to get some momentum back onto their side. 7-9, a 2-round deficit. Can they get 3 in a row? As Liquid, again, the cash as far as the build is concerned, it's not being found.
I just love the way Finesse is just causing so many problems in mid during this round, just making it really hard for Team Liquid to kind of get their feet underneath them to really figure out where this attack is going to be coming, because there's pressure all over the place. And then Finesse gets that big kill over there, switches over, gets another big one onto Redgar. And if he had gotten Safe, that would have been a pretty easy cleanup potentially. Now Safe with those blades, looking to maybe go up and over this box. But
and the instant headshot, and he gets it right before the suppression comes in. What a timing found by Safe, but now he is stuck in a bad spot. Manages to drop down somehow onto the site. In the meantime, Yapi finds Victor with a headshot here off the Sheriff. A 2-kill trade up, no one lost on the side of Liquid. And that could be guns as well, recovered. Yapi now with the Vandal. His 4 members just sat on top of the spike. Ye shall not claim this, they say. They deny it. What a beautiful setup. As it now starts feeling hopeless for NRG. The Thrifty all but confirmed.
Oh, that's so beautiful from Team Liquid. That is just, I mean, the big brain stuff has been back and forth throughout the day.
Timing though. Hello. Finesse.
Oh, please.
Playing it out quietly. Okay, does decide to strike, finds one. Can that be the start of the snowball effect they need to get this back under control?
Look at Nats though.
They're looking for it. The lockdown coming through. Nats looking for the timing, gets a 2-tap, looks for a little bit more! He does it again! Runs out of bullets, but he's got plenty of time to go for the reload, and Yuppie will note Som to clean him up. It is a Thrifty and a catastrophic one at that. The lockdown wasted in the end, as Liquid will re-stretch it by 3.
As soon as that lockdown came into play, Nats was moving right into that corner. He knew right away. And then the beautiful hold here to just prevent the TP. It doesn't even work. And then Nats just reads this perfectly. NRG can't believe he's there that fast.
That might be one of the most perfect rounds that we have seen in the tournament so far. Liquid just playing every single moment of that to absolute perfection. Safe. That minor timing, that millisecond that he had to get the headshot across on the Artist before getting suppressed. Matt's getting himself in a position to shut down not just the lockdown, but 2 players on top of it, as well as the TP spike pickup denial. Absolute gorgeous round from Liquid.
And as expected, neither of these teams is really crumbling under the pressure here today. I mean, Team Liquid got, you know, just absolutely ran back on, right? Like, it looked like it was Team Liquid's map onto Haven. Then they got just slaughtered on that second half and then right into OT. And there's clearly, it has not affected their mental. I mean, clearly they're still fully engaged, reading every situation perfectly. This is exactly what you wanted out of these 2 teams. Just 2 historic Valorant teams showing us why that they are perennial contenders at all of these events, time and time again, coming through with just beautiful stuff. And now, after a timeout, NRG needs to dial up something special. A lot of ults to work with here. Null Command, Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm for Artis if he so needs to dig into the back pocket there, but probably just going to save that potentially for another round. Now, Safe sliding up into the smoke, just seeing if anybody's going to come through from Soms, but nobody from the side of NRG is really keen trying to do that. I think just trying to keep a little bit of information away from the side of Team Liquid here to start.
It didn't really have an early contest over a main, so uncertain if this is going to be occupied or not. Drone not sent to check wine. As the 0 point goes out, catches out onto 2. Victor and Artist noted. Finesse now rotating through the spawn, looking to join in with the rest of the team as Victor just wants to try to get a deep knife to check market. And it's back over to main.
I like what NRG does here because they get 2 important pieces of an execute identified there. You know, knowing that hit them, they're going to just try to double fake here, get back in.
Mid for nade. Dart over the top, not going to be getting the reveal. Now the Hunter's Fury going to be let loose here. Crashy's looking for a target. Push around the corner. Artist does find Redgar. The drop down and Soulcast eliminated it. Safe arrives. Playing over by Door. Spots one, spots a second, gets a third! A quick 3K now knowing that Artist is in the back of sight. Dashes over. 4 bullets, goes for the reload. Updrafts, gets himself wrapped around. Just trying to stay alive. Knows that there's going to be one in switch. Breaks down the door. Yumpy does get the kill. It's a double approach, updrafting up over the top, looking for him, playing it as a scout. Yumpy will be able to get a second kill in the round as the defuse comes through. Team Liquid now getting to 11.
What looked like an absolutely beautiful entry here for NRG is thwarted by Safe, who's just out here in the middle as everybody else is dealing with other problems. Finesse tries to swing him on his own. Victor's a little late and Safe just reads it. Right around the corner at Gen. Completely prepared for it. A little kiss to the teammates there, a little love shown. And Redgar bigging him up, giving him a high five. A little bit of a pause here.
It was bound to happen eventually.
Yeah, of the Pantheon Hypoc nature.
With you and I here, it was bound to happen. But it's all good.
We had our fair share, yeah.
A quick little cleanup on whatever the issue is, and then we can get back into this game. I'm sure Liquid going to be chomping at the bit. Energy probably, you know, even though obviously can't discuss with the coach, probably kind of happy to have a little bit of a breather here rather than this constant assault that is happening. Liquid just looking so very clutch in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's just awesome to see the resilience here from Liquid. The way that they're really able to keep their heads in the game. Going to be thinking about into that next round. Artist does have the Blade Storm for, you know, if they want to cut a little bit of funds. Victor's sitting on quite a bit of cash though for NRG, so they might be able to spread this out pretty decently, get at least a couple rifles in there as well. And Liquid just, what can you say? I mean, the rounds have been either just them reading them like a book or just playing them to perfection, you know, reading kind of the technical situation so well, how the ults are going to be played, how to counter them. Or in this round, just heroic plays from players like Safe, from players like Nats. We've seen today just absolutely just pop off for Team Liquid.
Well, see there, Sam, fans in the audience showing support. And as the fist bumps come through, that means we are getting underway once again. Now, worth noting, it was 12-7 when Energy was able to run it back on Haven.
What are you trying to imply here,
Can
Achilleos?
lightning strike twice in the same place, in the same fashion? Let's give the momentum seen here. It seems unlikely. Liquid looking to just maintain full control. I mean, 100 Spirit to deny plants. Nats as well with his ult. Nade's going to be let loose. Energy looking to just kind of up the pace a bit here, given that they are on a very light buy. Jump up. Artist, however, starting things off nicely. Gets that kill, but then Safe trades it back. Reveal out onto 1. Nats finds Crashies on the back of the reveal. The Hunter's Fury is still going to be invested. They definitely want to close out this round. Finesse is now going to be left all on his lonesome. Finds 1, looks to pick up a weapon, but Soulcast will eventually be able to line him up. And that is going to be Liquid getting to 12 once again.
Yeah, just everybody doing a great job here. Even though Artist is able to find 1, Safe is so dialed in right now. Just quickly responds there through the window. The spot from Nats using his utility. You know, you had the trap wire placed from Gen to the wall. You had the Cypher Cam up on the right-hand side from attacker's point of view. He's able to get that spot, get that kill. Everybody doing all the right things at the right time, and Team Liquid quick to react off that fast hit from NRG. And now NRG has to string 5 in a row just to put us into overtime. Of course, we know it's possible because we've lived it, but unbelievably challenging regardless. Trapwire is going to get the spot onto Artist here.
Does not clear that out.
This is tough.
No knives pulled, and Redasafe does that. Spots one in market. Redguard in the meantime takes down Som and a lurk over Tree. He's trying to get in behind them. Backstab the players of Liquid who'd be rotating over to the B site, but now it's all come tumbling down. You don't have your smokes, your paranoia. This becomes that much more difficult to pilot. And now, just to really add insult to injury, the ult across, updraft in, safe. Desperately wanting to get Victor's, the re-ping comes through. Sends out the 0 point, trying to take the blades out of his hands, but safe, still able to play elusive. Keeps them. As Redguard looks to challenge against Artis. Thinking about Tempo pushing on the smoke, he does so and gets the headshot. Brings it back to a 4v4. Spike getting brought over into A. Nats watching on his camera. Spotted their feet, makes the call. The rotations begin. They're wary. They know that they're here in this position, that they're going to be pushed up and looking to intercept, and Crashies does just that. Safe now gone, the window broken to get themselves up into heaven. They know that they need to try to spot Nats, but he manages to find two before getting taken out. Brings us back into a 2v2. Artis spotted. Nade down, he's updrafted, jumped up over the opposite side. Double approach now through Tree. Artis looking for the tempo, switch up, looking to catch him off guard. Finds him, the counter swing in, Yumpy finds the kill. It's gonna be a Sova battle to potentially end the map. Crashy swings, gets the headshot. And he shows his superiority, at least here in this round, to keep energy in this game.
At the beginning of this round, I think Safe kind of left Redguard out to dry just a little bit. He still had another updraft with this Blade Storm. After dodging that 0 point, Redguard steps in, gets killed by Artis. There's no response from Safe. Maybe just didn't feel comfortable. Maybe he was afraid there'd be too many players on the other side. Towards Pizza, towards Market. He had rotated over to cover an entry towards B. Redguard was on an island, got punished. That allowed the open space for NRG to shift over. Now, gonna use that knife to make sure that they can get the ult orb, get the lockdown invested into this round. Yampi not gonna hide in boats. He's gonna retreat to the safety of Nats. With safe hands from him. Sam gonna TP over to the side. A spot through onto Sam, but looks like NRG should be able to get this plant down.
And lockdown avoided, but it's only Sam inside of the site. Crashies now gonna join him as the smoke starts to dissipate. Two into the site, two at main, one at Lumber. Just trying to hold the pings coming down. Nade goes in, buys some more time. Drone up over the top, not spotting Finesse. Paranoia does clip in onto him, and Redguard, suspicious of it, flushes him out. Pop flash sent through the smoke. They look to turn away. Nats finding one. Shots coming through. Victor down to 9 HP. Gonna be finished off by Soulcast. Crashies only able to find one. It's he and Som. Now just Som, and Som is dead. The cleanup comes through. Liquid get the defuse, and they are going to be extending this series. They will not go quietly into the night. They will take us to a third and final map.
Diligent is the word I would use to describe Team Liquid here. Just brilliant on this retake, checking all the corners, checking all those sneaky spots that NRG likes to hide in. We saw it on the attacker side where Team Liquid paid some attention to that cubby where Finesse was hiding in this round. And once again, they're very, very aware of it, using the Owl to check their right-hand side. Redguard checks left, doing a ton of damage there to Victor, sitting in B main, able to clean him out, and then just finish the job. Really great stuff here on this second half. Again, NRG looks so good on their attackers half previously on Ascent, and Liquid's able to flip the script here and bring us to a map 3.
And it is yet again a monstrous performance from Nats. 23, 15, and 4. Just gorgeous play from him on that side for so many times, just bailing them out or just getting the team a nice and early advantage. We'll see if that is going to continue as we get ready to move over to Split, which feels like a very Cypher-friendly map.
He's the smartest player in VALORANT, in my opinion. The way he reads things is so good.
He's definitely putting that on full display here in this set. Nice! Can he do it for a third time in a row, and will it be good enough to close this out? Can the #1 EMEA seed take down NRG and send them home? We're going to find out, but first we're going to go to a break, so don't go anywhere.
I wanna see you get it.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So follow me to the moon. We can find a place where we can grow. 'Cause we're just kids with grown-up powers. We're just kids with grown-up powers. So follow me to the moon. We can find a place where we can grow. 'Cause we're just kids with grown-up powers. We're just kids with grown-up powers.
ね本当なんだ古い本に書いてたフェンスの先それは満ち溢れていると興味は惹かれてく色と呼ぶ光の波ママの目を盗んでよし登った壁にわかに奪われた僕の声は風に乗り群青は飛び込んでくる身にしみるほど木々の緑日差しを透かす知っているかな君にも怒られちゃうかな見てよ君も見てよわからないや隠し閉じこもるわけだけど君の小さいこの手を引いてゆく不安な顔してるそれもすぐ吹き飛ぶさ誰にも内緒だぞくくりに
What a response from Team Liquid. They take down NRG on Ascent and take us to a map 3. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. We talked about their mental and how they were going to bounce back. Mimi, it didn't even look like that they lost map 1 in the fashion that they did by the performance we saw here on Ascent.
No, it really started with a great attacking side from Team Liquid, getting themselves that 7-5 advantage, and the conversion in the second half was great as well. I think in particular, the highlight of that one was the way that they were playing the retakes, but really what it started with was this crazy eco round that they managed to win. They get the opportunity to knock that spike down, and then have the heads-up play to block that Omen ult to grab it. It was just fantastic from Liquid.
Yeah, exactly. This is a performance that we expected to see here in the international stage, because in EMEA it was a constant. Team Liquid won 31% of their ecos. That is a massive number, you know, accounting that they lost many matches, so it's not like they were winning all of them. No, it's the ability to convert those rounds that, you know, you're not feeling comfortable, not having all of your util, definitely not having all of those tier 1 weapons. The fact that you can convert those into actual rounds for themselves definitely swift the stakes for you.
It was really good out of them. And for NRG, I think they actually did a good job in the second half of balancing the mid round and finding those lighter sites in the late rounds, getting themselves in these advantageous positions. But the thing is, Liquid is so good in these late rounds, in these 2vx scenarios, particularly when it was safe and Nats or soulcast and safe, something along those lines, at closing out those situations, at finding the plan in these very, very tight late round situations to reclaim that advantage and close out these rounds.
Yeah, and also the way that they were Energy were seeing the retakes is something that they did not want to see on the other side, right? It's not that we have to plant the spike. We need to make sure that this is not going to be a 5v5, a 4v4. We need to have that advantage, and we need to gather extra space before we plant the spike so we can make it comfortable, because Liquid was succeeding time and time again in those situations.
I'm glad you mentioned Soulcast, by the way. I feel like he's kind of a little bit underrated, and he's so
good on KO.
He also makes their pistol rounds, so you know, kind of explains how good they are at
so
pistols
he got
right
3
now.
out of 4 today.
But Nats, on the other hand, we set him up as one of the players that does show up time and time and time again in these situations. And Mimi, we are seeing a prime Nats on the server today.
I think there's like 2 Nats that you have to talk about. The first is just Nats as a raw individual, as the guy who is closing out these late rounds, who is finding these massive multi-frags to keep Liquid in games, and also the guy who just has perfect util usage on the defensive side. In particular, the way that he anchors A and can stay alive backside for so long to allow his teammates to flood in and support him is excellent. NRG is a team that actually has really good executes on this map, but they were consistently getting shut down by this guy's utility. You can see there, the double cages, I think, are what's so important, because his teammates can just run out Helifin and help him.
The thing is that with Nats, we have seen this stuff before. Like, it's something that he has been doing so many times, but changing things from round to round and actually not allowing the enemy to adapt or to read onto that. And I wish that we would have had some more of his camps so we could acknowledge and feel what it feels to be Nats and running around the side like you own the place. Yeah, you know exactly where the kitchen and the living room are.
I mean, on the other side, Finesse, 0 lockdowns used on the first half. We didn't see a single one. 2 in the second half, but almost too little too late. But we do have a third map to go into here as well, Mimi, and it's going to be split.
This is going to be such a cool one, because it is a very direct stylistic clash in the way that these 2 teams play the map. NRG has adopted the America's meta of this double duelist, double controller composition that a lot of teams have been picking up, and they're really good at it. Artis and Victor are fantastic individually, and I think while you don't have the same util as those double initiator comps, Finesse still calls so well in the mid round with it. And on the other side, Team Liquid play the kind of older composition with the Cypher in the mix, but they're also incredible at that one.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, we have already seen these teams play this map. For the case of NRG, we saw them against Foot, so they have already had the taste of what EMEA is like in this map. On the other side, we also saw Liquid with their very, very conservative composition going up against EDG, having some crazy mid rounds that we were seeing from EDG on that matchup and going up against that double duelist. They lost that map, so of course it's not the better prospect for them.
Yeah, it is. And in this map, I think for Team Liquid, I'm again looking at Nats and what value he can provide. And on the other side, for NRG, how can they shut him down? I thought on their attacking side, they weren't able to break the tripwires, break the cameras quite enough in their mid round to build a mask where they were ending. Normally against the Killjoy setup, it's pretty much the same util every round. It's really formulaic to shut that down. Here on Split against the Cypher, you really have to take your time and be particular about denying Liquid information.
Yeah, you can see it here in the Prime Gaming Agents. So like everything that you guys talked about, spot on. Kakuka, of course, NRG, they look so good with that double duelist comp against Na'Vi.
It's beautiful, and on the attack, the way that Victor and Artis complement each other and just follow up on each other's actions is so beautiful to see. So I am also looking at Soulcast on this one, because we know that the Sage is something that, you know, is out of fashion, let's say, for this map lately. So he needs to find the value. He needs to combo a lot with what they were doing with Yumpy and him onto A.
It will force NRG to slow down, not just the Cypher, but the slow orbs, the wall from that Sage as well. And what's going to be really cool about this match is both these teams start on their stronger side. 61% win rate on attack for NRG, 51 on the defensive side for the side of Liquid, this is where they are both strong, and it's going to be cool to see these comps clash.
Well, this is the third and final map, and the one that's going to decide which team is going to be going home and which will be advancing to the lower bracket semi-finals tomorrow. Let's send it back to your casters, Achilles and Paperton.
Thank you very much. Yeah, all the pressure in the world resting on the shoulders of both of these teams. TL keeping themselves in this one, now looking to close it out on Split. Energy, can they rally back? They were able to do so on Haven. They drop a cent. Let's see what happens now with this double duelist.
Hey, what better map to go for map 3, right? Split. Only bangers on Split. That's all we can hope for here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it's going to be that way, but this first half should be pretty telling, and I like the way that the desk is setting this up because it is a NRG who's disgusting at their attacker side. If you look at 4 of the last 5 times they've played it, 10-2 on an attacker side versus Na'Vi, 11-1 versus Evil Geniuses, 7-5 versus Evil Geniuses, 9-3 versus Loud. And then they lost to Evil Geniuses in a rematch on this map where they only went 4-8. But certainly if NRG can do some damage here, set the tempo, maybe they can carry that over. Really going to be keeping my eyes on Sam and the way that they're going to utilize this Astra. Those stars often really indicative of how teams want to attack on this map, and you can see 2 stars out and a full presence from Team Liquid to respond.
Quick turn for the flash, and instant dash out of safe, but still managing to find one as the distraction swing comes in from Redgar. 2 members left standing now on the side of NRG. Spike going to be grabbed up by Sam. Finesse also arrives, but made a bit of a splash there. Safe having built up yet another dash, uses it, but then runs out of bullets as he swung out wide. Still though, put Sam and Finesse down to 75. Just swap out, grab another ghost, and start drifting their way over towards this A site through the sewer where Nats is ready and waiting. No.
He's pushing past.
Okay.
But that's okay, they're not going there.
They start drifting back into mid.
FNS loves these double pumps.
This could end up being good for them. Redgar, the lone player right now on this B site, and he's down to 44 health. You get him cleanly, you should be able to potentially isolate the other 2 players as some, 1v1s or a 2-on-1.
30
Push
seconds
in,
left.
Finesse avoiding showing his head until right then. Redgar gets him. Now turns his back, expecting the pressure coming in from Garage. Sam does manage to find it, now in a position where he just might be able to clutch this one up, but needs to be clean with it. Where they didn't have the split approach before, this time TL, they're the ones who are splitting. He'll be up in heaven. That's getting ready to swing the corner from Garage. The flash going his way. He's trying to wait from it, but then Nats takes the timing, gets the kill, and Liquid will get themselves another pistol win.
Yeah, I love this from Team Liquid. The way that they read this setup towards mid, read these double stars, are able to avoid significant damage. I mean, they take pretty decent amount of damage, but it isn't catastrophic from the gravity well. And then the swing out there, expecting the pressure from NRG at the beginning of the round, but then the flash to set up Nats at the end there from Yampi. Great patience once again here from Team Liquid. Wonderful coordination. I love that angle Redgar took as well. Really difficult for NRG to do anything about it unless they expect it. And, FNS there just sticking his head out enough to give Redgar the information and the ability to react to get that first kill. Even though Sam recovers, it's still just such a difficult setup with Nats lurking so early in that round, pushing so much space so fast. Just gives Team Liquid all the ability to read the map, to rotate to where they need to go.
Smoke out in the mid, Energy looking like they want to try to play off of this one as Crashies gets ready for a potential pop flash through. Does send it. Yampi is sent sprinting back, sucked away over towards stairs. Clear out of the trap wire. Meanwhile, Nats taking a hell of a lot of damage. Re-swings, stabilizes for one, but cannot get the other. Flash out, the frenzy spray goes. Yampi falls. Safe enough to hit to this Nebula to push out, but he's not ready for Crashies to be right up in front of him. Redgar now not ready for Finesse. Soulcast arrives. It's a bloodbath, but one that Energy can absolutely win.
Planted.
Weapon not recovered, Victor. Wrapping around towards stairs, that will get him a rifle in hand. Grabbing up that Vandal. Now the question is, does he find the timing? Because Soulcast is out in the open. Working his way forward, he finds it, and Energy flipped the script here in the second round, winning out.
This is just absolutely messy. A lot of 1v1s being taken here by Team Liquid, and that gives NRG the ability to trade off of them. Nats re-peeking here with that gun advantage, just so much confidence, but he isn't really able to convert, and already taking a lot of damage, and then Safe not expecting that close angle coming out of the smoke.
What did we just do?
Just do it, that's right.
Well, they did. And now it's going to be mostly Sheriffs and a Ghost here for the side of Liquid, as they look to replicate that success and get a Thrifty of their own. Yampi just sitting within the nebula for now, taking a couple blind shots through. Here's at least 2 weapons, so knows there's going to be some hefty presence here in mid. Safe was on the rope previously. Does he think about going for it again? If they can flash him in, it could be quite opportunistic for them. There it is, Victor, though, looking to hold the line. They will find Artis at the end of it all. A little bit of damage onto Victor, but still does come away with another elimination for himself as the nade pushes them back.
Got the heal, though. Can recover this rifle for Team Liquid, so honestly, this isn't too bad. Still keeping themselves in this. Gonna leave Finesse on Alurk in sewers here as the rest of NRG moves over to the site to set up for the plant. Pushing spaces, Sam towards spawn. Right on his heels is Victor. Sam, big one coming, and Soulcast gets the better of him.
He can't stabilize the Bulldog game fast enough to be able to find the elimination. Soulcast gets the headshot, but Victor now finds himself with a 3rd elimination. Safe spotted, the Seekers cleared out. 2v3, now 1. There's Nats. Swings around to the back alley, but the ping is coming down. Seems like NRG have a very good sense of where he's going to be positioned. As Victor and Crashies both watch the angle.
Surely, there's just not enough time at this point. Just maybe looking for an exit frag. Not going to happen.
Some damage is what he was looking for, but instead it's just going to be death. 4 kills for Victor and a monstrous round here on the raises. NRG will move up 2-1, but now swing back into a buy round for the side of Team Liquid to see if they can bring us to a tied-up scoreline, as they have been doing pretty much throughout this entire series so far.
Yeah, some decent ideas here from Team Liquid. You know, catching Artis out with that utility, like you said, setting up for that flash very nicely to clean him out, getting a gun upgrade at least. And Soulcast winning a big battle there on the back of site, but Victor quick to react, quick to really bail out his teammate. To flash here towards the top of ramp. Trailblazer as well. But this is just kind of all information gathering for NRG. No real lean in towards any executes. They're fanned out all over the place. Just gonna spam down the wall into mid. A star towards Mail potentially here for NRG to use to take some space. A lot of it being given up by the side of Team Liquid. It's just Soulcast on that Sage, watching from one side, Nats' trap on the other. And they're playing really towards an anti-execute here onto these sites to just really prevent NRG from really gaining any steam.
Well, Safe is starting to go on a bit of a walkabout. Sam tucked into the corner there on the astral form. Safe just continues to press up. Redguard having to send a smoke real quick. Safe continuing the swing, finds one. That's going to be a spike noted as well. Sam not making any noise as he cuts his way across. Slow out, and Crashy's head spotted. Soulcast doesn't whip the shot. Finds the kill. Now they have to try to get Sam back in with them. As the trap wire gets cleared, gives a bit more evidence it's going to be A, and Yampi just shuts down that double blast pack entry. Cam set up, Finesse noted, tagged. Has to pull back, has to remove it. But time is dwindling. Yampi pushing forward, puts some damage down onto him, but now they know, that they just cannot possibly get themselves onto site. They just have to go ahead and call up the attack. The time will dwindle down. Liquid will get themselves tied up at 2-2 once more. Decent damage still. 2 weapons going to be carried over, but obviously cash in the bank here for the side of NRG, so not going to be too softened up going into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid just being really diligent at the edges of the map here, giving up that space. Soulcast doing a great job playing his life there, up from Mail, up towards having a B there. Really making it difficult for NRG to get that crunch set up. That allows that B main space to be taken by Safe to get that important kill, to get the spike down. And then they know there's not much presence at A. And of course, with the trap wires there, inside of ropes, they're able to really confirm Where the movements are going to be this fast hit, though, shut right down by Yampi.
It's double stacked and Yampi finds the kill. Another play noted, I mean, Artist just sitting here existing with this dart in his chest. Dahl goes across. He would love an opportunity to finally remove this, but they need to gain some form of control. He finally will be able to go ahead and rip it out. But now they're fairly stuck.
Everyone is here from Liquid.
I mean, they just have to kind of plus their way through this one, but they're just going to get shut down. Clean here from the side of TL, establishing such a firm hold over A. And Sam, once again, this time in his own spawn rather than in the vents, just has to sit back and hold on to this weapon.
There's not much he can do. Hold on to that Cosmic Divide for next time. As he is just going to plant his feet, and just a great reaction here from Team Liquid. I mean, Yampi just, with a Bulldog even, able to kind of anticipate, or at least react, I should say. That's probably a better way to turn it. Turns that flash, and Safe is there with him. And again, all hands on deck for Team Liquid to just crunch on top of NRG. And like you were talking about, not able to remove that dart.
We're still in the same round, by the way.
Oh, are you sure? I mean,
just letting you know, roll the replay now. Why not?
Yeah.
So much time to burn because it was just over in the blink of an eye.
10 seconds left.
Energy trying to up that pace, but it's brought down to a screeching halt. And hey, there you go. Round's over. What do we do now, though? We don't have a replay.
Yeah, I'm not.
Roll it again.
Now it's just us. I don't know.
Shots of the players, perhaps.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, maybe a little audience shots. There you go. Nice.
Well, that's going to be as well for some further delay before we get back into the action. A timeout called by NRG. Again, just feeling this pressure very early on. Chet wanting to reestablish some semblance of control.
Yeah, and now you've got some big ultimates on both sides. NRG, that showstopper in the Cosmic Divide, can use that to really gain some space and secure a plant, set up for a post plant. Still the res though now for Soulcast, as he's been having a phenomenal half here, 6-3. Bladestorm for Safe, Seekers for Yampi, but Bladestorm probably just going to be kept in the back pocket. Those Seekers to confirm that information going to be really useful to counter potentially that Cosmic Divide, to kind of figure out how the defensive formation potentially is going to be set up behind NRG if they can get that Cosmic Divide down even. See how Team Liquid wants to set this up. Maybe expecting some kind of fast hit here. A lot of teams, you know, when they have that showstopper, well, I guess we live in the realm of the Pacific. So when you have a showstopper, that generally means just blast pack, GG, go, you know, just fly in there. Seen that so many times from Jing, but let's see, I think NRG might be a little slow. I think they're going to be a little bit more methodical. They're going to spread out with some of their Astra Stars.
I mean, we'll have to see what they decide to do, but Artist is going in with his attack operator. Going to try to find a pick over here at A. You can see Yampi just playing back. Whether or not he anticipates the op, it's hard to say, but definitely anticipating some form of presence. So doesn't even want to peek the ramp.
Well, and Liquid here, you know, NRG's expecting either Liquid's going to try to get ahead of the showstopper or play behind it. And now you're kind of getting the sense, you would think, that they're playing behind it. But if you actually look at where Safe is positioned, Redgar's kind of baiting for him over onto B. We'll see if that comes into play, as it looks like now they're going to drift in more towards these stars that they have at mid. Spike's still in Ramen, hasn't moved. Slow orb here just to buy a little bit of time for Team Liquid. The wall now invested as well, as they want nothing to do with this showstopper. It's in fact going to be towards ropes now for Victor. He might be able to cut off these Seekers. They're not going to get too much info off of this.
Just one. Still flying through. He'll eventually clear it. Still, though, no closer to the site quite just yet. 30 seconds remaining.
Left.
Trap wire just at the top of the rope. Flash goes in the check towards ramp. It actually did connect over on a finesse for a bit of an audio cue. Showstopper now drawn out. So just back away from the corners. Victor just gonna send it, hoping for a Hail Mary connection. Nate as well to check back sight. Wizard Orb comes down, Yampi pushing forward, finds Crashies. Victor trades it back. Blast back out to try to slow any approach down. as the res will come in. Soulcast dragging Yampi right back into the round. Vanessa pulls away. Artist with a peek into heaven, finds safe, drops down, gets himself tucked away over towards main. Just waiting for another target. And now this becomes so very difficult if you're Liquid to try to push your way back into this site. Flash is not available. Now it's just going to be dead. Victor completely shuts down the screen's approach. Edgar is still trying to get himself in from that angle, and Victor will find yet another 4K, his second one here in the first 6 rounds of this map. This man is fired up on the raise, and he helps Energy tie the score at 3-3.
Yeah, I really like the way that Team Liquid is starting this round off, being really patient, making sure they can get that res off safely. They don't take any damage from the Showstopper. The Cosmic Divide and the Showstopper, sure, it gives them the ability to get into that plant, but then Team Liquid has a full 5-man for the retake. However, it's so well handled with the crossfires from NRG and Artist hitting a big op shot, and then Victor with yet another 4K, 9 kills, 8 of them in 2 different rounds. He's been super impactful on that raise, and some stability found here now for NRG after dropping 2 in a row. And they can continue to kind of keep these edges under pressure. Both of the wide angles being covered right now by Victor on one side, Artis on the other. That double duelist composition that NRG loves to lean into. Really able to keep control of those flanks, make sure that someone like Nats isn't going to be doing what he did in the pistol round and coming at you from an unexpected angle. Now once again, going to hear the dog coming, going to be cleared. No presence towards those 2 players, and Sewers noted off of that. They hid themselves. It's safe, going to try to go for a potential peek, but here's that dog and says, nah, we don't want to reveal this presence of this operator just yet.
Backs off, cleared by Yampi. The op now getting ready for the swing, and Artis whips the shot. He had the peak advantage, is holding the line, and it's safe for the short. He takes down Finesse. Victor jumping in over the top as the trap wire is cleared.
30 seconds left.
Just tucked away. Redgar TPing up top. Himself safe. 5 members strong though, as they will go ahead, use the neural theft, and identify all 3 player locations on the side of NRG. The second ping goes across. Crashy's now trying to reposition, get himself into an unsuspected spot. Just up against the wall here, alongside that Nebula, and he's waiting this out patiently. Oh dear, he sees 2, potentially even the 3rd, rips the first shot, safe swings the corner, finds another one. Bladestorm going to be pulled out, but he gets taken down in midair. The hold to half, the punch with the shorty, and Som will get 3 of his own to regain the lead.
Unbelievable, the spam from NRG gives them 2 huge kills. Even with that neural theft, Yampi's going over there to clear out Som. It just never happens. Yampi goes all the way through Ramen towards B main to clear out Som, and Som's having none of it. And then even after that early kind of fumble from Artis at the beginning against Safe, should have the opportunity there, holding the angle, should have the advantage. Not able to get it. Safe able to get a double out of it, and yet still NRG recovers. This is what makes them so scary. The reactions that they have, the way that they position themselves is so good.
An incredible run back in the round, and yeah, Liquid immediately wanting to pump the brakes. Again, neither of these teams have been wanting to allow, I mean, this goes without saying, but wanting to allow the other team to be able to break away from them. They have been neck and neck, you know, at the beginning of these maps. And Liquid, they want to bring this to a 4-4 half. But a fantastic turnaround from Victor Som. Crashy's just playing it out to absolute perfection. Showing that discipline, knowing that he could get more. Yeah, it was a little bit whippy, but it still was enough to catch him off guard to really scramble Liquid on that retake.
Exactly. It's just so fun to watch these 2 teams. I mean, so many good ideas and so many little micro plays like the coaches were talking about in their kind of between map interviews that really kind of make or break some of these rounds. And it looked like it might have been NRG who was going to be on the wrong side of one of those that time with the Safe double, but instead it's them swinging the round. Now Safe out early with this op. Som's gonna throw up a smoke there, but quickly dissipates it. Som's still in that corner. He's been there a couple times now, and now he's kind of got a potentially rough exit. Safe might be able to punish this.
I mean, it would be a really bold push up to try to swing that corner, especially just given the form that Sam has been in so far here in this map. He's still inching up though. Sam setting the trap, patiently waiting and hoping that Safe is going to take the bait.
They're kind of reading something that worked for Team Liquid previously when they got aggressive out of B main like that. So they're anticipating it.
Hawk through from Crashies. Just gets an audio cue out onto the site. Still a good deal of ambiguity as far as where somebody could be positioned off that. Trap wire set up as well. Made up over the top, blast pack entry, the cages come through. Safe finally finds him. Sam swinging out, ends up getting taken down. Safe down, though needs to book it across the side of the map to try to help reinforce his team. Victor finding two. Soulcast Nats now going to be taken down. As Victor keeps their hopes alive, the showstopper as well in the back pocket, should he think it's necessary, but I don't think it will be. Yampi now gone with an operator in hand. You have to just run away. Team Liquid have to concede the round and allow for Energy to get a 2-round stretch lead.
And Energy here able to avoid the trap wires of Nats is a big part of the reason they're able to get through. You know, Mimi was talking about this on the desk, that they were having a tough time on Ascent dealing with some of Nats' utility. And here now they just avoid it. They just completely just go right down towards screens, just bypassing all of those wires. There was one to the cubby on the left, there was one on the right from the front of the site over towards that back wall. And instead, Victor just pushes right in towards screens and it pays off. And that's huge for NRG. And even though they lose Sam on the backside in the middle of all of this, they're taking complete control of the back of the site. Okay, Safe is gonna get
parting gift.
Yeah, parting gift there, yeah.
One additional kill found for himself. Pass the weapon on, operator back in his hands, but yeah, I mean, Victor has just continued to be absolutely monstrous. 12, 4, and 3 right now on the raise. Double the next person's kill count here on his team. He's very much the lobby leader. But what a just disjointed economic situation right now for the side of Liquid. An operator in the company of a Bucky.
That's the counter of the Viper's Pit. Of course, you're going to hold Mail, but the Viper's Pit is well in play for Finesse. And shotguns can be really useful in helping deal with that really powerful Viper ultimate. Now another crunch coming through towards mid as Safe has once again gotten really aggressive with this operator, trying to hold the angle. But the utility here from Crashies should be able to identify it. Now he has to pop the dash.
Yep, updraft over the top, gets himself in there. Showstopper in the meantime at the ready. Victor looking for a target. His artist has already taken down Redgar here on the site. Showstopper sent up. Not going to find anything to tuck away in the mail. Keep himself safe, but this long rotate here from Finesse. Nats tap the camera right now. May just be able to see him, but it's not going to happen. He's just swinging through, pressing past screens. Made out to Alley to go ahead and delay. Buys that much more time for Finesse's backstab to find even more impact.
See, Liquid does not want to commit this operator. Oh, Yampi.
Gets the shutdown on a 1. The high-low stack, though, in backside. It proved to be difficult. Artist, though, not even going to wait for that one. Just swings out, challenges the fight, finds one. Sam holds the line. Nats will get taken down, and Soulcast with a Bucky. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. Takes down Finesse, swaps over to the operator, and goes ahead and gets the hell out of there. But round win still goes the way of NRG. Now it's 6 with this double duelist composition. And Team Liquid likely starting to sweat.
Oh, and you gotta love the way Finesse plays this round and the way that they buy time for him to really make that long lurk happen. Team Liquid has that safety valve there up from heaven to make sure that the operator's recovered. But it's just, of course, with the weaker weapons, a really difficult ask, and NRG very aware of the situation, not giving Safe any opportunities with that operator. No kills in that round from him. And now the money going to be heavily invested here for the side of Liquid. Even a Guardian going to be found. A judge for Artist with that Blade Storm.
Again, looking for that op setup, but Nebula comes through. Yeah, Artist rushing forward, just following the Trailblazer. Eventually we'll be able to get that one. Takes quite a bit of damage to the wall, but it's okay. Crashies can patch up those boo-boos.
Just give it a little kiss.
Yep. And now the pace where it was
Or you can
Get
be
ready
like,
to get out of hand.
Be like my dad, just tell me to walk it off, rub some dirt on it.
Rub some dirt on it, yeah. Everything coming to a screeching halt. Because of the ambiguity here, Seeker's going to be used. Yampi wanting to know exactly where they're at. Safe. Oh, surely not. Just about be a death sentence. Flash at the ready, goes up the wall, and he tries to get the shot. Instead of just backpedaling through it, but Artis finds that kill in the end. B-site opened up, but this is going to be the attack coming over towards A, where right now it is only Soulcast waiting. He hears the noise. Aid not going deep enough to hit him. Boombot clears out onto the site. TP across, and now they're gonna double back. They're starting to work their way back through, over towards B, and as you were putting out, yeah, Nats trying to get the catch in mid, but he just cannot win out the fight. He ends up falling, as does Yampi. No way to interrupt the plant, no way for Soulcast to get anything done. Sam catches him completely off guard, and NRG are looking to lock in 7. Redgar will find 1. He's gonna try to go ahead and grab a weapon, but hello, it's Finesse on a rope.
If Team Liquid had been able to stabilize just a little bit after NRG shifted back again, so they start out a little bit towards B, Artis sells a brilliant fake along with this Cosmic Divide, then they go over to A, they don't like what they see there, and they shift back in. Redgar had TP'd into sewers in the middle of all of this and had a really good pivot position, but the rest of his team crumbled around him and is only able to find 1. So NRG just continuing to have phenomenal rounds. Viper's Pit still for Finesse. He never used his lockdown in the first half of Ascent.
Yeah.
So, you know, ultimates are just kind of a...
This is a suggestion.
Yeah, exactly.
There if you feel like you need it.
You don't have to hit the ultimate button.
If they can get a nice little foothold on one of these sites, you can be damn sure that we're going to be seeing that, if not in this round, then the next one. Just make it really unassailable. Soulcast just slow creeping down. Melody's good for 2. What in the hell? Now Safe pushes out. Flash deep into Ramen. Not sure if they get the confirmation, but either way, the spike is going to be dropped and it's going to be walled off. Some having to break through, and Soulcast finds a 3rd. Now looking for the 4th, and he has it. Absolutely gorgeous W Key gaming from Soulcast to turn the pace around. Liquid take the round 4-7. See if they can make this a 5th, but it's just clean.
Nasty. Absolutely phenomenal from Soulcast. A much needed breath of fresh air here for Team Liquid, as that had been 5 rounds in a row for NRG. And now you can stabilize. Last round and a half. Big question for me.
Oh my God, Artis!
Even with the aim punch.
Yeah, just quick hit. Safe taken down. Granted, Rez is available from Soulcast, but they need to open up so much space to try to get him back into the mix. Nat's going to be taking a little bit of damage there from the paint shells as Victor goes rushing forward. Flashes are flying. He's trying to leap his way back around the side, and Nats is already taken out. Finesse getting that kill. And Sam wants to try to cover this. Rez, it would seem. Pit now invested. 3v4. Sam tucked away. Redgar TP's into the smoke, and Sam, he's aware of it. Pings it out, but he doesn't want to push in. He doesn't want to play this aggressively. He wants Redgar to come to him. And he does just that. Moves his way out, quickly dealt with. Safe. They only know the real location of 1 player here. Sam notes. Soulcast there for just a brief little moment. Now Safe going to be spotted, and Finesse cleans up a 3rd off the back of the pit. NRG closing out the half, 8-4 in the lead.
So all things being considered, if you were to say that this is both teams' better side of their map, certainly NRG comes out ahead in that affair. And a big part of it is Victor. Finesse finally able to get that Viper's Pit down. Artis with a phenomenal shot to open up this round. Sure, he's not having the best map, but he came up with a big opener. And then just reading the back line so well is Sam. I gotta give Sam a lot of credit. He's doing a great job on the flanks for NRG.
That's the first time for NRG to be in the lead here at the half. We're gonna throw it back over to Yinsu and the rest of the desk to break down the action here.
Thank you very much, Seth and Paperthin. What a start it is for NRG as well, Bayer. They just look so clean, and you can see why they choose this comp for this attack side.
Yeah, exactly. You can see it time after time. I think the Artist was having a rough start, but it doesn't matter. The evolution of the plan throughout the half was great. We could see it also in the late round, which I think was the most important. In so many bits, they were they were postponing the plan a lot just because they needed to secure, they needed to break some utility. I love this round that we're seeing right now, number 6, right after that timeout, right after that conversation where we see Artists going on the operator and actually an energy that is really capitalizing on the ultimates that they're using to create that pressure onto sites.
Against this energy composition, there's always going to be that temptation when they're playing these really slow attacking mid rounds to get aggressive on extremities and try and get information. Whenever Liquid went for rounds like that, NRG's fast reactions to push on the other side were excellent. And with this double duelist comp, they're so good at overwhelming site anchors. Even Nats really couldn't hold up to these hard executes.
Especially on that second round, right after Team Liquid gets the pistol, they just overwhelm Nats on his comfort zone. On B, he has his trap wires, he has his camp, and everything gets overruled and overrun by NRG.
And despite this being the defensive side in double duels, this is where NRG are strong. They're really good at re-clearing in the mid round and playing fast flood retakes with this double duelist. Team Liquid need to figure out how to shut down the pace of these faster executes.
Yeah, not just that. If Team Liquid don't find a way, they will be eliminated from Masters Tokyo as the #1 seed from EMEA. Paperthin and Achilles, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the second half.
Nor can I, so let's go ahead and get right back down to brass tacks. Energy, lead in their hands. A pistol from here could spell absolute disaster from Liquid. We'll see who is going to be able to draw that first blood as we get ready to go into this one. Ghost across the board aside from Soulcast here on TL. Sam just going for a quick little jiggle peek, but will back away.
Sam not really interested in holding this back up to heaven. Trailblazer out here. All the information needed for NRG to make their rotations. Everybody heading in towards the B site now. As you can see, Safe is pushing in towards spawn already.
Default
Grenade.
plan, that's going to force Yampi back. Oh, okay, still, yeah, will eat a decent amount of damage. Safer on the back, however, only gets a couple taps on the Crashies to get him down to 10 HP, but does not find the elimination. Redgar, saw him TP up here onto the Raptor. Waiting, but his attention's being pulled from either side. He doesn't know which way to look, and now he's got to look over towards heaven as Soulcast gets taken out. That's finding one, but now Redgar fallen. 2 members left standing. Low HP bars on the side of NRG, but it is not low enough. They cannot find anything aside from the 1 kill. With 4 members left standing, NRG will take another pistol round for themselves, and they will now move up 9-4.
Yeah, heartbreaking here for NRG, but playing delay for that retake, that grenade, just to buy a little bit of extra time to prevent Yampi from getting that spike down quickly. Really gives them kind of the time they need to sort of settle themselves. Safe cleared successfully. That allows them to storm through the site. Everybody doing a good job there, checking all their corners, not falling to any of the kind of unusual positions that Team Liquid tried to set up in that post plant. Now Team Liquid heading in towards A, up the ramp. Oh, that grenade did a ton of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Soulcast had 2. And that's probably saying, hey, can you heal me? I'm just like, no, I can't. He actually did, never mind. That's interesting.
I should heal myself, right?
Soulcast, you're top fragging. It's not, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think I would do the same. When you're a Sage, you gotta be selfless. You gotta heal your teammates, right?
Sure.
It's Nats' Sage.
I'm sure if most Sages out there, if you could resurrect yourself, they would do that.
How dare you? How dare you besmirch the Sage players?
Safe, getting ready. Peek out. Elbow shows for just a moment. Warning shots to send them, drive them back over towards the site. Safe trying to watch, but you can tell there's just indecision right now. Liquid trying to figure out what is the best way to try to approach this one. There's not really a good answer to that. Nats will find Som. Finesse gets Nats. That's all on Safe, and he gets taken down to the end. NRG, they reach double digits. 10-4, and Team Liquid, they want to stay in this. They need to start clawing their way back in right now.
No doubt about it. And we talked a lot about how good NRG is on their attacker side of Split, and you saw it. They're not bad at all on their defender side. A lot of times they just straight up don't get to play too many rounds on their defender side because they blow teams out of the water. But
Victor has a 3.0 KDA, right?
He's doing pretty good. He's having a pretty good map, Achilleos.
That he is.
I'm giving it a pretty high score right now.
Artis looking to go really aggro here. Just wants to try to spray down, get rid of the dog. Safe pushes into the cyber cage, will find crashes, but Artis gets one back. Make things nice and even. An attempt there at the grab nade combo. Artis gonna be forced to dash as he once again gets darted and chipped away at. Gives up that A main control, at least for the time being, but Liquid still not feeling comfortable enough to even remotely start pushing forward off of this.
Yeah, but you'll take that exchange as NRG. You're able to keep your rifle. Artis able to survive through all of that. You take safe out of there. So that entry for the side of Team Liquid is that much more difficult as they begin to make their way in towards mid. Soulcast, who's having a phenomenal map for Team Liquid, gonna lead the way. The reinforcements are here from NRG. Victor right behind Finesse.
Shot goes out, snake bite to try and delay. Could still double back to A, and with the spike, getting ready to exit to on that side of the map, it seems like it's going to be the call. Soulcast perhaps just going to be hovering here, trying to sell that this is going to be the approach. The wall will come up. Rotation begins. Artis starting to make his way over, but no. Waits it out, drifts back towards A. Can he find impact? Smoke now coming down. It's too late to try to push out of it from here, and also just gets pinged right there into the shoulder, down to 41 health. Spike planted, 12 seconds to spare. Liquid in control. NRG gonna look to wrest that away from them. Drop down, Nat's ready for it. Gets a punish on the one. It's limited util here for NRG. Try to retake this one, a boom bot to clear an angle. That's about it.
Victor gonna blast back over the trap wire.
But Red Guard hears this.
Yep.
They are perfectly aware, but Soulcast still losing out of the fight as Victor continues to deliver, but that trap wire comes in clutch. It locks him in place. Nat swings, finds that kill, leaving just Yampi now. Needs to try to find the elimination, gets onto it, it's not held to half, so Artis cannot do anything here. It's a round victory for the side of Team Liquid, but it is not nearly as clean as they would love it to be. No one surviving, no weapons carried over. Yes, they do get Artis in the end with a spike explosion, but there's just a decent amount of cash stacked up here for NRG, so Liquid's still gonna be fighting back with half armor, it would seem.
And the impact that Victor is still having here, but it's that kind of that layered defense that Nats is able to provide, gives them just enough information there to clear him out before that showstopper can maybe stop this map and this match.
3 Bulldogs. Burgess is necessitated. How that all went. No opportunity to build up a bank.
Judge for Artis in male. Trying to see if he can recreate some of Soulcast's success from male there. Flash is going to confirm though. Response is the smoke from Sam for NRG. As they, one player on each side watching the flanks. Finesse.
Finesse just coming away with it. Spike was dropped, now picked up. I mean, that's your flash is gone. Not just the paranoia to try to work with. Boombot gets cleared. These smokes start to dissipate. Over out, Victor pulls back, but Artis has just been quietly and patiently waiting, and now he strikes. 2 kills picked up, swap over on the weapon. Nats is hovering around as the poison orb will get dropped. Artis with a quick little dash, keeps himself safe, doesn't take any damage. And then Spike, I mean, it seems like, yeah, the call has to be made that this is unretrievable.
But they're pressing. They're already in sewers. Victor's wants a challenge, and it's not going to work out. Nats just barely able to win that out. 21 HP left for him. But still, this is great stuff here from Artis. It's safe. Does a double take there. He checked that corner first and then pulls away from it instantly, not really kind of reacting to Artis just sitting there in male with a shotgun. And that gives him 2. Artis then so keenly there, pulls back. He comes in, takes a duel with Nats, and then immediately dashes out, realizes he isn't going to get the better of it maybe, and just plays defense, waits for the help from his teammates.
Yeah.
So I want to give Artis a lot of credit in that round. I mean, not just because he has a judge and male. Anybody, you know, that's not the most difficult thing in the world to pull off, but it's the reaction after that.
Yeah, not overheating.
Yes, exactly.
Just keeping cool, calm, and collected. Very well aware that, you know, yes, they had enough money to buy into that round to still have some great firepower, but anything beyond that would have been pretty punishing to them. So wants to hold on and retain as much as they possibly can. And yeah, I mean, you can see just completely and utterly frazzled are Saved and Soulcast on that approach into male. Well, 2 weapons held on to here for the side of Team Liquid. Everything else very much weakened up. Full flash connecting. Artis lingering forward. Catches Redgar. Is finesse.
Oh my.
Oh, this could be absolutely disgusting. Up over the top of the box. Finds one. Drops down. Safe. Still within the smoke. Swings out on the back of the Seeker, but it doesn't matter. Finesse just fast enough to take him out. Also takes the aggressive fight versus Soulcast. Yep. It's a headshot across onto Artis, but Crashy swings around into main to clean it up, and NRG are now at match point, looking to send the #1 EMEA seed home.
And it's Finesse again with a phenomenal multi-kill here. The way he changes position, gets up on top of that box. Nats, as smart as he is, has no idea. The Seekers come out, and Finesse expects the swing out of the smoke. Reacts so nicely to it there. Gets the final kill. Unbelievable stuff here. 15 and 8 for Finesse, having a whale of a map once again for NRG.
He's climbing up the standings with every single round that goes around, and nearly has another pit. So an orb, an early kill, and that's one of these sites completely locked off. And as Liquid, in desperation, call this timeout to see what they can get done, but it would have to be a 7 consecutive round run back to deny this away from NRG, and even then, it's only into overtime. What a miracle it would be, and I would love to see it. But right now, it just feels like the odds, the deck, that they're stacked against Team Liquid.
Think about this, Achilleos. We're about to lose another #1 seed. First, the NA #1 seed went down. Now the EMEA #1 seed potentially about to fall, and that would just leave PRX from Pacific as the last #1 seed standing from our 3 main regions. Of course, EDG. I mean, I can't wait, but it's neither here nor there. Last round, Crashies has the Seekers, and that's sitting on his ultimate. Neural Theft, Artis with the blades. But Artis has been really good these last couple rounds. It's a fast one.
And it is. Trying to change things up. Artis just updrafting so they can avoid any potential spray through that smoke. Cuts back, but Victor shuts down Save. That judge finding nothing. Nets cut down a size. Break in on the wall. Victor sends out the boom bot. Yapi has been spotted. Finesse blinded. Tucks into the corner. Draws up the shorty. It's not going to be good enough, but it does not matter. The rest of Energy, they counteract the aggression. They shut it down. And they will be sending Team Liquid home. Energy will stick alongside EG as the second representative here from America, still in the tournament. And the #1 seed from EMEA will be taking an early trip back, leaving Fnatic all on their lonesome to represent the region.
And a huge round of applause from the crowd here in Japan. They loved what they saw. Certainly a phenomenal match. Certainly everything we wanted out of these two teams. Tremendous resilience from Team Liquid. And NRG just had so much here on their attacker side of split. It was just too much for Liquid to deal with on this final map. A great back and forth. You know, Team Liquid comes to Ascent. They're able to pull it back after a disappointing loss, but still, just a, absolutely well-played game for both teams.
For Liquid and for all of the teams here, obviously, it's not over yet. We still do have champions on the horizon, and given the evolution we've seen from the team across the course of the year, there's still very much hope for them to become that world beater, the one that goes into the event that needs to be feared by absolutely everybody. It started off that way after they had taken down Fnatic in the EMEA Grand Finals, after they were the ones to finally send EDG down to the lower bracket. But here today, NRG have decided that they are not going out early. They do not want to have another performance like Lock-In, exiting, around 5th place, like they had with this core in Champs 21 as Envious. They say, no, we are here to stay. We're continuing to persevere. We'll have to just wait and see for tomorrow if who their opponent's going to be and whether or not they're going to be able to continue this lower bracket run.
And if they can, it's going to be yet another top 3 finish for this NRG core, for Finesse and company. They have been just so resilient, so smart. Every time they make such great adjustments throughout series, even when things go sideways, they're able to keep their heads together and continue to just be absolutely incredible. And yeah, I agree with you on Team Liquid as well, that I think they can get better. There's so much potential on that team. I mean, you know, Nats is still Nats. He's still incredible. Redgar has some great moments. His coaching staff with Emil and company doing a great job at times, putting him in good positions. But for NRG right now, just the better team, a little bit deeper here today. And tell you what, whoever they go up against tomorrow, it should be a great match.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to wait a bit longer until after our next series to know who they need to start preparing for, but we'll have to just wait and see in that regard. PRX or EDG, either one. I mean, EDG especially. You're probably hoping and praying somehow that PRX do manage to come out with a victory in that set, just given the form being shown by that squad. But for NRG, they've maintained the prestige. They look to get that top 3 yet again. We'll see how they prepare for tomorrow. For now, we're gonna go ahead and throw down to the stage where we have Taiga standing by with Som for an interview.
さあということで勝利を収めました NRG からその選手にお越しいただきました。さあ対戦相手は EMEA のチャンピオンチームリキッドでした。今対戦を終えての感想を教えてください。
So your opponent was the EMEA champion, Team Liquid. How was the match?
I mean, it was a pretty close match. Even after map 1 and map 2, we still didn't step off the gas for map 3. We knew we had to keep the momentum going, and glad we closed it out.
マップ1、マップ2と苦しい展開になり接戦が続いたんですけれども、自分たちにしっかりといい流れを持ってきて第3マップをやっていかなければいけないという思いで戦い抜くことができて勝つことができて嬉しいです。
そして第3マップスプリットでは前半相手がセンチネル2つの構成でした。前半かなりアドバンテージ取れたのは気持ち的に楽になりましたか？
Yeah, especially at the third map split, they had a double sentinel, and you had difficulty. But the second half of the third map, were you confident winning against them?
Yeah, we were definitely more confident on CT side because they had double sentinel. We knew their stronger side would be CT side, so during our T side, we just needed to get a couple rounds going into the half. But yeah.
そうですね、ダブルセンチネルということで苦しみましたけれども、あちらの展開が読めるというのが逆にあったので、そちらの裏をかいていくというプレーをできました。
ありがとうございます。あとインタビューで自分だけタイトルがないと、おっしゃってましたけれども、いよいよタイトルに近づいてきました。今の気持ちを教えてください。
And during the pre-match interview, we saw you saying that you still don't have a title, and that's only you in the team, but you are one step forward to have a championship. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, job's not done. Definitely got to take it one game at a time, but I mean, winning always feels great.
そうですね、まだ1試合1試合大切に戦ってこれからタイトルを取るということになりますので、まだまだしっかりと気を引き締めていきたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。それでは最後にたくさんのファンが見守っております。世界中のファンに一言いただいてもいいですか？
As you can see, there's lots of fans out here at the arena and people watching all over the world, so please give them a message.
I mean, yeah, shout out to everyone in the crowd. Thank you again for all the support. The crowd here has been absolutely amazing. And yeah, thank you guys.
会場の皆さん、そして見ている皆さん、応援ありがとうございます。皆さんの応援最高です。
さあということで改めて勝利を収めました NRG からソン選手でした。
NRG, they live to see another day. Welcome back to the desk. I've got Mimi and Kakuka here joining me. And as Som said, one step at a time, you know, we're not just there yet. And Kakuka, that is what NRG do best, just taking that step. Even when they're in a pretty dire situation, they still manage to win.
They're the best team at knowing their place. I think that they're the most down to earth in that situation, just because they have been in this situation in the past. They know what it is to be in the lower bracket. I understand that all of this introspective journey they've been through already.
And from going in map number 1 and playing that super close game, requiring a crazy comeback to win it, to losing, honestly, quite dominantly on Ascent, they really rally on this third map, and I think lean into so many of their strengths with this double duelist composition. This is one of those teams where no matter how tough a match looks, no matter if they lose a map, if they look down in a series, they're always going to be able to rally back and keep it so competitive. And TL, I just don't think we're ready for this double duelist comp.
We're talking about the mental, the snowballing. I think that second half was all about that. Not for 1 second, NRG allowed Team Liquid to play their game. There were always condition in every single move from the team, and that is the kind of consistent win in the kind of way that you want to close this matchup.
And that's why you have to respect this team when they are in these situations, because the later you get into a tournament, the better energy gets.
Yeah, and we spoke about how players like Victor, they step up in high pressure situations. We saw Nat step up for Liquid, but Victor on this map was just something else. I mean, who would have expected that?
I mean, it's kind of the versatility that we were talking about at the beginning. We know that Nats is brilliant, but he's brilliant just as his roles, you know, like his 3 agents that he can play, he excels at all of them. It's actually Victor showing us every single phase of this die that makes us love him.
He's just the consistent member for this team. No matter what agent, what role he's on, he will always perform in these big matches.
Yeah, and as you guys can see for NRG, they live to see another day. They will be back tomorrow. But however, the EMEA #1 seed Liquid has been defeated. They fell to one America's team in the upper bracket, EG. And Mimi, they've just done it back-to-back to these America's teams here. I think people might have expected them to go a little bit further, but they did put up a good fight.
It is a brutal loss for Liquid here to be going home so early after living that high, right? Beating their expectation in EMEA, being able to take the trophy over Fnatic. It's definitely not what they wanted here, but they did show good things. We think earlier in the series, they were adapting to energy quite well. They had great ideas. The players are in peak form. Safe and Nats in particular are looking like superstars, and I'm sure they're going to come back and be a contender in Champions.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Champions is going to tell a different story for them. I think that this team is not there yet. I think that they've had their peak moments, but I think that there is much more to it. I think that we're going to have a huge narrative going into Champions with Team Liquid just being hungry to defeat every single NA team.
First time ever, they don't have to play LCQ,
exactly.
So
it's
that
is going to be the Liquid Champions qualifier.
That's going to be a fun one to see. But who will NRG be facing tomorrow? We're going to be finding out in just a moment. It will be between HyperX and EDG. First, here's your Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and we'll catch you on the other side. Two massive juggernauts of Valorant on stage, the #1 seed out of EMEA, and the legacy of NRG, the team that would not just roll over and get eliminated like this.
Trailblazer in, catches Yappy up front. Soulcast there for a bit of covering fire, and he's gonna find 3. What a final shot on the Crashies.
Wow, he's very cool and collected. Wow.
Nice job, man.
Multiple people there looking to spray him out. Get that! And Nets cuts them down! A 4K in the blink of an eye! And both just tucked into the same corner. A 3-man approach from Link, however, it's into the meat grinder. Finesse finding a third, and he has no idea where he's at. Crashy stays quiet, gets the kill confirmed, and Energy will take the map 14-12. This time coming across, Som gets a headshot there. Safe gonna be taken down, but Soulcast finds 2. TP gonna be used, and a bit of a bait there, perhaps. And they're looking for a high-low double stack, but he's able to isolate it! And Soulcast will save the round. They will not go quietly into the night. They will take us to a third and final map. You're Liquid to try to push your way back into this site. Flash is not available. Now it's just gonna be dead. Victor completely shuts down the screen's approach. Confirmation, but either way, the spike is going to be dropped and it's going to be walled off. Some having to break through, and Soulcast finds a third. Now looking for the 4th, and he has it. As the tension's being pulled from either side, he doesn't know which way to look, and now he's got to look over towards heaven as Soulcast gets taken out. Low HP bars on the side of NRG, but it is not low enough. They cannot find anything, and they will be sending Team Liquid home. NRG will stick alongside EG as the 2nd representative here from America, still in the tournament. And the #1 seed from EMEA will be taking an early trip back, leaving Fnatic all on their lonesome to represent the region.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
下道没人吧？应该
没人。
对，我准备点烟了。
这里 KO， 这里 KO。
我丢过来。
点的 KO 啊。
我丢个下面闪光，你们别看着，别震了。下面没有人，上面没有人。
没事。
后路压，小心后路压。
我们提。
掏一个，他们回来接我们了，可能。
没事，万子，我的帮你。
走了
，nice。慢慢打。
我走 B 大，我走 B 大。B 大应该还有人。对
，Tower KO。
Frizaram, cuidado com a Mercedes. Calçaram. 30 segundos antes do bomb ainda.
Tower 清了行吗？
包哪个？喷子。
上包吧，
还有个喷子。不用管了。小心警察拉出来。
屁股来，我得撤，我要撤 B 大。待会儿来我一下。
烟刺了兄弟，我有大的。
安全包呀，绕了。
可以绕。
我照了。
我给你们平包。
我拍。
张你不用对了，他可能有把区。
Bem atrasado, não. Mas tá C4. Tá aqui, tá fechada. Faz o que aqui, Dudu. Tem antes do Brent. Foi metade, foda-se. Foi metade. E da escala pra mim, mano. Foi metade.
直接给了。包哪一个？没事拆，最后一个在 Tower。
要狙吗？
要。
And that was a listen in on EDG and Loud's comms from our Sony Inzone open mic. Welcome back to the desk, everybody, where we are conducting an experiment on whether you or Achilles are the real curse of the Pacific's teams.
I'm really hoping it's Achilles.
I mean, no,
really hoping.
When we had him on the desk, though, DRX went really fast, so you have big shoes to fill.
Yeah, but you don't understand. He'll never let me live it down if it is in fact me.
We are going to find out. Yeah, we are going to find out because,
we need some answers.
Because HyperX will be going up against EDG today. That's why we're going to be testing the curse. Let's talk about this matchup because it has happened once before, and it's interesting because normally when we talk about rematches, a lot of rosters have had dramatic differences in roster, but Kakuka, only Benkai is missing here from the last time these two faced each other.
Yeah, exactly, but some things are also different. Not only the format for the entire year has been different, also we were living in a chamber meta that we all really enjoyed. Go chamber. No, but what I mean is that, for example, we saw Forsaken that was a duelist instead of a support. You know, the only constant that I think has stayed between these two teams is the fact that Kong was unreal in those first duels and the open and the performance that he was having in comparison to the performance that he's having here today. So it is a rematch with two teams that are mostly the same, but it's the circumstances around it that are different.
Yeah, I think more importantly, Paperthin, the expectations and evolution between these two teams are different as well. They are totally different to the last time we saw them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, EDG in particular has evolved so much in terms of, particularly their macro style. I think the way that they are spreading the map, they're trying different attacks, they're trying different kind of baits and sort of weird crunches that I have never seen from them before. So it's not just kind of go, because a lot of people kind of compared them to the old PRX, with sort of this W key gaming that kind of modeled this aggressive, hyper, fast-paced style off of that. But now they're a much more measured team. They're so good at playing off of each other now, too, so that synergy has really been building up for them.
Yeah, and Kong is still absolutely obscenely good. And speaking of Kong, he is with Iris right now as EDG arrive to the venue.
Come over. So, I know that your initial goal at this Masters was a match win and then top 8. So, has the goal changed into winning the whole event yet? 康康，我知道你们最开始的目标在这次东京大师赛可能说只是一个首胜，然后是前8名，然后现在这个目标有没有转换到要赢下所有？
我们一直都想赢下所有这种感觉，对，就是每一步都是在做我们。就反正我们永远都想把自己做到最好吧，所以说赢下每一个对手是我们现在所想的东西。
We've been always wanted to win everything at this Masters, and everything we're doing right now is basically do on our strength and see if we can go further. Thank you, Kang Kang. Good luck with the upcoming matches. Bye bye.
I mean, Kong, every single time he says, oh, can we go further? They do. They keep going further. But the thing is, Kakuka, can they run the gauntlet and take down another #1 seed from a region? They did it to Loud, but to HyperX?
When we study this event in the Valorant history books, I think that one of the paragraphs is going to be, by the way, EDG beat Loud. And if we go further, probably they go and beat HyperX as well. And not only that, we will go from winning a match to making it out of playoffs, to securing top 8, to securing that top 4. I think is the biggest improvement that we've seen in Valorant.
It's such a historic run for this region, for this game, to see them really continue to step up. I mean, now you're starting to think, is this going to be one of those dream runs like Zeta last year? You know, PRX's run to the finals at Copenhagen, all these things that went really well for some teams that had kind of been at the middle of the pack, you know, that we could see explosive stuff from them at times, but really now it seems to be the best version of them that we have. And, you know, if they can get through PRX here, if they can get through yet another number one seed, wipe out all the number one seeds here between them and now NRG, it's going to be exciting because that means that they're going to be top 3 minimum, and anybody is going to be looking at them thinking, okay, well, now we have to seriously consider this team a threat for every event.
Yeah, exactly. And we were hearing from some of the teams, yeah, EDG is the team that we've been pracking the most because we didn't assume that they would make it that far. I feel like the conversation has shifted so much and steered in a different complete direction. I think that now is the team that everybody would like to scream because now is the team that they want to play against.
Yeah, especially like you said, Clint, that for so long everyone's like, oh, if you don't know EDG, they're basically like PRX but with less kind of experience. But that's just not the case anymore. We've moved on from that.
We absolutely have. And it's been a reoccurring theme from what I've been hearing behind the scenes in Pacific is that everybody wants to scrim against EDG because they're so good. Mechanically, they're nuts. And their fundamentals and these other things have been getting better and better and better as the years have gone on. So this is a team now that, as you know, everybody at the top was telling me, this is the team to watch out for. Now you're seeing why.
Yeah, I want to show you guys a quote as well from Kankan, the man himself, because I think after the last game, he looked a little bit upset. He had his head in his hands, overjoyed with emotion, but he wanted to specify here, also, I didn't cry. Before I become a world champion, Kankan will never cry. Referring to himself in the third person Kakuka, like the badass that he is.
No, yeah, I think that he's become a final boss, so if I were in his shoes, I would say the same. I would speak about myself in third person. I think that if we see them go today, I think he will cry.
I don't think we're going to see them go today. That's my hot take. But let's talk a little bit. I will tell you why I don't think they're going to go today. In fact, let's take a look at the two players. I feel like, you know, we got Kankan and Jing. They're going to go up against each other. But there's also the playmakers, the enablers behind those players that can allow them to almost look flawless. And for me, that is Nobody and Divide. Nobody was actually talking about how where his name came from, Clint. And he says that it's because he wants to remind himself that he came from nothing to a champion. That's his mindset.
Well, he's certainly well on his way, and he's having his best tournament so far, as is all of EDG. But again, it's more than just Kankan now. I mean, yes, players like Artis are now saying that they're watching Kankan to see what he's doing as a duelist, but it's the players behind him that are really getting involved, really setting him up, finding that ability to hit those clutch moments, to hit those big multi-kills for themselves and give EDG another boost.
And not only that, on the other side, we have Divide. You were mentioning Su Jing is incredibly important for this team, especially in the circumstances that they are now. So for him to perform, for him to feel comfortable, he needs to have an enabler behind him that supports him all the way.
Yeah, especially since we've seen kind of a weaker PRX here, Kakuka as well, and it almost makes players like Divide have to step up even more than usual.
Yeah, exactly. We know that the circumstances have been a little bit weird, but hey, they still managed to get a win, and maybe, you know, they can also make the lower bracket run.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see what Coach Alex has been cooking up as well, because he is standing by with Doug right now. Take a look at this.
Thank you so much, Sue. Alex, quick question for you. You guys got beat pretty handily by Fnatic yesterday. What's your biggest adjustment? What's your biggest focus heading into the match today?
I mean, there's not much time. We just had a couple of hours, so I watched a bit of EDG games, and maybe we just do anything that looks nothing like yesterday.
Best of luck to you today in your match. Back to you, Sue. Cheers, man.
It's a great strat, though.
Notice how he's really careful about not saying we're going to do something different than yesterday.
I think he's sick of those jokes already.
No.
But we have already seen like a couple of versions of PRX. Kakuka, you know, the one against DRX and the one against Fnatic. Which one do you think we're going to get today?
I think it's two very different situations. I understand why the coach is like, yeah, we don't want to do what we did previously, but we need to keep in mind that we saw a DRX that was very weakened, that was not finding the consistency that we have seen from them in the past. Also, we saw HyperX that did not have the player that they expected to have and actually swapped the compositions and everything around to kind of make it work. So we're talking about a team that might think has nothing to lose, because if they lose, everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, they're playing with a sub. We've been in this situation before with when a sub has to step up for a team, so they could have been making excuses. Now you play lose, you win. You go up against Fnatic, and now you have to start thinking, just because of the result that we saw yesterday, is it more that Fnatic is a super team, which I think most people would agree, or is it actually that HyperX only had the strength to do one match, and now that they think that they have that opportunity, cannot fulfill it?
And it's their easiest matchup against DRX in a way. The team that they probably have the most experience against, a team that they had their number the last 2 times they had faced off. They had beaten them. Coach Alex has done an absolutely brilliant job of kind of dissecting DRX over the years now, and finally this year finding that formula for success for his team. So going up against EDG, though, it just feels like they're so hot. I'm going to need to see more out of Divide today. He was a little bit lackluster against Fnatic. Jing had a great game. That was one of the keys, I thought, to them maybe being able to at least push Fnatic. But Divide has to step up. He was so clutch in Pacific this year. He needs to be that guy again.
Yeah, and I feel like we got to talk about the obvious. You know, we had Concon versus Safe, and then Concon versus Aspas, and now it's time for Concon versus Jing. And if he gets past this, then we're going to talk about Concon versus the rest of the teams as well. But this is one of the matchups we do have to look out for Kakuka, because they're the heavy hitters of their team.
And look at the rankings right next to the numbers. They are mostly in the top 5 of the entire competition so far. So of course for Concon, it's a lot of many more maps and many more matches, because he had to go through that group stage. So the fact that he can keep up that performance when they lose, when they win, it doesn't matter, is what is going to make a difference today.
And I'm kind of looking at what the map pool's going to look like, because Jing in particular is absolutely devastating on Raze, as we're seeing here now. That's his best agent. I think, for my money, he's the best Raze in the world right now overall, just with the impact that he has, his ability to use the blast packs. He's just crazy wild. Of course, I think, you know, they as a team have gotten a lot better about setting him up as well. Divide in particular doing a really good job. Forsaken now, when he's shifting over to agents like Harbor, does a phenomenal job of utilizing his utility as sort of a pseudo-initiator to help set up Jing. But I think Jing, you want to try to focus these maps onto where he can play Raze, you know, keep Concon as limited on that jet, you know, kind of destruction as possible.
That's also an interesting point, because, you know, we talked about how maybe the map pool can be limited for HyperX because of CGRS. They don't have something, they don't have a lot of time to get all 7 maps down. And I think the bind pick was smart, that when they played against DRX, CGRS looked great on that Gecko. I'd like to see it again today.
Yeah, but definitely that is something that they decided to do, that he had also done in the previous time that they had played. So it was like, okay, I know how to play the agent here. I have those micro things that I think is what add up to the whole that HyperX is. It's like, everybody has their agent. By the way, you're going to be playing with this other 4. Just think of something that you can do. You know, think about micro things, how you can combo that utility, how you can have a surprise effect on the other team. You put that all into the mix and you create HyperX.
How do you feel?
Power kills.
Honestly, I never thought about that, but now I get it. I actually get it. I get it. What do you think, Clint? You reckon bind, good place to go for both teams today?
Yeah, I think so. I'd like to see it. I think it's a map that they're both really good at, and I agree with you that I would like to avoid maps where Forsaken's going to have to switch over to the Jet or switch over to a Duelist, whatever. Who knows? Maybe we get the Yoru. I'd love to see that too, but I think we're better off here kind of sticking with Forsaken in those support roles that you were talking about earlier. I think that's his bread and butter right now. He's been incredible for HyperX this year. One of the best support players we have in Pacific.
Yeah, and also I like to take a moment to appreciate also Smoggy. I think that we have many stars on EDG because there are so many rounds that have gone completely insane, but I think that him as a secondary entry, as a secondary support, has been so consistent and good, is one of the keys to their success.
Well, I can't wait to see this match, but first, we've got to find out what maps we're going to get for today. The coaches are ready and standing by for map picks and binds, so let's send it down to them and see where we're going to go.
All right, let's get started. PRX, you come from upper bracket, so you'll be higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B? Team B. So EDG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban. Ascent, your ban. And map number 1. Fracture, side on fracture. Attack, and map number 2. Split, side on split. Attack. Okay, we're gonna go to the next set of bans starting with EDG. You have Bind, Lotus, and Pearl. ban bind. Your ban, you have Lotus and Pearl. Ban Pearl. So map number 3 will be Lotus. Side on Lotus from EDG. Attack. Okay, let's confirm all of this. So first set of bans, we have EDG with Ascent, PRX with Haven. Map number 1 is Fracture with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Split with EDG on attack. Next set of bans are Bind and Pearl. Decider is Lotus with EDG on attack. Good? Good. All right, good luck to you both.
Gaming. HyperX.
EDG have already defied expectations. They've taken down Na'Vi, they've taken down T1, they've even taken down Lao, but standing in their way is the #1 seed of Pacifics, HyperX, the team that everybody always compared EDG to, and the team that Kakuka did already beat them at Champions, but I can't help but feel this time around, are EDG the favorites?
Yeah, because they're a star in the making. Day after day, we can only highlight how much this team has improved. Test after test, they already went over the one against Loud. They need to do it against HyperX and just tell us a different story for once in a while.
I fully agree with you. I think this is EDG's match to, win. They should be the better team. They should be the favorite in my book right now. They look way too strong. Just everything, top to bottom, is so clean right now for them. Kong, of course, is insane, but, Haodong as well with his IGLing has taken a huge leap forward for them. It's going to be a big test here for the hive mind of HyperX to come up with something because, so far it's been a bit of a struggle. Yeah, they beat DRX, but that's an opponent they're super familiar with. I'm sure these guys have scrimmed against each other a lot, potentially, but I mean, with this version of it, with CGRS in there, I'm not sure how much practice they're going to have and how ready they're going to be for this.
I cannot believe we've gone from, this team needs to win one game to they are the favorites facing off against HyperX. But if you look at the map pool here as well, the fact that they're able to get Fracture right off the bat is so good for them.
Yeah, exactly, because this is one of the maps that we still haven't seen from HyperX here, so it means we haven't seen how CGRS is going to fit into the mix. We do know that the last time that they played, they did it with that double duelist. That is something that they have been keeping up on that conversation.
Well, let's have a look here at the Prime Gaming agent select here. And as you can see, CGRS is slotting into that breach position. What do you make of this, Clint?
Just swapping with something here. So this is pretty nice for them in a way that, Neon has been Forsaken's choice throughout Pacific most of the time on this map, so it does make a lot of sense because now you can just put him on an initiator still. It's just literally flopping him and something in and out, and now you can go back to your comfort role on this map.
Yeah, and also I believe that Breach on this map is, let's say, one of the easiest to learn because it doesn't never have to be a proactive Breach. You're always going to be playing for your team. They are going to be given the calls, and it's not going to be you telling them when to go.
I mean, we spoke about Jing and we spoke about Kong, but Forsaken, he's entered the building as well as another option of a duelist. I can't wait to see which one of them is going to be dominating here, and send this over to your casters and get into game. Over to you, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, the heat is being turned up. The Tipstar Dome turning into a bit of a pressure cooker, Josh, because it's an elimination match, our second one of the day, between two of these teams with so much on the line. HyperX, the last representatives of Pacific to fight for that chance of an extra slot at Champs as well later down the line. And on top of that, they're playing against an EDG with really nothing to lose.
EDG also, as the Des was saying, probably for the first time in this tournament, first time at any global tournament, coming into a match as firm favorites. Yeah. You could argue the rematch against T1, maybe some people had them ahead, but this is the first time where they're actually expected to be able to beat their opponents, and that puts a completely different twist on things. Does the pressure end up getting to them? Are they able to still find that form? Does HyperX still have something left in the bag here as an extra little surprise? And the big reason why HyperX would be the underdogs just because they're still missing something.
Yeah.
Any match that they can win here buys more time. If they can get, in fact, 2 match wins, get to the lower bracket, they have a couple days off. It's tough. It looks very difficult, especially coming off the back of them getting whooped by Fnatic. But I'm hoping that this is a real game, a clash of play styles.
See how this starts off here for PRX. Kang going to be taking that first contact and the first kill. Make it 2. Classic in hand. Quick little upgrade.
And that's Jing and Forsaken, destroyed. The stun off Smoggy so good.
Instant reaction out towards San. The fault line pushing them all the way through here. Just going to try to get themselves into the side as well, but the crossfire is too damn good. Divide. Last one standing, run and gun. Kang. That is a fiery beginning. 4 kills at a pistol round win.
Des was putting a highlight on CGRS playing Breach on this map, and it is a really important role to try and highlight because he's coming in here replacing something in this event at the moment, and also just Breach on Fracture. So incredibly impactful. Watching Smoggy play, they have so many different setups. This EDG team is so in sync in terms of how they want to work off the fault lines. And there's a pistol round that they win partially off the back of that.
Yeah. The desk was touching on it about, you know, the kind of one-trick style of EDG where it was all aim, no brain. It's not really the case anymore. I mean, EDG have had that evolution as a team. Large part of it comes down to the supported detail. Smoggy always being able to set them up. They can slow down the pace as well whenever they need to. General game plan for this round, though. PRX got their eyes set on the ult orbs. Try and get some of those going early on.
And against Loud, EDG were going for these pushes in the mid-round a ton. PRX's comp still has the Killjoy, so Devi, at some points in these rounds, is going to be able to give them information about pushes happening. But EDG was setting up for so many flank retakes.
Flash right into the face of Howdong. Overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Nobody playing all the way back into spawn, but head ripped off from Devi. He flipped the map ever so slightly, spraying them down with the Spectre in hand. Chichu seeking to contain, seeking to as well stop it from getting that much more dangerous. So 2 players surviving. EDG maintaining their lead. Blade Storm built up for Kang as well. Potential for him to really do some damage.
And PRX have so many interesting ideas on this map. You've already seen them just there. Explode through a smoke, get pressure on the generator player. They also have another play where the breach goes into tunnel, they stun, they double blast pack deep into Canteen. They play this map unusually. Of course they do, it's PRX. But EDG are going to have to really make sure that they control that level of aggression on both sides.
Here we go. Fight to be taken towards a horse. Fault line for a fault line. Util still. Smoggy playing close behind the box. It's a dangerous spot to play, and he's just caught the back of someone's head. No one's watching it. All the way through it is Smoggy just taking names away from them. Kang with the follow-up. 4 players fall into horse. It's left up to Devi with the 4-1 split. Not really a possibility. Kang going for that jump spot. Expending the blades. Wants the kill though. Shotgun in his hand. This is pure disrespect. Desperate for the kill. Pounces on it.
Feeling confident.
Man.
Yeah, the confidence is just radiating from EDG. Kang's almost always going to be at the top of the scoreboard, and currently he still is 8-0 right now after 3 rounds. But getting the other players online is, to me, the biggest win condition for EDG. Kang's like that reliable top fragger you always know he's going to pop off, but it's that guy right there, Smoggy, that, to me, when he has big games, or as we saw against Loud, when somebody else like Nobody or Chishu in the clutch can just sometimes swing around on its head, that's when EDG look capable of taking down anyone in the tournament.
Oh, here's a fight immediately. It's tower pressure. That was the name of the game for PRX here. Howdong was really caught out of position, but the rifle still stunned her. Chichu, enough bullets hitting their mark. Tower is compromised as he seeks to try and re-clear this one. Did not expect Forsaken to already be up onto that angle. So rifles exchange of the hands here.
But like I said, EDG love to push on the defensive side,
oh,
and they're
wow.
completely caught Forsaken. There is also another push on the south side of the map. Nobody getting in there. So this is down to a 2v2 where they know the positioning of both attacking players.
It's a series of individual 1v1s. I'm pretty close. Shot fired. Gonna force the fight here. Don't know where the second player is, just in the middle of all of this. Nobody buying time as well for Smoggy to try and get into position, but no kill to be received. A thrifty win for PRX. Clear idea of how they wanted to approach it.
Grouping up together and deathballing through Arcade. EDG are the kind of team that are going to try and control that aggression rather than react in an opposite direction. And the desk we're talking about, that is a big evolution of their playstyle. But it also means that PRX are going to be given these fights. That perhaps a little too quick from Kankan, but didn't quite realize the generator had been compromised. There's the kills earlier on in the round, though, that I think are going to happen more often. Blowing out my ears there.
Excitement levels. Got to tone it down ever so slightly. So again, still with the death ball. PRX taking all the space towards drop here. 4 players grouped up, fast lane across. What area of the map do they want to play for? Satchel play from Jing, all the way, pathing towards the top, up and around, flashed up onto the side. Jishu could not see it, close to the corner. Howdong will not be able to even it out. He will fall. So massive advantage here for PRX. Pace being the name of their game, building up some massive ultimates on top of it to play this post plan. This is an important fight to win. With Mindfree going down, they don't have the orbital strike. Could this still be winnable?
Jing, however, still has nade and showstopper. I don't really see how it...
Hold your tongue here, Josh, please. Fight taken! Kang! You are ridiculous, son. Dash forwards, he knows that he's made the winning moment a potential reality over the top. Jing seeking to even it out and shut it down into the 1v1. Nana Swarm, a defeat of Smoggy. Hoping to force the fight. Divine knows he doesn't need to wide swing it, doesn't need to face it. The util will do the work. Off to defuse. No chance in hell for Smoggy. So a round win for PRX, but my God, you just never know, Josh.
Yeah, just as I said, there was no chance for them.
You just never know.
When you have the world's best opper on your team, which I think is a very fair statement to make about Kankan, all of these rounds are doable. It's a bit of a gimme onto CGRS. That's kind of inexperience in play, but the kill on Forsaken is nothing short of magical.
I mean, ducking down to lower the head hitbox in the moment.
And then he also pulls out shots like that regularly, doesn't he?
It's nuts.
However, with Kankan falling there, he's forced to pick up a rifle again. And that clearly not quite the game plan for EDG.
Again, such a similar game plan. Stuns rattled across arcade control. They want to try and push them out of tower. Rolling Thunder, nobody is in such a dangerous predicament. There's a Rolling Thunder used in exchange of that. Trying to peel for him. Push back. 4v4 though. Just the kills exchange. They don't actually have space onto the site to try and get this plant down. So PRX waiting for the util. Now making a play for it. The flash repeat and taking the fight straight up though. Crossfire setup is a little bit too good here for EDG. On point with it.
PRX not using their timing as the smokes were up.
Yeah, here we go. Almost there.
And now Howdong has orbital strike.
Yeah, important to give away. CGRS being asked to fill in for this roster. Now asked to fight against EDG in a 1v3. Got a hope for the jump peak, forcing the fight. Fault line is quite good. Go down. So that's a spike and 40 seconds left. He could take this into a different direction. He's thinking about it. Goes for the noise cut, trying to bait the movement with the rotation. Players are weak.
30 seconds left.
It's just impossible unless he gets the plant down very quickly.
There's the plant. Stuck down, extension in the round, but yeah, has to force out these fights. Aftershock, wide out in the open. EDG biding their time in that one, making sure to play it with some patience.
But notice how EDG's game plan is to hard anchor the sites. This is what they've been doing a lot, is trying to control aggression by not giving any ground. They are down to fall back slightly and then pounce back upon the attacking players. And this applies to both sides of Fracture. But you see, I think Shishu it was there, hard anchoring with Kankan to support. And then the other players coming in to try and reinforce or flank retake. But that does offer opportunities for this double duelist composition of Forsaken and Jing to overwhelm people with stun nades and the pace that both of those duelists are going to be able to bring.
Right there. Orbital strike's being held very early on here. What's the play? What have they got?
This is going to be a stun ult off turret contact. They ran this same play against Loud.
Turret takes it. Here's the fault line. Here's the orbital strike. CGRS will be able to just walk out of danger. Space already granted to him as well. Forsaken's going to be pushing forwards. There's a flash over the top as well. They haven't cleared close to the corner though. Chu with the rifle. Smoke as well. No one's anticipating him to be this pushed up. And he gets out surely over the top. Jing, the satchel play. The movement's clean. And an attempt of a punish through the smoke again is shut down. Here's the lockdown now.
Look at the timing Kangkang's got behind them.
Okay, with the knives.
These flanks are so quick.
Spikes drop down, taking the kills, ripping it away from them. Any semblance of a chance, Devi. They know where he was. He just popped down his own ultimate. Kangkang just hoping to take the fight. Here's a stun. Will there be the reface, the repeak? Not over the stepping. Devi, though, forced out into the open eventually. And so 5-2. It's going to be that scoreline for EDG.
You know, the thing that's impressed me the most about this squad, more so than even the fragging and the open and the ridiculous stuff that Kangkang and Smoggy, nobody have been able to pull out. I think what's impressive is that they've been able to change their tempo coming into a big tournament like this. And they've had such great reads on how other teams are playing. They know PRX is an all-in squad, that they hit sites, they go fast, meow, double duelist. And so EDG are pushing out immediately on the first piece of contact. Almost as soon as that orbital strike is being used, Kangkang's taking space on tree. Because they know that Devi, Mindfreak, they're not playing a slow default, waiting to punish them. There is free, empty space on the map. And EDG are gobbling it up.
Yeah, there for the taking. And PRX are opting into a lot of these 4-1 defaults, splitting into the sites. You're right, it's the fast flanks. Timeout force for PRX. Adjustments are necessary now.
The question is whether PRX can really adjust their style, because I think it would be a lot easier if they were playing with their full 5, but even so, they're playing a double duelist comp that is very much all in. It's all about getting big executes, playing post-plant to some degree with the nano swarms and the brim molly, that kind of stuff, but also potentially getting aggressive with post-plants. But they're kind of getting it forgiven that they're going to be able to explode onto sites and get the spike down. That so far has not happened.
Kangkang sitting at 15-4, by the way.
Of course he is.
Right at the tippity top of the scoreboard here.
Against a team notorious for their aim.
Yeah. Just going from strength to strength, this EDG squad. Here's another look.
Look how quickly
EDG
EDG are moving.
Yep, they're already pushing up through spawn. I mean,
they know it's not A.
They have given up a lot of control of A, but yeah, pretty obvious to them at this point. Stuns over and top. Chichu can't land the shots there. Spam onto the angles here with the Phantom. Enough to reset and for Kangkang to pick up 2.
One enemy remaining.
Mindfreak, last one left. Smoke in his face that he propped up earlier, just using it to try and reposition. By time and some angles, yet it's adjusted by Howdong once more. With his 3 in the round. EDG running away with it, Josh.
PRX must be sat there wondering if there's 8 players on the opposing team. Because whatever site they hit, there's 4 people there. But it's just the read that EDG have got. I've been so impressed with Howdong's calling and his ability to pick apart teams that have been excellent in the past, or even some of them looking excellent in this tournament. Just tearing them to pieces.
Yeah,
this round, though, maybe this is where the timeout was for, Brent.
With the guns online. It is a lot more slow and a lot more split across the map, the attack side.
Careful here.
Maybe they will seek to punish one of the deeper plays, but
when you make noise at all of the extremities like that, it's going to stop EDG from pushing out on defense.
Yeah.
And now PRX need to capitalize on that by actually hitting a weaker site. We can see there's only 2 players now on B.
Smoke drop. Maybe being used, Chichu. Using a lockdown, Howdong close to dice as well, still holding his ground. Forces out the orbital strike. Not for an ult. Inside the smoke still, Devi. Chichu just wading right into that one, looking for a potential opening once more. Dash is now active, plans going down. No one's cleared Howdong. He was still close to dice, gets the damage onto the tower player. Not enough to reset the aim. Devi is in trouble though. Trailblazer is to be broken. 23 health, 8 bullets. Firing this way, and now with the showstopper goes wide, no damage, Smoky, he's claimed 2. And Mindfreak, he's left alone in a 1v2, spots it out, they lined up for him. Ridiculous stuff.
Well, EDG didn't account for that angle. And Mindfreak will take that to let PRX get their 3rd on the board. What a play.
Yeah.
Spike down. That round, so all over the place. I mean, PRX really did try to make an adjustment out of the timeout, but in some sense, a bit fortunate to be able to even get the round on the board. Like I said, they'll take it. Did the game plan win that, though? Not so sure. We'll have to see if they can keep it up. Kankan pulling out the operator again, looking over towards Dish. Looks like contact and a flash play with a stun. I mean, very heavy trap setup towards Dish. Nobody watching Halls. Not that it matters, because PRX are at tree.
Feels like PRX is going to be granted a free site. And a swarms to delay, but skips right over it with a satchel. Chichu has not been cleared out of tower. The rest of his team delayed as well, swinging through the smoke. Pushed back. Spike retreating now, back towards tree, but Chichu really has just done enough.
That's the kind of free site that comes with some heavy terms and conditions.
Yeah.
You forget to read them and suddenly you're in debt.
That's that heavy anchoring style of EDG. It pays off.
That's what I'm saying. These guys are just, they're not playing retake. They're playing to fast flank and throw help utility and run through smokes and all sorts of stuff to try and make sure that they don't give the sights and don't allow PRX to play post plants. It's a very different approach to most teams.
30 seconds left.
Hey, giving up though. Crossfire. Op angle, line of sight. Kankan as well, he's taking liberties with it. Drops down. Knows that the player plan the default. Smoke opens up the door. Now a watchful eye towards drop. Misses the shot though. Updraft. Smoke in the face. Survives. Even a stun as well. Smoggy so supportive with the util. Enough to push Devi all the way back as well. Flick to the side as well. The precision just not quite there to land it, but still they've taken care of the horse player. Just Devi to deal with. And he was noted just that bit earlier, so EDG find themselves up to 7.
It almost surprises me now when Kankan misses a difficult shot like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what? He can miss? But he survives anyway and is able to distract Devi for long enough for the rest of EDG to clean up. It's really Chishu that wins the round, though, by stopping them from accessing the B site and picking up 2 right from the beginning there. And we're going to go into another timeout. This one called by EDG, strangely enough.
That is interesting.
They've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds. But following Coach Alex taking a timeout for PRX, the pace of the game has changed. It's been a little more spread to start things out. And maybe somebody on EDG or after has decided that they want some input just to make sure these final 2 rounds go in their direction.
PRX going to be feeling the need as well to survive at any cost in this tournament. It's an elimination match, but they are desperately trying to buy time for something to maybe get back into full strength for this roster.
Yeah, it's a tough spot that they've been put into, especially as the final hope of the Pacific region to be able to grab that extra spot for champs later on. Yeah, it would be extraordinarily tough, but if PRX can somehow make it through this match or even the next and get something in, it could change the tide of the entire tournament. At the moment, though, they've got their hands full dealing with a red-hot Edward Gaming. Kankan, by the way, was taking a look at his operator stats. He ops about 3 times as much as he rifles on defense.
Which is ludicrous.
3 times as much as he has a rifle.
An insane statistic.
Just crazy stuff.
You're the most heavy opping players as well. What is it, like 20% of the time, Josh?
It's about 30%. Like, if you're a really heavy op player, you'll have it in your hands about 30% of the time. He has it 46% on defense.
It's just an outlier. Look at the confidence he has holding this angle as a fault line. Pushing back as well. Space vacuums back up again. This PRX seeking to also just push him back for just a moment. Retreating, skipping and hopping. The bunny hops just to get out of there. Rolling Thunder now pushes them all the way through halls, and a call is made to try and fight. Flashes dodged. Chichu, he's the one who's leading the charge of his team. Kankan going to be watching the one angle. They know that they've got them corralled deep to the south side of the map.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, he shuts it down. So Kankan was really getting away with a little bit too much. Finally punished for the hubris and might have just handed over a real chance, a real shot now of turning this round.
Major kills for Forsaken to get online, and the economy now looks phenomenal for PRX, right? 2 Vandals and an Operator in this round where they had only brought in odds and ends. Smoggy hears nothing, and Howdong has cleared the whole of the north side. They have Brimalt here to deny plant.
Yeah, the longer this takes, the worse it's going to look. Plant onto the corner. Stuck. There's an ult. A little bit delayed though, but it does force out a clean fight for Smoggy. Brings it to a 2-on-2. Chance for PRX. They'd love to convert it. Reposition now for Forsaken all the way through tunnel. He's going to be hunting for a chance all the way round here. The op handed over to Devi. 26 health though. He'd have to land the first shot towards main. We don't have any nano swarms for the plan. Time starting to run though. Here the spike ticking. Forsaken, that lurk prior comes in handy. And there it is. Shots found. Pushing right through the smoke. Thrifty converted. Maybe EDG getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
I like the idea, to be honest. I think they were applying pressure in a really nice way. What they lacked was anybody to properly follow up. The A-Halls players were trying to drop back and make sure they couldn't get punished. And it all came down to Kangkang following up on the breach ultimate with his operator. It is a bit bizarre sometimes, the moments in which Kangkang finds himself being required to find value. I mean, you mostly see it on the attack side, but usually he's good for it. This is a major swing, though. Coming into the final round, PRX have got all the ults.
Oh. Plenty to work with. War chest filled up. Fast lane went right over the top. Cuts up towards the B side, but they are anchoring close. Here's a lockdown.
I love the idea of this. Forsaken was just controlling tunnel early, so that if EDG push this area, they'd get punished.
They're seeking to try and refight, but they're going to be caught up in this ult. Where is the force side as well? Worrying about it. Orbital strike towards the edge of the map.
Nobody got two!
Nobody's grabbed 2 kills!
With a judge, a tree!
Just left it now. 3 players left standing for EDG to try and push this one back. There's Spike eventually starting to get planted. Final round of the first half.
Spike planted.
Damage is done. CGRS with the Rolling Thunder. He's stunned up close to the corner. Forced to use it, unleashes it, lets it rip straight across. And the fight's still taken. Not with the rifles, just the stingers. Damage as significantly done here to Forsaken and Jing. Single bullet. Gust of wind will be enough to bring them down. It's all down to that crossfire angle. Jing, and now about the timing that he takes. Anticipating it, the second play, he knows he's at dicing. Here's the footsteps, but he just cannot win it. Smoggy with the 3-piece, 8-4 being the final score here of the first half.
And those final 2 rounds, absolutely on a knife's edge. I mean, winnable for either team and could have completely changed the complexion of this half. Anywhere from a 9-3 in EDG's favor to being PRX recovering the half and it ending 7-5, where a pistol would have sent us back into it being an even map. Tumultuous end, but EDG in control.
Control with their map pick as well, looking deadly on Fracture. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you very much, guys. What an entertaining half that was. But yesterday, in one of the halves, we saw that Jing recorded a 668 ACS. But today, I feel like Paper Thin, maybe Kangkang on that half probably came close to that.
His numbers were astronomical. I mean, he only had 2 deaths in like 8 rounds at some point. I mean, he was just absolutely just dominating the server. 408 right now. I mean, what do you do against him? He's literally like worth 2 of the other team's players. I mean, you talk about you want to see somebody pop off on PRX. Well, it needs to be like at least 2 to match what he's able to do individually.
It feels like in every single round we're being treated. This is round number 7, in which we could see a very nice setup play already. By the way, round 7, as I said, this is the second time that he already had his ultimate, and he was already capitalizing on that. I think that for every single one of these rounds of this first half, something crazy has happened with the aggressive positioning, with EDG not allowing PRX to play their game a single round. This last round, round number 12, PRX entered with 4 ultimates. I said, if they don't win this round, like, there's no way, right? Like, they have to get this. And we have some crazy things, like nobody getting a 2K with that judge right before getting stopped by the lockdown. So sometimes things just do not make sense.
Oh, yeah. Well, and think about it, like, 2 of those rounds that PRX won are thrifties. I mean, like, this whole map was just all over the place. Kind of what you expect, though, with EDG and their attacker side almost as good, or maybe better than their defender side here on Fracture. So this is just an uphill battle for PRX the rest of the way.
Heading into the second half, I think that also it's the mental game for PRX. They're coming back. They're actually establishing the way. You're from the defense now. Maybe you can set the pace differently. You can invade the map in a different way that will put the other team in a difficult position.
They got to start by winning this pistol, a very, very important one. Sideshow and Brent, let's see if they can.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All begins here with a pistol round for PRX. I've said it once before, say it again. really does need to be a must-win for them to stand a chance in this map, because, I mean, EDG's attack side, it looks good on this map, Josh. They have a ton of nuance for what they want to do, and it's going to lead to this early fight into B main control towards tree. Players grouped up. It's going to be a clash early on. Forsaken. Does he seek to use some util or what? I mean, not quite. It's a counter play!
God, that's
they bait
good.
them in and strike them back.
Oh my God, off Chishu's turret contact, they wait like 3 seconds to make sure that they'd committed and then catch them. Oh, it's sickeningly good. The ideas and the execution are all on point for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, and this is the kind of evolution of this team that we've been discussing. They're no longer such an all-in team. All aim, no brain, even though nobody is going across the ropes right now looking for the reflank. But that's going to be paying off a little bit later. The post-plant positioning is just way too good right now. Clearance to tower. Have to use a flash for it. It falls though. First level to it. A tap onto the defuse. Where is the util to push them away? Stuck onto it halfway already. There needs to be some form of damage being done, and there it is. The collapse. Flooding through the smokes. Striking and converging.
And that pistol round showcasing that even if PRX hit a couple of really nice shots, EDG's game plan right from the beginning to be able to generate a couple of picks and have post-plant ideas, they're just, ever since they got over that mental hurdle of getting their first win at a global event, they've looked like a completely different team.
Sky's the limit.
Their individual level has gone higher, but also their team play and their game plans have just been awesome to watch. Everybody on PRX is on A. A pure gamble.
Up. Yeah, it is a massive gamble.
There.
Gonna pray to convert, get a couple of kills here.
And look at the way that EDG are going.
Opposite direction. EDG happy to slow this one down, but are they gonna hear this? This rush, this Tempest is coming straight towards them, even if it is classics, it's still PRX. These guys can aim, divide, not wasting any time, straight across the ropes, fault line, into the side, into the corner, that's to try and set them up here. ADS with the Bulldog, gonna try and beam them all down, and that's exactly what Chichu will do. Seeks to collapse.
Meanwhile, nobody just ran in through Dish, took the whole of the A site, and flanks through.
He's like, guys, I cleared it out, it's free.
Divine is left in a 1v3 and a Bulldog to his name. They don't know where he's positioned, so it's a little scary here for EDG. They've got to hold hands to start with, but Divine's not going to be in danger for quite a while.
Trailblazer should be spotting him out, maybe dodging it. Yeah, expires, so doesn't give an indicator, but the tower will be watching for the peek from main. Doubled up towards default. It's a high-low setup on top of that, so EDG have plenty of layers here. The stun did miss though. Isolates the fight enough for just the one, but Divine going to be traded in the end, so 10-4. It's the scoreline we're looking at, staring at.
Yeah, and if PRX had won the pistol, maybe you could believe in some kind of comeback. I think that would be difficult, but not impossible. At this point, it is looking pretty impossible. PRX, they would have to cook up some spectacular aggression on defense and overwhelm an EDG team that's been looking excellent at containing it so far.
So barriers dropping down.
Here's PRX going for their anti-Killjoy setup.
Satchel and a smoke.
They send the wall out from tower and they wrap Forsaken underneath. If EDG have been watching any level of VODs of PRX playing, to be honest, on this map, they'll know roughly that the entirety of the B site has been taken.
That's probably why they were playing it so slowly. There's a flash to the side, no connection from nobody. They don't actually have any semblance of the A site.
But look at
the
this.
A walls control, now they're already rotating off.
Yeah, love it from Haodong. He's called a re-clear of tree as they drag everybody on PRX over to the A side. Nobody's got to avoid getting punished here.
Wants to stand his ground.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Out to the open, yeah. Not a favored fight. Bulldog versus the rifle. There's a lockdown though. They don't have control B main. There is no flank threatened from PRX. They actually don't have any tools really to take out this lockdown, so the site's going to be cleared out. Should be able to get the plant down.
Haodong with a molly. Smoggy still has aftershock. We've got Chishu possibly with Nanoswarm lineups, although at the moment he's in tunnel.
Comes down to hitting these shots for PRX. Starting to flood back in now. So Flash sets them up. I heard a satchel at play. Chichu with his flank timing. Forsaken staring up towards the ceiling on top of the ropes. Well, no kill found. Chichu's running and gunning, man. Fully accurate. Why not? Trying to push them and punish them out of tower, but it's that 1-2 punch, that 1-2 combo. EDG, too damn good at playing off of one another.
And a lovely idea to flank in the post plant. They're always getting active in the post plant. It doesn't have to be all of their team, but at least one player. And Shishu there really delivers. The timing immaculate on Forsaken. And a bit dodgy on Mind Freak, but he'll take that. Fantastic round, especially considering that they lost that A-Halls player, Nobody, who was supposed to contain a little. EDG now swapping things up entirely, playing a 4-1 setup on the other side, avoiding the south side crunch.
There's a turret, spots that Jing, they know exactly what's going on.
How have they read that?
A-Halls has been taken up here by Chichu. He is alone though, there was no squeeze on the other side. And yeah, just anticipating it. The fast play towards it, already onto the site. There's a satchel play over the top here, dash from Kang. No one clear in that corner. Skips and hops though, breaks across their placement just enough for these kills and still anchoring towards the back. That's Devi out the smoke. They thought the molly was safe. Okay, PRX. Pulling around like that one out of seemingly nowhere.
Devi on the site for me is the playmaker. Stinger in hand, swings through the smoke, deletes 2 players to make sure that EDG don't have control and a plant down and buying time for the flank to come through. EDG possibly with a read on the fact that a Southside Crunch was coming there, or maybe just a little lucky with where they position their players. Didn't pay off. This might incentivize PRX to go for that more and more. It looks like they could do it again.
Smoke's down.
Oh, here we go. There's the first kill for you. Kang just taking a straight-up duel towards Halls. Jing goes down.
And that's certainly going to slow the pace. Having said that, though, Forsaken is certainly making his presence known towards Tree. Normally, that's baited out EDG going for a re-clear at about the minute mark. But Forsaken's not sticking around to find out.
It's going to be that re-clear like you were talking about. Towards B-Tree, Nobody. Oh, almost punishing that jump spot, but he might get punished himself. Shots just quite land there for Forsaken. He still seeks to try and squeeze and put the punish onto him. CGRS was right behind him. That's the reason why. Kang moving forwards inside of his own smoke. The shorty, that is the perfect range for it. So cleaning up the jet player. Taking a wide face as well into this. Forsaken seeking as well to do some damage. Orbital strike, lay it on top to force the fights out into the open. One round at a time is what it's going to take.
PRX have got a couple of big win conditions here, I think, to get back into the game. And one of them is Forsaken having impact like that. Forsaken or Jing, either of the 2 duelists, needs to be dominating in the same kind of fashion that Kanka was dominating the first half. They need to be able to find the timings.
Nice one, guys.
And find the kills. The other major one is punishing Nobody when he's alone like this. Look at his position again. EDG love to play 4-1 with their initiator on that side of the map. I don't think Nobody's being respectful enough.
Howdong's fallen early there just from the rifle spam setting it up. CGRS is keen to take a fight. Dodged a flash right into it. Weaker weaponry. Couldn't offset that aggression. Couldn't push it back, and yet Nobody is quick to claim space towards drop, but it's another round. Very quickly here for PRX. Shaping up to potentially evening it out.
The score was 11-4 here, and now it's starting to become a little more close, a little more tense. If PRX end up winning this one and knocking the economy back down for EDG, we may well have a bit of a comeback on our hands.
This next round's going to be really pivotal. You can see the economy set up.
So many ults.
So, yeah, if EDG end up losing it, the money's going to be looking pretty dire.
PRX are going to go for a north side crunch here because Shishu has his lockdown. So they want to try and take control of an area of the map and play retake B.
I've got your trail.
No intention from EDG to play there.
Yeah, not at all.
Seeker spotting out a lot of presence over towards drop.
Look at this.
They're in their spawn.
Yeah, Nobody and Kankan going for an exploration.
Yeah. Devi seems to be aware of this one. I mean, it's just jiggling the angle, holding close towards it, but A has been granted to them, so Howdong's getting that plant off.
I mean, I love this idea. You flash off Kangkang's contact and try and collapse on the players in spawn.
Even just a flash straight up. I mean, that didn't tag onto absolutely anybody here. Still nobody takes the fight. They are being squeezed. They've lost control of drop close to the corner. It's really nice movement from Divide. Opens that one up. There's the other flash. Jing ready to dodge and receive over the strike round the side here up to the Horse players, but they are weak. It's them against 4. Stun gonna be catching, gliding, flick to the side. Shorty up close, brought it to just the 2 of them down. Can't hit the spray down. Howdong will fall. PRX grabbing another, and Josh, I said it was going to be pivotal. The economy might be able to get a half armor rifle purchase online if you are EDG, but losing that one, that's the backbreaker, isn't it?
It absolutely is. This setup, I like the idea of it. Why nobody decided to flash and give away that they had some kind of aggression there, I'm not quite sure. Maybe he got antsy because nobody was watching towards Dish and he was worried about getting pushed, but I think he's in a fairly safe spot there, to be honest with you. I think that might be EDG just feeling like, oh, we'll take a timing, instead of going off the discipline that has honestly brought them to this spot. That's now 4 rounds in a row, and PRX have got it within 3. EDG used a lot of ults in the prior round, but they've still got some to work with. They can certainly get Smoggies online by picking up an ult orb, and there's always that lockdown to play around. I think they should have a good idea that PRX are doing aggressive stuff based on the lockdown being in play.
They've been good at getting reads on that in the past, at least punishing it. The slower play, baiting a little bit of an attempt to push out towards tree. You remember that one round where they're playing off the turret contact?
Definitely.
So they have an idea of what to do to punish this kind of play style.
The question is what the economy's going to look like.
Oh yeah, that was absurd. I was thinking to myself, he was stunned. Maybe we should buff that. I don't know. That's quite insane.
Well, they didn't win the round, so
that's true.
It's fine.
True. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, the economy is not looking great here. Nobody's wondering whether to buy a hero rifle, which I don't think would be the right idea.
It's a weird one. I mean, I think with about 1,000 in the bank, they should still be able to buy it for next. So there is some danger in the round here for EDG. That's Forsaken. But how does he anticipate that?
He was just aiming for the
turret. Right.
Howdong decided to body block for the turret, I suppose.
We're seeking to burst out of the smoke, but losing a player because of it. Howdong at that. You don't have smokes now to burst your way into any of these sides. Still standing. Forsaken, are you really seeking to try and take a fight here? They are lining up for him, but a flash pushing him back. Kang around the side.
What
It's a glimpse of Mind Freak. Yeah, just can't quite win it. They gotta know he's here. There it is. It's cleaned up by Jing towards the backside of Arcade. Feeling it. Tap of the spike. It's a little bit all over the place. Might just be a bit of an aim duels round. Very wide swing. That sets up a nice little 2-piece.
That's a big problem. Now Chishu has lockdown, and they know that they have tunnel control.
This does not have the ult for it.
This has gone from PRX controlling the round really nicely, prodding at the extremities, to suddenly it might all be thrown away.
Yeah, and they've got to get out of there.
30 seconds
No
left.
detainment. The site's going to be granted to them. Cracked it open. Nobody. That's going to be going down. Still an aftershock online. A bit of spam into the common corner. But yeah, Smoggy can't quite wide face enough to try and offset it, to try and trade it. Has to play the crossfire setup. Chichu. So much emphasis on him to hit these shots and hit them well. Only the first. Nothing to be gained after that. HyperX. It's recovered. It is recovered.
And the silver lining is also that they drew out the lockdown. So now PRX don't necessarily have to opt too much into the aggression, worrying about what that Killjoy ult can do. Unfortunate.
One enemy remaining.
EDG really were looking to just explode through that smoke and got caught inside of it. Now they'll have rifles on board though, round 21. This is now 5 in a row for PRX. The score, to remind you, was 11-4. And now suddenly, it's almost tied.
It's becoming materialized before our eyes. 2 rounds away from making it even. Stun. You're going to be holding this off of some form of contact. Jing's also there with a showstopper.
Yeah, it's the
Not
alarm
sure what the
bot.
indicator is.
But the alarm bot is so
it's
close
so
to
close,
them.
yeah. It can't be off that, surely.
It's either going to go incredibly or terribly for PRX.
Pay attention to Jing. Here's the alarm bot. Here's the stun. This is to the side. It's run and gun in action. Up close, dash to disengage. Spike has been dropped. Flash in his face. Kankan could not dodge it in time, so the trap play, it pays off massively. Left up to Chichu. Nobody. They lay claim to the side. They get themselves into position, but they still don't have that spike.
And how would they get it back? A jump-up drop? I mean, when are you ever going to be favored taking a duel like that? And the big reason that that trap play works is because Kankan takes a step back away from the alarm bot instead of going forwards through it.
There's the timing, though.
Could this still be winnable?
They've actually just lurked themselves into the spawn. I mean, 37 seconds left. They know that they have to push up towards drop.
And there's no flashes. How do they get up here?
Has to be broken. CTRS once more holding that util, waiting for some sort of timing. Here's an alarm bot. Holding for the fault line. Jing seeking to delay with the satchels. It would have to be just an absolute miracle in terms of shots being landed. EDG still doubled up, hoping that somebody will walk into them. Here's a flash, jumping right up to the top, but again, yeah, not set up for it. So Jing walks away with 4. One more round will bring them even.
On such a fine margin, whether or not that trap play failed, I really believe. I mean, if Kankan takes a step forward through the alarm bot and then one of his teammates breaks it, and he's able to, you know, shoot Jing, he's essentially right on top of all of the PRX players. Nevertheless, that went perfectly as visualized by PRX as they were setting it up. I mean, that one, that's like the dream scenario for them there. And they're going to go, it looks like, for another Southside crunch. They have both duelists over towards Tree.
Yep. They're not worried, are they? But they're going up against a half-bite. Stuns. No way! Jing, your movement is just impeccable. It's up to EDG to take up the space quickly. Rapid is the approach through halls. Dash is active, but they are feeling the hurt from that one. They're going to be left reeling. Such clean movement. Door opens up towards Sand. Fights there. Kankan. No adjustment with the aim. Can't hit the transfer. It was an impossible shot for it, so it's traded still. Jing left alive. This guy turning up, turning into an absolute raid boss.
A 2v3 for EDG. I feel like so many of these rounds have come down to moments like this.
Door opens up, flash into Sand. Spike's dropped though into Vi. Of course he takes the fight.
So many moments like that, Brent, and yet they've all ended the same way, with PRX winning it out. A great idea, this. We've seen it a few times. Seems a bit ambitious on an eco, on an anti-eco, but it looks absolutely beautiful. And I talked earlier about EDG being the favorites for the first time ever in this match. It's a revenge game against a team that beat them 2-1 at Champs last year. Is this the pressure getting to them? Is this a bit of choking happening? It's 7 rounds in a row here, some of them very winnable.
An ability to close some of them out. Stuns traded.
I've got your trail.
Util seeking to equalize. Rolling Thunder catches onto Kankan. There won't be any follow-up. There's a nade used prior, so Jing just using it to delay. Push all the way through. Nobody. He does claim Sand control the updraft play as well, giving up the side entirely. What is the call by PRX? They seek to fight towards Sand. The potential's there. Holding inside the smoke for now. A-Hall's control going to be theirs. Lockdown in play. Comes down to the timings. Kankan gets away with that one. Breaking the timing as well. There won't be any detainment, so he's going to be scot-free, but it has given up a lot of the site. Spike was planted. There's a huge flank and wrap around by Chichu while all this is happening, so he needs to get a bit of a jog on and a bit of a move on. PRX across the site. Damage being done to a few of them here. Fault line to try and set them up once more, but they're winning their Angels out, and Chichu was found, caught in the moment. It's up to Smoggy. He's low enough, Forsaken just sticking it. They can spam the angle down. This is PRX with a resounding comeback. 1 round away from taking the map.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, this is without something in the lineup. 11-4 down. And at no point did PRX stop believing, it seems. That's an excellent shot too. But to think that even in this scenario, in a 4v5 without site control, PRX still were able to win. Major ultimates invested, and now EDG need to stop the tide just to be able to take us to overtime.
Operator purchased. He's pre-aiming it, anticipating the same play. Showstopper from Jing, close to the corner though. Reactions and shutting him down. No rocket fired.
Forsaken was going for the
jump on
same.
the box.
He was going for the same angle again. I cannot believe it.
He might go for the repeat. Oh my, the reactions. Narrowly missed. Just not unable to hit that shot, but he knows that there's some emphasis and pressure being applied there to the corner. Forsaken still takes the fight. All popped off.
And Kankan heavily punished for that little crosshair wiggle that he loves to do.
Here's Sang Control, doubled up. PRX looking to try and bring this one over the line. Now, 1 kill found, damage done to Chichu, but there is that trade still. 3 versus 3. Positioning's theirs, no side control. Halls, it's all been slowed down. 50 seconds in the round. There's time to do so. Lockdown in play for Chichu. When does he seek to use it though? Mind Freak repositions himself to a hard anchor spot just behind default here. Here's the lockdown being used close. Mind Freak now. He'll be hunting for a chance to get a kill. You can't reposition from this. He's locked out in the open. Buying time, flashes exchanged. 2 seconds remaining. Strikes back and gets the 1. 2 versus 2. Plant now. Time going to be bought. The PRX.
Forsaken on the flank.
On the verge here. And this flank's going to be huge for them. 1 more round to bring it over the line. EDG desperate to cling on for a chance of OT. Players are weak. Turret heard to the side. Forsaken doesn't want to give away his positioning, not yet. The longer you play this, the worse it's going to look. Finally, a timing's taken. Forsaken. The jump, the jiggle, spots it out, baits out the shot. They know they're there, but they double up the fight anyway. EDG, the potential to win this one is within their grasp, and with shots like that, Smoggy, eventually, finally, they get that round on the board, and they take it to OT.
It feels like such a mental block, because at the final hurdle, when everything is eventually on the line, they're then able to win. It's like they need the pressure. It's like they need to be backs against the wall on the ropes in order to deliver. 12-12. EDG have had their share of overtimes. Almost all of their big games have featured one in some way or another.
No strangers to this situation. Here's an interesting one. Look at Device purchase.
The attack operator. Really?
Yeah, on the Killjoy.
He's going to be holding tree, potentially looking to just counter-op Kankan, who isn't there, by the way. He's in Halls.
Trailblazer's going to be used to carve out a path, get some information into Halls. Nobody taking that space because they hear the boombot towards drop, knowing that it's compromised. PRX not going all in into one section of the map, just a little bit of poking and prodding.
They fought to get Jing the orb. I wonder if they're trying to set up for something like that.
Divide this whole time has been holding onto tree control with that operator. So PRX can go back into this knowing that nobody's wrapped around towards tunnel. Reclearance necessary towards arcade, but they're still opting to just contact plays, man. Tilda up close, now you see it. Made flying past, along with the stun to set it up. The goal going to be to try and take that tower's control. Clean movement again off the ropes. Chichu is there onto the corner. Can he even get one? Back towards it. Needs to land the shots as well. It's traded out with the rifles and not anticipating that CGRS would be a third line of defense. Devi catching the rotations. All down to Smoggy. Turret sees him. It's a 1v3. Quick dodge of the flash. This guy has been a savior for EDG. Can he really overcome this? Baits out the ops shot. Finds a clean fight, but just cannot win it out. Not against CGRS right now. It's PRX who find themselves once more at match point.
Both teams only able to take 4 rounds on attack. Coming to overtime, and PRX have a very different idea. Dish pressure, go back into an arcade split, overwhelm Shishu, playing hard anchor, like we talk about so much in that first half, and then devise operator to shut things down and give them information early on. So good to be able to have that depth of the strat book so that even when it gets to round 25, you have something new to show your opponent. Can EDG and Haodong show something similar?
Timeout to rally back. We mentioned it, EDG, no strangers to this situation in the overtime, but how far can a Cinderella run really go here? Now listen, early on in the series, still map 1, but PRX with this level of comeback, I mean, both teams, credit them to playing quite freely with the expectations kind of brushing off their shoulders. The goals were achieved for EDG. They got the first win for China. They made the playoffs. At this point, you know, we've said this phrase many times, but house money really does seem to be at play. You could make a similar argument for PRX, but I feel like for them it is still that fight for survival. They want to buy as much time as possible to potentially get their full roster back together in time to really make a good go at Masters Tokyo.
They are a team, though, that feels free when you're looking at them. The way in which they play, they've done a lot of work in keeping the mentality high. Devi's going to pick up the operator again on the defense side, again towards Tree, giving his team information, but that info is that there's no one there. PRX and Northside crunching into them, meaning a match!
It's Rifles and Lead and Fire and Fury exchange on the north side of the map, just the containment being the playbook for EDG. It works out. Comes at 3-3. No real advantage to either side here, but a bit of a scramble for PRX on their defensive side. They've lost a lot of control of the map.
Seekers.
Yeah,
Nobody got
Seekers.
both of those 2 kills, and now he's got the ult orb for Seekers online. This could be monumental to allow Kangkang to have impact on the lurk. It's going to tell him exactly where these players are, and more importantly, perhaps where they're not.
All the Seekers leading their way over towards B here. Do they still want to try and commit into the side? Looks likely, doesn't it? There's a stun. Should be caught with that one. Divide still with the operator. Shorty up close. CGRS unable to find that kill and claim it through the smokes. Kang wants to take the timing, wants to take the fight straight to them, but Mindfreak shuts it down. Spike out in the open. It's nobody in a 1v2. This is for the map. For EDG, a chance to once more extend the play of OT. He's been given free rein towards the site. An open plant. Hoping to isolate the fight once more. Tap onto it. Sees the shoulder, sees the util. Is he going to expect it? Time still running short. Divide hitting the shot and closing out the map.
One of the most ridiculous comebacks I think we've ever seen at a global tournament. Obviously, the finals of Lock-In come to mind, but this one was something else. PRX just ran that back 7 rounds in a row and then sweeping overtime. They look completely in control. I don't know at what point they started believing it was doable, but it took us until, what, 11-7, 11-8 before we even thought it was possible. And yet they just kept on winning. Huge moment, great adaptation. And their defense side, EDG could not find a way through it. This is a team that's been, their bread and butter in some senses has been playing that attack side fracture, baiting out aggression, punishing it, and they just couldn't find their way through. This, of course,
trying to grab it.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I mean, it just couldn't be done by them, whatever the case is. But yeah, just a level of freedom to the play of PRX as a team. Somewhere at that map, there was a turning point.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the midst of all of it, they found the footing.
And I do worry that that might be the weight of expectations on EDG's shoulders. Yeah. You know, to go from eliminating Loud, the finalists of Lock-In, #1 seed in the Americas, a tournament favorite, to this where you're playing against a team without their primary player. They're playing with CGRS, who was at the bottom of the scoreboard again, having to fill in with Breach. I mean, it's very different.
Absolutely, that's going to do it for map #1. After this break, we'll send it down to the desk to break it all down and set up the rest of the series.
呪われてる喉から出る手追われてる脳が鍛れてる右脳で吐き溜めてる向こうから来るハートに溺れる内向囚われの向こう途方もない壮大なるビッグボールいけるかどうか頭口だけを頼りロービーツ浴び三々浴び共感ないないではワクワクタイムスリルマニアからのファン佇まないただならないから傾かない看板見つからない安牌安定さ精査10年黙々とリハーサルそう簡単にしくじらない始まればあっけがないのっけから切れるまで荒ぶって洗える手ひねり出して手に入れる高ぶらないはずがないが押さえつける平然畳みかける経験時に肌になるつけっけにハサミ入れて万全実行するときはいつも心技体が整っていいポジショニング取りしてるいいキッコ導く方程式緻密な計算式蹴ると踏んだフリーライダー向こう見つと思われがちかがリミッター外すからってキックできれば実感できるのさこの体の奥に眠る力がかけてく全て心実行できる日々没頭ミッション君自身にピンと合わし読みが甘くそうなくじけそうになる時には目閉じ下げるルート今夜はやばそうだ生きるのも戻るのも困難舞台は荒れているフットワークから口から血から吸い上げる疾患期間胃がキリキリ舞うシックサ残すインパクトベントシーサージグザグなゴーサイン出す体が効かないこの先には一体何が起きるのかななんやらこの界隈はそう簡単にはしなかったバイバイ残した俺という存在
Welcome back to Masters Tokyo. I'm standing by with HyperX's coach, excuse me. When you and I spoke earlier, you said your main focus was to make sure that you don't do anything that looked like what you saw yesterday. What was the biggest difference between yesterday and this first map?
Honestly, I think the first half was quite terrible for us. I can't believe we came away with that. I think they just figured it out halfway through. You know, we as a team we kind of figured out halfway through what to do, and then we managed to push them back. And I don't know, I thought it was an amazing game. Very fortunate, I think, that we didn't let it run away from us.
I mean, it was a ferocious comeback, 8 rounds in a row, and then winning OT. Congratulations on one. Best of luck to you, Map 2. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Doug, and whoever that was. Really enjoyed that first half of the game. But yeah, welcome back to the desk. I've got Kakuka and Paperthin here with me. I don't understand how, why, when this. Explain. You PaperX often.
Yes, I do PaperX, and they PaperX'd well.
Yeah.
This was a very PaperXing. No, look, they're better when they're not thinking. I hate to say it that way but it's true. Like, we've literally heard Alex tell them that to shut their brains off and they play better. And they just, when they're reacting, when they're kind of playing natural, when they're just playing with the confidence and aggression, like Jing, blast packing up onto that box, Forsaken just all over the map with that Neon. This is the PaperX you want to see. And having CGRS on this breach roll also isn't that big of a shift for them because something doesn't have nearly as much impact on that breach. He's more of a setup guy.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the game. Honestly, it could have been like 55 moments, but Kakuka...
I
feel like this one summed it up.
Oh, this one is beautiful to get this 2 kills from Jing, just blast back in and just get in the perfect position. Also the stun coming in from Forsaken just in case someone was pushing. He could also go for those kills and maybe he could have given us a beautiful vertical flip, but it wasn't the case. Again, it could have been any round. I'm very happy that it's this one because we were highlighting at the beginning of this match how Jing was going to be so important, how everything how all of the players were going to be on their backs. We were talking about Forsaken, even on the Neon, he plays support for him. It's beautiful to see.
I mean, if you take a look at this, it's not just Jing. On that team, Forsaken's utility, the pathing, everything Paperthin was just beautiful.
I am so tickled with the way they're playing right now. I mean, they're both just incredible players at their roles in very different ways. Jing, again, I think, for my money, the best Raze in the world right now, and I think you guys just saw why. He's all over the place. The only thing I'd say that he's lacking in is showstoppers. I mean, sometimes those showstoppers whiff. That's about the only thing I can really fault him for, but these two combined, when they're both on Duelists, forget about it.
I mean, I also have to say that not only their performances were great, but after losing the bonus on that second half, I was like, well, this is it. EDG, it's got what it takes. This is going to be another hard loss for PaperX. We were talking about how important the mental is. Having that comeback makes it mentally, automatically the winners of this match.
Especially since that they could have closed it out before overtime, and then there was a whole other mental hurdle. But let's talk about map 2, because this is going to be PRX's map pick. Now, I'm going to be quite copium about it as we move on to the next map, because I'm going to preface this by saying, yes, over in China, what the opponents that EDG go up against might not be as developed or competitive compared to the other leagues, but it doesn't take away the fact that EDG have not lost on this map since 2021. In fact, the last time they lost in a paper thin, Kankan and nobody wasn't even on the roster.
Yeah, well, it should, in theory, be one of their most difficult tests on this map ever. And I'm kind of started thinking, like, we heard from Forsaken that CGRS was actually IGLing on Split last time. So likely to be the case here again. Now I'm kind of thinking, was he also IGLing on Fracture last time? Is CGRS actually just a pretty solid IGL? And, you know, when you have to shift Forsaken over to those duelist roles, as we're kind of expecting here for Forsaken to go back to a duelist, you know, is this kind of actually the formula right now for PRX? Are these the maps where they have to lean into it like this?
And we were talking a lot about the double duelist, how we just saw it for PRX. I feel like the way that these teams are very PRX, the fact that we're going to see or expect to see a mirror composition since EDG changed their comp when they were playing the other day, I think that it's going to be insanely crazy to follow and very evened out.
I'm excited.
I'm sorry for the observers.
It's going to be really, really fun.
Praise
I mean, after the first map, I feel like it's going to probably just get better. But also, I don't think we can count EDG out, just because the way that they performed so far in this tournament, they have a really good chance to bring it back.
Yeah, exactly. And if we think about the split that they played against Team Liquid, they had very good ideas. It is true that they were not exactly thinking a lot about those mid rounds and how to execute with them, but actually they had very good ideas.
I mean, speaking of EDG, let's see what their coach after had to say ahead of map 2. He's standing by with Doug.
Thank you so much, Sue. I'm standing by with EDG's coach after, and of course our translator Iris, who's going to allow us to pick his brain a little bit. Despite Kong's outrageous performance, you guys still managed to fall in map 1 after a ferocious comeback by PRX. What's the key for map 2 here to get back into the series?
尽管说第一张图其实康康有非常出色的一个发挥，但是还是没有能够阻挡住对手的一个非常猛烈的一个反扑和进攻。所以想问一下，你们觉得第二张图的一个关键是什么呢？
主要是我们在进攻端的时候，我们有点落入到他们的快节奏里面了，导致于我们在控图这一块的基础就没有做好，所以下一张图我们会把这件事情给弥补好。
I think when we're on the attack side, we didn't really focus on the map control and a little bit issues on that. So the key to our map 2 definitely to fix the problems of especially not to follow the frantic pace of the opponent like map 1. So this is a very important thing that we need to do on map 2.
Hopefully it's able to pull off and you guys take us to map 3. Best of luck to you in that map. Back to you, Sue.
Thank you, Doug. That's such good insight. You know, after saying we should not be playing into the frantic pace of PRX, because you do fall into that trap. But as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, I just want to say that this is the first time in this entire tournament we could potentially see a double duelist versus double duelist. We are going to get it. And the last time we saw it was that lock-in in the grand finals. And Kakuka, I can't think of two better teams to do double duelist head-to-head than these two.
And again, the same interpretation of the map I think is going to come through. We see that EDG has decided to start on the attack on this play, probably because of that double duelist. Again, thinking about the way that they played against Liquid, I didn't mean to say mid-round, but actually mid-control, and it's something that has to happen and has to change here, especially when both of the teams are running the Viper. I'm looking also at Chichu when this comes onto the defense, and just keep them coming.
I'm really excited for this. I mean, I'm just hoping that I can prove that the curse is all on Achilles.
Oh, I love that paper thin. We'll find out shortly, because we're going to head into Split now and toss this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, momentum entirely on the side here for PRX, and that string of rounds they managed to bring it all the way over the line in map number 1 here, our elimination game, fighting for a chance of survival on either side.
Yeah, and I really do think the mental battle massively in favor of PRX here. I don't want to be the armchair psychologist, but you're looking over at Kang, he's, you know, biting his fingers, heading into map 2.
Yeah.
You're listening to the coach talk about how they allowed themselves to fall into the frantic pace that PRX end up playing at. It's got to be controlled for EDG. And when I think back to their attack side versus Liquid, it was very, very slow in general. They threw in a couple of fast rounds, but they mostly grouped up, as they're doing here on the pistol, on A or B, and then just played slowly.
Forsaken is eager to take a name off the list. And there we go. Kang down and out. Winning against the opposites here. Dash play forwards. Mindfreak seeking it as well. Hold it down towards the choke point, but taken out and traded, so 3 for 3, but damage has been done. It's
that's
quite
dangerous.
Significant. Nade, yeah, that's going to be getting value. Line them up for him. 2 ripped away with Jing and Divide. Oh, they're feeling it. When you see the Sheriffs coming out, the purchase from Divide, you know that they've got confidence.
Absolutely. Forsaken too. Both of them ripping heads off and doing so much chip damage that Jing was able to drop into the site and get 2 with a nade and just a tag of a frenzy. Simple cleanup. And the first round going quickly for EDG. I'm sure we'll see some variety in pace over their attack side on split. I'm very confident that their coach has already passed along that piece of feedback to them. But it's not a great start for this Chinese team that's been on a blinder of a run so far. 4 players up here in mid on this eco round, and just, oh, someone slipped through into mail actually as Divide controls that area.
Decay damage really kicking in the midst of all of that. There's a nade dropped down at the feet of Divide. Mindfreak's got to know that Chichu's cross. That's what he's holding for. Gang. He's making a mockery of the game. An absolute mockery, man.
Well, talk about bad starts. Instantly turned around unless Jing can pick up a 1v4.
Okay. Tactical shooter, very precise.
That's what this game is going to be a lot of, Brent. It's a double duelist mirror here. On split, we've seen a few of them over in the Americas region, less elsewhere in the world. But they can have a lot of fast-paced rounds to them. This one is just bizarre, because Divide didn't even realize that Shishu had got himself into main. And then you get Kang jumping around like
I don't know,
bunny.
man. Yeah. Just rolling them with the judge. Gifted him a gun there, makes the most of it.
That's a giggle from Divide, despite the fact that they've lost round 2 and completely crushed their economy.
So 1-1. Early days in the map.
And this is more what you saw the pace of EDG's attack side looking like against Liquid. Very slow contact plays behind the Viper utility over towards A. And often, actually, with even more people over there. Sometimes 4 or even 5 playing a slow round like that. This one is spread to make sure that they can collect PRX if they push mid or push B.
Crossover towards ramp. Good clearance there off the dog. Necessary info. It's forced the dash out of Forsaken. He's worried about a repeat attempt. They're going to be getting even more information. Where's Jing found that one?
That's ludicrous.
Did he just leap into the choke?
Yeah, that's absolutely ludicrous.
Okay, smokes fade. Reals Forsaken's positions. Everybody else now starting to walk to all of those angles. CGRS tries to calm down the Sheriff, but the shot's only the one landing.
So EDG neutralized PRX in that round. Here we're gonna, I mean, this is the play that he makes. He goes for the knife.
Well, he did damage.
Yeah.
That's 75. Yeah, he did knife him.
Okay, great work, I suppose.
Incredible.
Coming into this next one, I really want to take a look at the tempo that EDG plays at and how quickly PRX are able to rotate. That, to me, that's the big issue between these two teams. If PRX is able to get the reads early on, it's going to help them massively on defense. And this is fast again from EDG.
So fast. I mean, the double satchel play with the pull. Enough to take male control. Forsaken takes a fight though. Smoke recalled in his face. Howdong set up for the fight. Wins it. Dog seeing CGRS. The stun did not connect. They were intending to use the nade for that location, but decide against it.
In the midst of all of this, Mindfreak is sneaking out through B main, challenging Howdong.
I mean, he's got the read on this. I mean, Howdong's just jiggle peeking it, expecting there to be the reclearance.
Very well played. This is an adjustment to how PRX like to play, how aggressive they are on defense. It's not a big, set, double duelist execute on the defensive side like we'd see sometimes on Fracture, but they're just two people, one after another, reclearing B main to try and grab that information back for PRX. And Howdong's ready for it. That's not just the Astra controlling B main as you'd expect, but that's also their IGL, right? That's the player that's going to be working with After to craft the game plans to potentially take down this squad.
PRX forced to save Yeah, I mean, absolutely rent-free, isn't it, from Haodong, just being able to spot out those players and understanding the tendencies of PRX as a team, looking to try and re-clear moments like that when they're a player down. I will say, you know, when I was thinking about the stylistic matchup between these two teams, EDG were getting punished quite a bit by how slow they were playing their split attack side last time around against Liquid, but I think against PRX will always be trying to take the initiative on the defense side. Yeah. They're going to be handing a lot of those openings to EDG if they decide to play that really slowed down, crawled play style.
I think in general, the stylistic matchup does favor EDG. They're the kind of team that likes to slow the pace and punish any reaction that comes out of their opponents. It works beautifully well in China, where teams are a little more sloppy. But it certainly did not work on map 1. Like After was saying, they got dragged more into the frantic reactionary play instead of making sure they controlled every part of the map. It's more difficult, you could argue, on Fracture, though, with 4 entrances.
Knives online here for Forsaken. Late Storm. Bit of information gathered there. Skyflash through. Kang seems to lurk his way into mid, just can't quite get the aim. The rifle under control.
And you do not expect a Sky to be playing in that kind of position. Just a really odd off angle for CGRS to be on. And Kang was thinking it was completely open. So gets caught there, very unaware.
Dogs exchanged.
And we go back into the same kind of stuff. EDG, they don't like to take early map control on their attack side. It was a very odd game plan they were demonstrating in the game against Liquid, and they're doing it again here.
Off angle for Jing. Smoke in his face. Any Cosmic Divide. Double up draft. No heads found. Jing's still there. Eventually the Cosmic Divide is here. Here's the showstopper. Puts it away! Shot. I don't know what happened there, but Jing does not get value from it when he saw 2 of the targets.
Got to be a missed input or something, right?
Yeah, it's surely. I mean, that's brutal. Should have been winning that fight out. And speaking of such, Main's still locked down. Haodong taking out Divide. CGRS feeling like he has to make a play in a moment there, pushing forwards into the angle that was being spammed into elbow. Beautiful flash into the corner. Mindfreak hopping away here, contained.
EDG continue to find success with this unorthodox playstyle. One of the reasons why it looks so odd is that they're starting their A executes from so far away. You see other teams like to try and fight over a ramp control early on, so that if they decide to exec into the sites, they can do it from closer. They give less warning to the defending players over there. But on the positive side, unless you go and actually contest a ramp, you don't really know whether EDG are there or not. It's so quiet. Extremely contacty approach. But I mean, look at how little map control the attackers start with when you choose this strategy.
Yeah, it's like they've just drawn up lines in terms of where they seek to take the fights from, but nobody's willing to cross it.
We're 25 seconds into the round. They don't have A main, B main, or mid.
It's so passive.
It's very passive, and it works if PRX are going to peek into you. Maybe Forsaken will give them that. They must have spotted him there.
Wall up, there's a gap towards it. Forsaken dash to disengage, straight to the wall.
Kang getting a taste of his own medicine there, running into the operator.
Risky jiggle there from Mindfreak. Triggers out the pull. Repositions actually now towards the backside of B. But again, EDG defaulting into an A hit. Players grouping up. They were doing this all the time against Liquid.
Forsaken's already over here. Feels like he has a read.
Yeah, I mean, with mid pushed up this deep, they have to know that this is going out. Surely, Forsaken pushing forwards to the start at his feet. What time does he take? Dash forwards into the smoke updraft to escape the ire.
But he chooses to go in, not out.
Yep. There is going to be some of that pushback. Viper's Pit in his face. Flash over to the side. Haodong shuts down CGRS and Jing as they seek to enter. Still a shot lands. Dash is back online, but a spray through. Anticipating the re-swing and the re-peek. Divide on the flank now. You have to try and bring down the Pit to stand a chance. Might come down. Luck of the draw, but Haodong so consistent. There's Chichu falling. The Pit will go down as well. Aim adjusted Divide. 18 bullets. Player weak enough Howdong, a single shot should do it. Him versus Devi, and Devi on the cusp of greatness. Waiting it out, seeking the recross, yet takes the fight anyway. Beautiful stuff from Devi.
A 1v3 from a player who has been so clutch, so good in Pacific this season. Adds a Red Bull clutch onto it at a global tournament. Arguably, Devi has been one of the most impactful players in the Pacific run that they've had to collect a trophy in their region.
What the?
Don't ask.
Interesting.
One enemy remains.
What a play towards the end. That really should have been EDG's. Game plan worked perfectly. They were able to pop into the A site, catch Forsaken. It's all just based on Devi's heroics. But that's only the second round that PRX have been able to find. And the first was a pistol that they lost the follow-up for. So this is still dire straits. Now, having said that, the double duelist comp is mostly going to be powerful on the attack side. I think even if EDG get up to 11, I mean, I guess they can't. Even if EDG get up to 10 here, if it's a 10-2 half, I don't think anyone can call it after what we saw on Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game really, isn't it? The amount of one-sided halves we've seen throughout this entire tournament, one-sided maps as well.
One-sided, yeah. I mean, PRX knows something about that. They've got 12 0'd on Lotus.
Yeah.
That's the third map. We've just got madness all the way through this series.
Here it is, tail end of the timeout here for PRX. I mean, the adjustments that they've made so far, though, they're trending in the right direction. Opping for Forsaken. Can't play it as aggressively, even though he has been taking a lot of these peaks and trying to anchor with the op. In theory, it should slow down the need for them to try and fight really hard. And with the way EDG are playing, they really do rely on PRX to make those aggressive plays.
Now, I see your Forsaken op, and I'd like to raise you a Kang attacking raise op with a showstopper.
I think Kang might win.
We'll see. They're on opposite sides of the map at the moment here, but...
well, Kang
he does get the first.
Yeah, he's winning somewhere, isn't he? Can always count on Kang.
Devi's gone for this push down mid many times so far.
Easily punishable if the timing is incorrect, but Orb starts to go down. B main control. Howdong is close to this left corner. Fight taken here. There's no trade really inside because it's an operator to Forsaken Scott. He's worried about the reswing. Picks out the shorty. Maybe hoping to try and dash up onto the opposition, but it allows Howdong a chance to just escape out of there, and he's holding even further back, close to the corner once more. Gambles incorrectly. The barrel sticking out. I think Howdong knows exactly what to expect, yet still. The shot lands. Kang, he's taking a little walkabout. Casual jaunt into mid.
Again, bizarre from EDG, having gone to play Rub, but it's 3v3, sorry. And EDG have gone for another exec into A, late round.
So Smoggy's using that smoke to cross into the site device crosshair placement. That is perfect. Finds the first one. Jing is up in the air. There's no shot. He gets a kill, man.
30 seconds left.
Sailing right through. 25 seconds left. Smoggy, he's seeking a kill to try and turn the tide of it, but it's just not happening, man. PRX are playing with just another level of freedom. I mean, it's purely whimsy.
Yeah, I mean, EDG are going to take attack time out here, and I think they need to. They're getting punished for the way that they're playing. This walk. Okay, so let's start here. Howdong played this situation really nicely, but when Kang walks up mid like that, he doesn't have a distraction. He's doing that before the A hit even comes through. He can't use utility because he doesn't want to give away that he's there. So he's just walking up mid, hoping to catch a timing. That's not an effective way of generating value for your team as an attack side raise. It's just not going to work often enough. EDG look very one-dimensional right now, despite being in the lead. And I think that's concerning for a team that just let an 11-4 advantage slip through their hands.
Can't afford it again. Plenty of ults online to make the most of here. EDG feeling the heat, of course, that's why they take the timeout out, but they do have some big tools to work with. Cosmic Divide, Showstopper, can formulate something here.
Certainly.
Fast A hits tend to be quite popular when you've got those combos.
They could also go fast mid. We've seen them run a play where they pull in mail and do a double blast back up mid. You know, they've got options there, but for PRX, if you don't see something quick and aggressive to start the round, you can just hold an off angle at mid and B main and start stacking A, right? Have they shown anything different? I don't think so.
Oh boy. Look at the minimap. Gonna be walking right into Forsaken with the operator in his hand. It's critical that he finds an opening. Contact plays the start, recalled at the beginning, all grouped up here. What is there going to be to play for it? Cosmic Divide cuts it through, flash, position gained and noted. Stunned up Forsaken, the updraft, everything expended to get out of line. He's going back in! Through the wall, you've got to be joking me! And the showstopper's there. In exchange for his life, Kang, he will receive one, and the spike has been dropped down in the middle of nowhere. Cosmic Divide on top of it, it's going to split the side up entirely. It's used off the back of it, and PRX, they have all the advantages here.
I mean, Kang just threw the spike into enemy territory, and now it's going to get pitted.
Yeah, this is essentially a lost round.
What a disaster for EDG.
The only way this gets salvaged is by luck of the draw. Some random spam. Bring down the pit, get a kill. The advantage of the pit is it does allow them to contact it a little bit now and take better timing. Shots fired.
It did land.
Might have to be a 3-2-1 push through into the pit at the same time. Shoot from the high ground. Snake bite at the choke. Pushes back one of the angles, one of the fights. Jing so close to the wall, dropping down, and yep, it is that luck of the draw. The random spam, the spray through. Device still alive though, and that means the pit is up. It's contained a tap onto that spike. Forcing out the positioning, Shorty to bait it out with the swing. Finally the pit goes down, it's opened this up entirely towards the back of the side. Mindfreak is crispy. Lands that shot, knows what it lasts is, but the reposition's there. Smoggy with the dash, and such a wide face is granted with a round win.
Immaculate play by Smoggy. Absolutely immaculate. He taps the spike to bait the push out of Devi, and then punishes immediately. This, by the way, after taking out Forsaken, who went in for just a bit too more. But look at this. He taps the spike to bait Devi in and then dashes away, re-swings onto Mindfreak and hits the shot. What a step up when his team needed it. What an incredible play.
Another heavy group up, one away from the Blade Storm. The AWP being the goal, but Trailblazer broken. There's no punish in sight. They've given Forsaken easy access to it, so he's got the knives online.
Here.
Everyone on EDG grouped up towards A here. Once more, these are the kind of setups that they were doing. And Devi's taking all of mid control.
Updraft, flash, over the top as well. Enemy AC-130 seeking for the target. Not going to be getting it. Has to dash away and disengage it. Again, there's a refresher onto the knives and a fight. It's running and gunning. It's pure spray downs occurring. Straight towards ramp. Already heaven control has been given up.
Look at Devi. He already pushed out mid in the beginning of the round, and now he's already here.
Deep pushes on deep pushes. Devi got the backside of the angle. They've given up heaven control. They've got them exactly where they want them. He spots it out, and there's the first. Will he get a second? He will indeed. Wider with the face still. It's up to Smoggy. Chance to capitalize, and still double-faced with the Stingers. They make light work of them. Thrifty win for PRX. And off the back of that, I mean, they just gave them so much space.
You won't see many teams play an anti-eco round by 5-stacking over towards A and not pushing quickly. I really don't know what's going through EDG's head when they make game plans like this, but PRX perfectly countering it. I mean, the space that Devi took in the round was instantaneous. And I know that EDG are still ahead, but they've also lost the last 3 out of the 4 rounds that they've played. And it looks like PRX have the read on how to punish this.
No info off the flash. Hodong ends up dodging it. This could pay dividends big time. Works himself up onto a closer angle. Forsaken. He's just aiming up close here to reposition as well. Yep, there it is. Not expecting that Hodong was already pushed up, but it is answered back as well from that attempt to take a bit of heaven control.
Where's CGRS going?
What are you doing here?
You have Trailblazer, man.
Trailblazer up close. No, he doesn't expect it. His players right in front of him. They're stunned up with the Stingers. They still claim the kill. Jing, he's going to be pushing, taking a timing of his own. Smoke up. Mindfreak, he needs help right here, and he needs it now. A bit of backup wouldn't go amiss. Where is his team? Close to the corner. Nobody. He's finding that one. Still Mindfreak dodging, juking. Util sent flying. Another Trailblazer being used, and another flank attempt. It's an absolute nightmare for the observers to be catching most of this one because there is action all over the bloody map. Snakebite denying that one plan. Will not get off in time. It's a 1v2 Devi. Surely not to do it again. Finds the first, and Chichu's low enough that, again, it's a single bullet. that will make its mark and win the round out.
30 seconds left.
Buys the time once more. Spike in the hands of Chichu. He knows that pressure is on them. The spike has not been planted, and it's beautiful movement. The slight jiggle from Chichu sets him up for the gun duel. Was favoured there, so...
Nerves and pressure, Brent. Nerves and pressure. That, to me, is the big story of this game so far, because both teams playing their anti-eco rounds dreadfully. CGRS, though, I think you can give more leeway to, because he's not got a large tenure as a professional player and a lot of experience in big moments like this. But that play with the Trailblazer just opened the door for EDG after they were already set up nicely with the kill on the offer.
Hello, PRX. Oh, welcome to the party. It's Jing, the showstopper, immediately getting a kill. There's the reward. Seeking to answer back, it's Kang. No one's watching the smoke. Kang's just able to walk up onto it. So 4 versus 4, smoke's fading away. At the choke point, Devi thinks there might be something more towards this, so that's why it was utilized to try and push them back. Out in the open, nobody's just swinging wide. There was nothing to try and block that gap as well. This entire game is devolving into chaos.
So many mistakes on either side. EDG are really struggling to slow the pace down, but Shishu just manages to squeak his way out. And nobody getting caught there because Shishu hadn't activated his Viper wall. It feels like exactly what the coach was talking about, getting drawn into that frantic pace. But right now, Haodong's found himself, sniffed himself out an opening. Does he call for the rotate, or is he trying to drag players over?
At this point, I mean, mate, there's 37 seconds left.
They could get to A.
If they really run.
I think that's what Haodong's telling them to do.
30 seconds
Going
left.
through sewers seems like a really risky decision for Kang to be making.
I'm really confused. I mean, Kang's going to be potentially playing as a late lurk while this comes through.
Haodong doesn't have backside.
Haodong does not have backside control.
Things are getting messy over here.
Yeah, it's
and
falling to
PRX
pieces.
is capitalizing. It's crazy, Brent. It really is, because we're talking about this like EDG are fumbling the bag right now. They're still going to be up 6-5, but it's because they won those 4 rounds in a row early on. You know, taking away the advantage of the pistol, winning that thrifty round 2 and converting it into some momentum. Apart from that, they've looked shook. Apart from those 4 rounds, from round 2 to round 5, the game plan has just been a bit of a disaster for them. I suppose they want a thrifty in the midst of all of that too. But, my word, whoever comes out of this match will have scars.
Yeah, scrapes and bruises. I think what's on the line as well is PRX trying to drag it even here. Final round of this first half, the last chance for Pacific as well. The last representatives available, and they're not even up to full strength. Here's a Cosmic Divide though. Flashes, sent flying. Birds careening, Trailblazer leading the charge as well, carving up a portion of it. Here's an updraft, now finally the dash. Sancho, he's super boosted up in the air, man! Smoggy, he finds his 2. Jing also answered though initially. It's a 3v3, another dash online. Judge in his hand. Plan for a safe default position. They don't have control of any other area of the map. They're all playing towards the back of the site here. That's quite poor for EDG. They're going to have to make a play, I think, to try and offset that. Smoked across. Trailblazer clears through. Still worried about a potential of that late lurk as well, but now you start to see it. The time to strike is nigh. PRX. Flash round the side. CGRS with no more util available. That's a Judge up close, though, and he's handed over a gun, I believe. Straight transfers, CGRS pulling out miracles for them. And he's dragged it even, 6-6. This guy, not much of a tenure as a pro player, Josh. Bit of a Gecko one trick, some might say, on top of it, but God, he stepped up in their moment right there.
He'll be so happy about that performance. Ridiculous situation to find himself in. So both CGRS and Devi managing to win essentially 1v3s, although a bit of a distraction play there from Forsaken. He looks like he can't believe what he's done.
Insane stuff, 6-6.
What a half.
Evened out as well. Being gifted as well. I mean, this is an absolute brawl. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you very much, you two. I am having the greatest time. That was such a fun half. And Clint, you turned to me, you made a comment saying, I don't know how EDG is supposed to know where PRX are. I don't even think PRX know where they are. I think a lot of that, we still summed it up.
They're just all over the place, but in like the most classic PRX way, where it's just kind of, you know, you're playing kind of those angles and those, you know, that insane amount of time they put into ranked games is paying off right now because of all the craziness and the wackiness. And then Devi here. I was saying it before the match that I needed to see him be that clutch guy, that guy who came through for the team so many times during Pacific regular season, and now he's back, and I was so happy.
I'm not gonna lie, my EMEA brain was struggling a little bit here. We were looking at the players on stage and the reactions that they were having. Nothing made sense, and I was literally just looking out, being like, okay, so this one, oh, this happened, no, this happened, oh, people are dying here and here.
I mean, I think the major difference is EDG, a lot of those rounds, they looked a little bit stressed. They looked like they were under pressure, but Kakuka, PRX were just like this consistently every round.
Yeah, exactly. And now moving on to the next half is something that they definitely need to do. I don't know how we managed to get into a 6-6 scenario at the halftime, but against DRX, they only dropped 3 rounds from their attack. If they manage to pull this performance, this can be a 2-0.
I just want to point out real quick that round they showed at the end that Devi was laughing on was the anti-eco they lost, round 2. So that just shows you PRX's mentality.
Nothing
right
makes
now.
sense
They're just so happy.
Yeah, nothing makes sense, but I can't wait to watch more. Honestly, I hope we get a map 3 because Saisho and Brent, this is the most fun I've had in a while. I don't know about you guys.
It's certainly living up to our expectations. I mean, 2 teams just taking chunks out of each other, man. I mean, it's a brawl on either side. And it really does get showcased as well in that round score, that's 6-6.
I've got to echo the sentiment. I'd love this to go to map 3, but that is all in these players' hands. I feel like the pressure really is on EDG. And I would agree with Yintu. They do look a little stressed in terms of how they play and potentially how they are on the stage too.
There's a dog lay claim to an area of the map here towards Heaven, already a dash forwards. That's a stun caught into the side. Smoggy, smoke to dissipate as well to try and evade capture, but no, it's Forsaken once more. 2 kills for him in the round. Exchange the weaponry, pick up a gun, a bit of an upgrade for CGRS and an attempt to punish through the smoke. Jing just pushing right into their spawn. I mean, listen, it's boundless. The level of energy that PRX have got coming into this game, not a care in the world. They want to go for it again. Fully healed up. CGRS right behind him, and yep, one way to build themselves up.
So now you've just got to make sure that you actually convert after you win the pistol, all right? Because that started a piece of momentum for EDG that made the first half very dangerous. But this team looks so loose in a good way with how they're playing. They're cooking up the little micro plays, even with CGRS in there, and Forsaken stepping up massively on the pistol round. Talked about that being a win condition prior. And Kankan's gone missing a little. He will have to wake up for EDG to be able to pull through. He's got to be Mr. Consistent, as he usually is.
4 players stacked up. Will PRX slow it down? Not likely. They're on their way in. Potential. There was always danger in it, but Forsaken, oh, he cleans it up. Teammates at his back. Following up with a crossfire. Exchange of it as well, having a foresight to build up the ultimates.
So now Forsaken just needs 1 more or a death, and he's got his Blade Storm online for potentially an all-important bonus round. These kind of situations must feel so rough for the EDG players, for Kankan.
No gaps in the play.
They've just let a massive lead fall away from them on Fracture, and now they're struggling to keep pace in the second map. They'll have been hoping that they never even got to this point, obviously, where they're a map down. But even so, as Yinsu was talking about earlier, EDG, they haven't lost on Split since 2021. I mean, they have just been superb on this map when they've played it. Not that they have much recently. And the pressure is really on them right now, which is a bizarre thing to say, because coming into this tournament, there were no expectations for this squad.
No, it was quite freeing in terms of the play of EDG.
And a technical pause just to turn the heat up a little more. Give them some time to think and stew.
Let them simmer on the stage. All right, though. I mean, you could argue as well, this is one of the only circumstances we found ourselves in Masters Tokyo where Edward Gaming, EDG, are going up against a team, and you might say that they're the favorites going up against them. I mean, PRX playing with a sub here. Expectations, they're off this team, you know? I mean, PRX would love to be this stalwart defender, the last bastion for Pacific, and make a deep run of it, but they're playing like they've got no illusions of the circumstances they're in. They know their roster's not up to full strength, and they're just throwing anything to the wall, but it's working.
And to me, one of the biggest players that you have to give credit to, I think, you know, there's obvious names like Jing, who's been probably their most impactful player at this event. But I'm looking at Forsaken most of the time because I think he's the real X factor as to whether or not PRX have major pop-off performances. He's been forced to go back to the duelist, and it's a role that he's said he finds himself a little brain dead when he plays it sometimes. He finds it difficult to use his brain whilst also playing duelist. He just goes into autopilot and he runs around the map and ends up dying. And that's been part of the shift that Forsaken's really enjoyed recently, is picking up more of a flex role and calling a little more too. Well, back on the duelist, there are just so many rounds here where Forsaken is turning the tide for his team. We saw it on Fracture with his Neon, and now we're seeing it again here playing Jet.
It's all coming together for this team. Just getting a sneak peek as well over towards the stage. I was like, who's having these problems then as well? I saw one of the players restarting their client. So hopefully going to be getting back into the action momentarily.
I'm going to be loading back in here, and just to set the scene, this is the bonus round for PRX. They won the pistol. They made sure that it didn't drop away from them. And now they're heading in here with Forsaken's Blade Storm active. So there's definitely opportunities for PRX to be able to convert on this one. It's more dangerous than it might first appear.
All from those old orbs that were earned prior. Waited out towards the beginning. Couple of seconds. Let the round settle a little bit before you rush into anything, but they've already grouped up towards B main. There's going to be a flash and a dash play. It's active. There it is forwards. Disrespect being showcased, but, well, with the updraft halving, Haodong, he knows where to spray it forwards. He's pushed all the way up deep as well, looking for the counter spam. He's got his team to hold it down. Alongside him with the rifle spam.
Haodong bloomed a flash there that caught the smoke and then backed up and anticipated Forsaken's pathing perfectly.
Left to salvage the roundup, but unaware of really the positioning. Kang, he's turning up.
That is going to get the confidence flowing.
We've been talking about how important that was. Kang being that big game player for them.
Every game player for them.
Exactly. And we've got to see the signs of life. And that confidence back so damn important. Here he is. Wants to find the kill onto Mindfreak. Well, denied. Crouch peek though at the off angle. Smoggy seeking to collect. So bonus round was denied. Gives a chance for EDG to now maybe start to get something more going for them.
Another point though, as to Kang's confidence levels, it's not just about how he's feeling, but also the economy state. Because like I was talking about earlier, they op about 46% of the time on defense with Kang. That's a huge amount, almost half the rounds. That's like between 5 and 6 rounds average on defense. Unless they can get the economy grown here, they're not even going to get chances to do that.
PRX again going for the satchel play. It's cute, straight up towards Ramp. With a pull on top of it, stuns as well. Nade using the counteract. All that aggression. Lovely punish from EDG.
Very good. Bucket loads of defensive utility there to stop PRX from taking a ramp control. And that's the 2 heads of the snake chopped straight off. I was going to say double-tipped spear, but I'm not really sure what that would be. I was trying to visualize the weapon that don't know, that doesn't make too sense
at some point in
It's
time.
like a pitchfork, though,
yeah.
isn't it? That doesn't strike too much fear into people coming at them with a pitchfork. It would me.
If you know your French history, Josh, you might not be saying that, but...
I mean, if the French were coming at me with pitchforks, I'd know I'd done something wrong.
What era are we talking about here? I'm not going to get into a history lesson. I'm making a fool of myself.
This is a tough round for PRX to try and turn. Usually it's Forsaken and Jing that are the playmakers in these kind of situations.
Yeah, it's just contact plays, hoping that somebody will open themselves up for an easier kill.
Left.
Kang in mid, grouped up. There is that lurk timing here from Mindfreak, so He's evaded that sight line, and well, he has gotten past Kang. Does he seek to clear it? No.
Wow.
So Mindfreak.
But there's only 15 seconds.
In. Yeah, do they really still want to make a play here? I think they need a pick to do anything. This is just...
What a weird safe position.
It's absurd, isn't it? Yeah, I mean... Okay, cleared hard. Oh, hoping to take the rifle out from Devi. Up, down, up, down.
That's not going to make too much of a difference, though. Kang dying there, to me, I think that's even more incentive for him to just pick up an operator that one of his teammates drops. They've definitely got the potential for that if they want to go for it. See what they go with. It would be a little strange, obviously, to have your Raze op on defense, but it's Kang. Although it doesn't look like it for the moment. He's happy to just sit on the rifle. He's got the showstopper to play around here, too. And of course, with EDG, something we haven't mentioned that's really different on their defense side, they have Chishu hard anchor A, which is not how Vipers usually play these setups. The Vipers normally in mid.
Open himself up, though. There's an aim duel that Kang is happy to take. He's already found the first one. Dog stun connecting. Forsaken, they are trying to leap right onto him. Bolts offloaded, rocket to the side. Body splattered against the wall. EDG, they found the footing. The confidence is back in spades.
And the disrespect, too, to follow. This is what you gotta see for EDG to win. They need Kang to be putting up performances.
High ground position. That is just fantastic. Precision.
Flawless, you might say.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. And now, getting back that lead, it was looking quite dire. We think back as well to that first half, the way that ended up essentially spiraling out of control, and they lost that heavy lead that EDG were able to get. This is an important beginning.
Definitely is.
They don't falter after losing the pistol rounds. They have rallied all the way back here, so finding their lead, forcing PRX into a timeout.
And so far, PRX fighting over a ramp control is not working. EDG are just playing tucked behind their Viper wall and then popping back out into them. So PRX need to find a different area of the map. If they want to take a piece of map control early on, which is what both of these teams are going to be fighting over, then they need to pick a specific spot that they think they can have an advantage in. For me, Brent, that would be mid. I know that Kang just took the fight there and was able to win it in a prior round, or in that round, in fact. But that would be my area to go towards if I'm PRX, because Chishu's not putting the orb there, Haodong's not got a star there. At worst, you're taking straight up aim duels. And at best, there's not really going to be too much resistance.
Well, they divert their attention over towards that particular area of the map. I mean, as you said, Josh, you know, it seems kind of obvious to us. We're seeing the big global picture.
For
what's
sure.
been occurring, but for now, Spike trending back towards A. They split up towards the map here. No real semblance towards mid. Flash connects. A bit of information gathered. Looks like a bit of early utility as well pumped into B to try and force rotations and an immediate, fast wraparound to regroup over towards A.
With how fast PRX usually are on their execs, they're a really quick team. EDG are pretty confident that utility means they're going B. And this is where PRX look really nice, changing the pace up. They'll throw fast round after fast round and then hit you with this, a bit of a bait.
Yeah, slower beginning. Dog forwards, baits out that nade. Kang repositions close to the choke point. Flash does not connect. They want to take up control of A heaven. Bit of a lurk. Smoke's eventually fading, so clears it up for them to try and get themselves into these positions. They've all crossed. But there is awareness for EDG. You can see that in the way that Haodong's playing his positioning. Tucked at a very slight off angle. He's seeking to, again, contain his aggression. He's aware of it. And he's isolated 2 of the fights. Make it 3! This IGL for EDG has been absolutely phenomenal. In terms of the reads, his individual play, the sole difference maker in so many rounds.
It's like a weaponry graveyard over there, isn't it? With the spike on top to boot. You're so right. Haodong's got a great understanding of where PRX like to push around the map. He's not even holding the main angle there on the door. He's holding an off angle for if they decide to go A heaven to B, which, how many teams in the world do that? PRX are about, I don't know, one of a handful, a very small handful of teams. But PRX do actually try those kind of plays fairly often. And here's where you see the advantage of holding off angles against a team that likes to contact. You know, you don't always have to just pick up an operator to punish contacting teams. You can hold these off angles where they're just going to be unable to check it or clear it with utility properly. You're not going to get punished as much. So that knocks down the economy onto a bit of a half buy, though there's still 2 rifles here. CGRS and Divide could be difficult.
No players in sight from the deep flash. Here's a boombot. It is the half buy. I feel like still that danger with PRX. Stun. Here's a dash on top of the box. Nobody spamming. Position is forced. Here's a stinger fight. Won it out, but spam through the new box. Easy enough. Angle. Nobody. It's granted and gifted it. Still, it's come down to a 2 versus 2. In the midst of all of that, Divide with a late lurk for B main, I believe. Here's a Cosmic Divide also online. This is going to make it quite difficult to get through now if you are EDG, but the spike's still not planted.
Kankang's looking for a lurk in mid here. I thought he was going to use the nade to try and deny something like that from happening. They could have heard the plan going down.
Giving them easy access to heaven, dropping down. It's a high-low. She's holding that util, snake bite. Careening across, knows it, isolates it. There's a fight there from Kang, wide swing, but Chichu brings down his opposition. He's left to the 1v1. Mind Freak. There's no swing in sight. Time running so damn low here. Chichu just chooses to contact all the way round. It's PRX who seal it up with Mind Freak at the forefront of all of it.
Another thrifty in this series. So many of them scattered throughout the match. And there's one that completely halts the bad string of rounds that PRX were allowed, or allowing rather, to get against them. PRX managing to combo a play there. Just a very simple B split where Forsaken's bait and they just get in hyper aggressively.
There's an op online though. Kang seeking to offset the balance as well from that round that was just gained up close. Double satchel, cuts his way across, he's not allowed a clean fight. Spam to try and cover. And Kang did reposition the satchel movement in mid. That's being explored, and Divide, he's taken out early. EDG, what a thing to throw into the mix, but well, Kang just opened himself up a little bit too wide there, onto the heaven angle. Forsaken gets it, and now there's a rocket in his hands, laid down. And that cover and fire, explosives towards elbow, fight taken up close again. It's being traded out still, it's all up to nobody, and he's been swung right into. 1 versus 1. CGRS versus nobody. 6 bullets. Reload up top. Dog still available. This reposition is everything. CGRS. No way, man. No way at all. Another tap. Baits it. Yep. That's it. Nobody. That is sublime.
How has he got the read on that? That is such an intelligent play there. He's just shooting 1 bullet at a time to try and bait the fact that he's dropped out through heaven. So from CGRS's point of view, that completely sells it. Nobody is such a swingy player. He plays alone a lot, he plays to take hard fights often, and he will deliver magic occasionally. That round looked like it was gonna spiral out of control, completely out of their hands. We've been treated to some heroics in this match.
EDG not willing to let the Cinderella story slip away. How far can they take it? Well, for now, setting the sight lines on closing out this map and bringing it to map number 3, but it's Forsaken again with the knives. Don't want to count this guy out. Again, such a similar play from PRX. The dog leading the charge, clearing all these corners. Smoke as well. Smoky wants to take the timing out of it. He was eager, potentially there to try and take that fight, but right out in the open, CGRS was just holding out the util towards the back. Howdong in and out of the smoke. Smoky still alive here. Spike was dropped down, claims the kill on the rope. It's all up to Mind Freak. In a 1v4, Kang with the op, of course he's on it. On point. And now, Josh, we find ourselves at a precipice again. This time EDG to take away map number 2, 1 more round, that's all they need.
Here's Smoggy finding that time in the big gap in the spacing between CGRS and the duelists. And They just trusted the smoke a little too much. Smoggy making the huge play up at the top of the scoreboard, really the difference maker for EDG, buying time for Kankan to come back online. You're right, EDG are only one step away, one round from being able to drag us to Lotus. And yet, I still feel like PRX might be able to grab 3 in a row here. We've seen so many times these teams go on mad streaks, including, obviously, the 7 rounds in a row or whatever it was on Fracture. 8 rounds in a row even.
Mantle of responsibility is going to be settling on Kankang's shoulders. He's the sole player on this A site. With the smoke up, he thinks that the player could have crossed up into heaven. Trailblazer around the back, clears through most of it. Satchel taking up ramp, updraft, dash play. All over the place, Kankang. It's not certain as to where these players may have landed, because that's up top into heaven as well. It's again an attempt to converge and collide themselves into it. A jump spot to bait out these shots, dropping down as well. They need to punish Kankang. They're swinging wide into him, layering it down these shots. Chichu with the rifle still. Sprays it through, but ran out of bullets in the end. Enough to claim 2 of these kills. Knives backs away. Smoggy, he's low. 35 health. The Viper's Pit is there in their hands. It could still be winnable, but no. Taken out. The pit falls. Mind Freak left to do the most, and he cannot do it. 13-9 will be that scoreline. EDG bringing it all the way to map number 3.
Kankan looks a little bit stressed at that one, but the map much more under their control once they burnt away a bit of a lead in the second half. We're going map 3, and I think that's what this match deserves. It's been such a clash. Powerful players, confident to take duels and 1v1s, mad ideas.
Oh yeah. Would not have had it any other way, man. Would not have had it any other way. HyperX is a final stand, the last bastion for the Pacific region overall, the last representatives. EDG still trying to carry that all the way for China, for themselves of course as well, just to see how far they can take it. What are they capable of? Well, at number 3, what we've got to look forward to. Lotus as the map.
Yeah, incredibly interesting final map to end things on. Both of these teams actually used to play the same compositions. I don't know whether we're going to see that with CGRS in the lineup, moving over potentially to Gecko, but I'm just soaking it in. I'm soaking in the awesome plays that we saw there on Split. Ridiculous moments.
Massive, massive plays all around from either side here, but it is EDG who bring it to that map number 3. We're going the distance in this series here, an elimination game. We would not have it any other way. Stick around. You know you're not going to want to miss it.
we have a series on our hands with that map from EDG. Means we're definitely going to go to the distance here at Masters Tokyo. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Kakuka and Paperthin. Again, that was such a crazy map. Kakuka, half the times, I don't even think we knew what was going on, but I'm all here for it, and I'm glad that EDG brought it back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do have a sudden name prospect for you, Yinsu. Every single time in this tournament that EDG has gone to that third map, they have lost. It was putting up a fight, okay, but, you know, let's just focus on the goods here. I think that they have evolved a lot, and maybe this is the time that they break that streak. And I think that it has to start with how well they worked on Split. I have the feeling that when Kong is on the attack, the other team feels ambushed all the time. When EDG is just going on the executes, even when they slow down the rounds, whenever they become proactive, the other teams get scared. Like, they have to react all the time. I do feel like in that second half, I was not getting the same vibe coming from HyperX.
Yeah, I agree. It was usually like it's HyperX that's really good on their attacker side on Split. That's like honestly their better side of the map, but EDG really had a good read. I think with just that little bit of extra tape, that the fact that that is a map that has actually been played by this version of HyperX here at this event gave them a little bit of extra ability to kind of understand their thought process, and then reading that deep A push towards spawn where Haldong got that triple kill, to just be ready for these moves that HyperX wants to make, show that they did their homework here.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke a little bit about what a Kong versus Jing matchup would look like. I think we've seen two different versions of it on two maps, but I also want to quickly touch on Smoggy and Forsaken, Kakuka, because they were also part of that, I guess, foursome.
And they also go in that same line, right? Like, here they're going to be playing the Jet, but also in other maps. Even when Forsaken was playing the Neon before, he was also on the breach duty, let's call it like that. That Smoggy was on the previous map. So it's a head-to-head that we need to take accountability for, also because Forsaken, I think, has the same ability of Smoggy of stepping up when his their first duelist has, you know, is not finding the space that they want.
Yeah, and Paperthin, I feel like Forsaken, we're really, really familiar with what he can do, the way he can turn things around. But Smoggy, this entire tournament, just consistently winning them rounds and maps as well.
He's really, really stepped up here, kind of taking over after Life moved over to attacking Soul, and now he's really just found that groove as that second option for the duelist role, for that Jet. He's really comfortable on it. You can see that he's really just kind of at almost a similar level with Kong at times in terms of how well he can play in that position. So certainly for EDG, it is a really nice problem to have, where you have this other guy who can come in, and if you need those maps that are really popular for the second duelists, you know, especially Split, where they can come in and still pop off if maybe Kong's having a bad map or something like that, no problem.
I don't think we still haven't seen that happen.
No, I don't know if that's possible.
I've also never watched a match where I felt like all 10 players at any time could win, just them the entire round, which is kind of crazy. Anyone in a 1v1 CGRS also turning up as well. But let's move on to map 3. I know, Kakuka, you mentioned that stat about EDG not being able to win their map 3, but it's actually way more traumatic than that. Think about 100 Thieves before. Think about T1. Think about Liquid. And even HyperX, the champions. Every time they get to map 3, they take it either extremely close or into even OT and then lose. They've never seemed to be able to get over this kind of hump.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that with all of the praise that they've gotten, all that they, I think, personally feel that they have improved, maybe it's a time to, you know, just break that. Also, Lotus is a map where yesterday HyperX did not find a single round on an entire half against Fnatic, okay? So, you know, we cut them some slack there. But also is a map that they struggle to even perform at the least, you know, even get those crazy rounds where you just get lost in the chaos. That wasn't working for them, and I'm afraid that might happen to them today against EDG again.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, they were really good on Lotus and Pacific, but again, different team, different place, different everything. So now I'm really going to keep my eyes onto Forsaken on that Cypher, assuming he's going to play it. You know, they're starting on the defender side. He has been really good in Pacific on the defender side. He sets up some really unique Cypher cages, especially on the C site, really controlling that well. But I do have big concerns. I mean, I thought after that first half of Split, I thought HyperX was going to close this out. They should be better on their attacker side, but clearly EDG is just, you know, finding another gear here. They're able to shift it ahead.
Yeah, for HyperX as well. They want to make this comeback after winning on map 1. So let's hear from Mindfreak and get his thoughts about the loss against Fnatic and this match they're playing against EDG.
think all of us performed like really bad today. Like they just outclassed us. I think obviously they're the current world champion right now, right? Since they won the lock-in, the last UCT event. So yeah, we kind of expect that they're gonna play like really structured, and then like all the utility usage is like synchronized and everything. I mean, we don't have any expectations since like we're not playing as a full team, right? So we don't expect anything, but at the same time, I just don't expect that we're getting crushed like that. So yeah, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard.
Forsaken should have this cross though. He does. Clean with it. And now Alpha, this gets very difficult, and it becomes impossible. Forsaken is putting in serious work here for PRX. Yes.
I think EDG like playing like really well, and I feel like the first time they won against Navi, I think they gained like a lot of confidence and experience. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna try our best, and yeah, like I say, we got nothing to lose because like we're playing with not full lineup. So hopefully that coming to like champions in LA, we can play as a full lineup and we can show our true potential.
It was a tough loss, but when you kind of get dominated like that, I feel like you either have an off day or it's a little bit easier for you to mentally get over. I just wonder what they learned from that Lotus as we head into this and take a look at the Prime Gaming Agent Select. We saw the Cypher Gecko, Omen Rays, and Sky, and we're going to see it again.
Yeah, we're going to see it again, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that this is the first time in the tournament where we're seeing two teams here on Lotus that play with that solo controller. None of that Viper that we love to see in some other regions. They interpret it completely different, and also, they do not go for the Killjoy, they go for the Cypher, so it's like a kind of a way of coming and compensating the lack of that extra smoke or that extra control that you would need.
Yeah, I can't wait to see who's going to come out alive on this and confirm, Paperthin, for you, whether you are the curse or not, because the loser will be eliminated. Bren and Saisho, for the last time today, over to you.
Yeah, so much on the line for both of these teams, you know. Can Edward Gaming keep that run going for China? Is it PRX as the final representatives of the Pacific region as well? That chance to gain an additional slot for champions as well. Yeah. This is their last chance as we head into map number 3. It's Lotus. There's some bad blood on this map, in particular for PRX, Josh. Most recently, the desk was alluding to it.
Definitely. 12 rounds in a row lost, but that was the other half. And I think it was Alex said afterwards in the press conference, possibly it was even a post-match interview, just said, we probably should have picked defense, right? Like we probably should have picked defense first. That's our favorite side. So now we get to see it. They will guaranteed play 12 rounds of this defensive half. Let's see how good it looks.
I will say as well, you know, based on the mirror matchup, Fnatic's particular comp, when they do play against, you know, the Cypher-based solo controller on Lotus, does tend to be a bit more favored than this. This is the potential for a bit more of an up-front fight.
Yeah, I would agree. The addition of the Prowlers in that Fade composition.
And they ruin your trip setups.
They do. Now this is a setup with 3 players from PRX looking to play a trap off the cam contact.
Yeah, there it is. Flash play over Mound. It's a hard kill to claim, though. Already Goop in the face. Chi-Chu is feeling the heat, feeling the pressure on that one. Nada is heals. Brings him down early enough. An attempt from Howdon to try and lurk himself into B to gain some ground. Forces out the paranoia, and there's a bit of a wraparound with the door opening. Mad dash over towards the A side. It's going to be some trips meeting them and waiting for them. Breaking the first layer of it. As soon as it's broken, Cage up. Buys even more space. What can Forsaken do with it? Dog claiming the one. Inside the smoke. This way, that way. Forsaken still alive and still in the action. Right in the thick of things. Going for the jumping right click, but he's brought down to his knees on top of it. Tree control going to be there as Mindfreak towards the back of the site. The Dizzy is good. Kangan could not see anything. Yeah, the dog still doing the most. Colliding, collapsing. That's PRX taking the site before this plant even really gets going and gets started.
So we'll ignore the fact that Kankan got a kill blinded there and just talk about what PRX did really well. Love the play. I mean, they have not had long to try and integrate the Gecko into this team, into this lineup. They've just shifted around the Jet, they've kicked the Jet out, and they've put the Gecko in. So that's allowed them to do these double flash trap plays off cam contact, and then they have Mindfreak Paranoia to clear out B. They know that everything's going to end A. Big rush, flood retake, all looks lovely.
There's a bit of a battle that's going to take place, isn't it? Disrespect being shown all the way through into A main. Flashes exchange. Mindfreak fully blinded up. Cannot see anything. Dizzy around the side. Kang, there's a chance for him to try and capitalize in the midst of all of it, but too much chaos and too much to overcome. Chichu lurks himself into the angle, but spotted out in the blink of an eye. It's over.
That's something to keep an eye on later on in the half. Shishu getting very, very deep there on his attack-sided lurk. But otherwise, PRX just going for their classic rubble control with a massive economical advantage. So EDG have tried to default towards C and run into a trap, and then tried to go over towards A. They got hit with the off-the-rip A rubble control. Now PRX, for the bonus round, their main force is towards B, where it looks like they're going to contact Paranoia push.
Shadows traveling.
And there it is, Paranoia held in the hands of Mind Freak, just waiting for the right timing.
There's traps everywhere.
Let this one loose, yep. Certainly is. Boombot used by Smoggy to clear a path. Spam onto the corner. It's exactly where Jing was holding, but he held his ground. Here's a nade rebounding off to the side. A little bit too wide with that one. Doesn't catch the close corner. Nobody looking to try and fight back here. Pop flash play, but the play is caught. Already backed away for PRX.
Good control of that kind of area. Now Kangkang's looking to break Cypher utility. Usually you'll see Kangkang play over towards A. He likes to use his smokes to lurk up, maybe push stairs, that kind of thing. But you will see him jet lurk on this map. Seems weird, but they have Smoggy at the tip of the sphere.
Spike's still not picked up here on the attack side. Looks like they want to try and make their moves up towards B. Little door broken. Devi holding close though inside the pit. It's an off angle. Here's a reload. Seeking to strike in between the timings of it.
30 seconds
Put down though. Shut down. Nobody. And Howardong still here. On top of the map. Falling asleep at the wheel a little bit. Dizzy in his face. He's fully blinded up there. A satchel will do the job for him. Stun over the top. Wingman is a full collapse and collide of the utility. Yet the guns are what reigns supreme in this round. Damage being done. Cam over the top. Forsaken. He's inside of it. Still a fight to be found. But eventually traded.
A lot of map control there for EDG, allowing them to go for that B pivot. Things getting a little scrappy, but mostly EDG onto angles early where they can fight favorably. The economy's not going to be great, though. That was a fairly expensive situation for them. And you can see how much value the Gecko gets in terms of applying pressure. If PRX want to flood. So take a look at the economy here. Double Guardian out for EDG. Doesn't look great.
Again, another collapse and collide over towards A. Nobody's already pushed up past the smoke, and he's close up onto the angle. Here's the TP. Can't get the kill though. Mind Freak gets the better of him. Forsaken with the Odin meanwhile as well. He was miles away, and this is still this brawl. An engagement that's yet to be taken, but they're covering the backside angle where Haldong, he did TP a little bit prior.
Shishu, the only one left standing. And the attacking protocols for dealing with this A rubble control look sloppy from EDG. They're not coordinated, nobody way too far ahead. And Howdong late, so committed too.
You really just can't disrespect the amount of utility that they throw at the beginning. Not with a mosh pit and a nade.
No, I mean, the mosh pit in particular is so large that anybody trying to get up where nobody, you know, to help nobody, anyone in that spot is going to get massacred.
Yeah, you just have to wait out of time.
Chichu's best goal here is just to try and hold on to the weaponry.
30
Might be able to
seconds
force up something around it.
Bullet sent flying, but yeah, just needs to hold on to the gun.
I don't think they'll let him. I mean, look, the net looks like it's tightening already.
Approaching and closing. With the shoulder spotted, Dizzy onto the angle. There's a spamper in the box. Found the target, acquired, and no rifle to be taken into the next. So 3-1, PRX. Great lead for them.
They say you lose, you learn, and I need to see EDG learning not to try and contest A rubble at the beginning of the round, because the way in which they're playing it is just not coordinated enough to deal with what PRX are throwing at them.
Yeah.
And you can always retake that area of the map later on.
I think that's the best way to do it, to be honest. You let the defensive side, when they play aggressive, you let them throw their util away and you clear it a little bit later. It's typically the favored way that attackers will try to refight. It's a similar approach though. Mind Freak just holding the paranoia. clear off the orb being picked up, I imagine, but okay, Trailblazer broken from quite far back. Giving them control towards B, already all the players backing away, and here it is, the later take towards A Rubble.
I like this setup. You got to remember that EDG's weaponry is not great for this round. They need a Kankan pop-off, and this is the kind of round where you might anticipate him going aggressive onto Jing, onto stairs, but no, looks like a classic B end.
And here it is, tempo increase, Paranoia right up in his face. Jing with the rocket, he lands it, there it is, attempts to transfer with the spray, but only the 1 kill found, and still Kang alive and kicking towards Heaven. Brought it down to the 1 versus 1 as CGRS in a comfortable position to close that one out, as scrappy as it got.
And Kang did what he could with the Blade Storm, found a kill, picked up a rifle, made it winnable for the team. But PRX stayed in control. A great start for them on the defensive side. Even these rounds are going to be a little difficult though. And this one comes down to a 1v1. Chishu could have played that with a little more patience. It definitely feels still frantic from EDG. But it was going to be a tough one for him to win anyway, so no major harm done. EDG though are going to start this off with C control, mount control, and it's the same play. It's the same trap setup that we saw in the pistol round, but now with even more utility available.
Kang with an op though is playing, I believe, an anti-flash position. And he's got a deep sight line on that choke point. Here it is. As soon as it's used, flash position, there's the anti. Thresh popped off, detainment on the one side, Kang. He has to try and push back this aggression. It's a cam in their face, Dizzy over the top as well. They couldn't quite claim that kill. Can they salvage it though? Damage. Definitely done in exchange as the bullets rain past.
It's almost brutish though, the way that EDG trigger out that trap play and just try and deal with it instead of baiting it out and falling back. Settles into a 4v4 scenario.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, the Trailblazer broken there right before it got to either of the trips. Forsaken defending his territory.
Look at how brutal the Odin is as well in scenarios like this. I mean, spam onto the corners. Look at the draw with that. Rural Theft going to be giving a lot of very good information now. In case it wasn't obvious enough here, Mindfreak's going to be able to hear all these footsteps. Now he sees them all lit up. Still pulls out Util. Expecting the second player for whatever reason, but cleared up and cleaned up, down to nobody. It's a 1v3. Wingman going right past. He's not doing the job adequately enough, is he? It's
10 seconds
created
left.
a bit of a timing, but not a lot of time on the clock here. 7 seconds remaining. Plant now has to be stuck. Forsaken realizes it, faces it, and he's won the round for his team just off of that.
Good stuff. Nobody getting the spike down as well for those extra credits. But having said that, disastrous for EDG. Timeout being called here as they reassess what to do. But it feels like this game, this Cinderella run, slipping through their fingers currently. PRX, they look coordinated, and on this side of the map, on the defense side, the Gecko not looking like a detriment whatsoever compared to their normal composition, which is a mirror of what EDG like to play. Everywhere you go on the map, you're either meeting a trap setup with the Gecko and Sky utility, or Forsaken's there with an Odin and trips.
Yeah, the Odin pickup is a good one. Gleaming something maybe from their match against Fnatic, but just adds so much extra firepower, quite literally. But you know, in terms of the amount of angles you can lock down, if you're trying to play for the C you hit as well, if there's one player with an Odin playing from heaven, they can just deny it from that spot. It's really, really brutal to work through, and EDG left really scattered and looking for answers in this timeout here. 5-1 is the scoreline when it comes to the rounds. Got to find a way back into this one.
It's a tough spot for EDG because on one hand, you say to yourself, well, they're massively behind right now. This is really devastating for them. On the other, you think, well, PRX's attack looked like it had nothing behind it. They got 12-0'd by Fnatic. Maybe they can make any level of comeback. But I think at that point, the mental might have done its dirty work. Because EDG are a team without too much experience. They've been going on a great run right now, but prior to this, they had no match victories at a global event. So this is new territory for them.
Paving the way, seeing how far they can really go. would be a testament to it. I mean, EDG have managed comebacks in the past, at least at Masters Tokyo. They brought maps close. They have been able to rally back. Here we go, an attempt though into the C side. Now let's see what happens here. As I was saying prior, Forsaken with the Odin. If he's not cleared out of this spot, he is going to rip them to shreds. The cap still not dealt with. Onto the corner, spams it out with the corner. Him and Divide playing together with the trips, lighting up these players. There it is, an attempt to try and get the plant off. And all it takes is a few more bullets to get the job done here. Kang eventually taking the fight right to them. Pushing through past the smoke into their spawn now. So duelist players. A lot to do here, but not anticipating that an angle was already gained and his Mind Freak from the high position. Heaven locking it down, shutting it down. No danger.
EDG just falling into every trap that PRX have littered around the map for them. We've seen PRX getting value out of the flash plays, the tripwires, everything. And now Forsaken with his Odin. The Odin is so good, it melts even through the rock that you would expect to provide a safe plant position for you. No, you're not allowed to plant there. Very difficult to find a safe place to play.
Yeah,
but EDG have rifles now. No ults, apart from the Blade Storm, which just equalizes the economy a little. But they do have weaponry. Oh, I'm worried though, Bran, because this looks like they're just going to opt into the A fight again.
It's another skirmish over towards A Rubble. If what we've seen before, EDG should not be favoured. They're not going to wait out this utility. Here it is. They just want to take the fight to them. TP across over towards the side. Kang fully blinded up. Paranoid this way and that way. It's just running straight into the smoke. Disrespect showcased. CGRS removing him. Just giving a hop over towards that high ground angle. Wingman and the Boombot being used in conjunction. Lurk timing here for Chichu. Bullet to the head, right through the wall, sets him up for the kill onto Forsaken, and now he's lurked himself into a 4 position. Maybe he can make something of this.
They know that they control a lot of the map. Nobody is going to get Seekers online with the plant here. So they could make some kind of play off that. In a player disadvantaged position like this, though, the Seekers may end up giving away the specific spots that EDG are playing in. They're going to have to use them early.
Here it is. Off the rip as soon as they're earned.
Oh,
One of the Seekers is going main to mount. That's going to be giving false information.
Unlucky.
How has that worked out? Maybe towards that rotating door. The wide face, wide swing adjustments necessary with the aim, and nobody. He's found 3 in a round, 2 off the back of that. 8 HP though. Backs away. Trailblazer still available for him, but does he want to give away his positioning? CGRS hot on the trail. Looking for the kill, seeking it out. Spam onto the corner here. It's all about the timing. And how does this fight get taken? Nobody can hear it. Tap onto it, finds it and isolates it. 4 kills for nobody. And he earns them a round, a necessary one at that.
We know what we're doing.
In the first 20 seconds, it looked like EDG had tossed that away. An eco swing round where they opt into the A Rubble disaster. And yet, it's nobody that gets the kills, it's Chishu that actually opens up the map. His lurk onto Forsaken opens up that pivot towards C and allows nobody to finish things. Working in tandem to pull that back from the brink. Provide a lifeline. Kang, attack operator, over towards A.
Seeking to do some damage here, but PRX not willing to give away. Control of Mound towards C. The early line of side angle grabbed up with the dog to supplement.
And the areas of the map that you lose early on, EDG need to be saving the Trailblazer or something like that in order to re-clear. And at the moment, nobody's the furthest player ahead on A with Spike in hand.
Deep cam on Rubble. Yeah, it spots at least 2 of the players there, so Forsaken's going to get the read. The A main is compromised. Ops on ops, really, set up on either side.
They just aren't pushing Divide off this angle.
Oh, Divide. Oh my! Reactions. Swift with it. Kang seeks to equalize and answer back. He's dashed in with the operator, wants to lead the charge with his team. Not scared, is he? Forsaken, though. Ring around the rosy. He's tripping his face, yet doesn't have the weapon for the job, really. He ends up falling.
What is happening here?
Yeah, it's a little bit insane. Kang's already up into heaven. Device just out-opt him. Words I never thought I'd be uttering, but here we are. Needing a flash to maybe set up another angle forwards, but already all the positions in the post plant being shorn away here from the EDG players. They've got to try and hold on to at least some semblance of it. Spam into the cage. Got to know the tree is compromised. It is. It's traded. Nobody answered The kill is going one for another. Chichu holding onto the high ground angle here. Tap onto the spike. He has no way to push them off of this. Devi can stick it to half. Silently dropping down. There's no way at all to win the round. So HyperX is winning by default.
EDG are getting very desperate. Despite all players falling for HyperX there, the game plan was madness. And Haodong's gone from having a perfect understanding of the game, looking like he's positioned immaculately in top fragging, to be in 1 and 9 as his team scrambles. I mean, Kangkang's up there with an operator entering though. You know, it makes no sense right from the beginning. And they're not using the Sky utility to re-clear. I feel like the game plan's gone to pot. The pressure has got to EDG.
My eyes are down.
Dragged into the pandemonium that HyperX love to create.
And isn't that a common statement whenever we talk about HyperX?
Always the danger. Always the danger. Pure disrespect. Pushed up close here. Seeker's now, again, paving the way onto the side. Paranoia is exchanged on either side here. Mindfreak seeking to at least still hold on to control of this double door, but yeah, Smoggy from the side around the back. This is Forsaken now. Guardian in hand. Showstopper. Misses. Damage being done here onto the high ground angle. Neurotheft given a bit of space and still needing to find a few more of these kills. It's all over the place. Spray transfer. Judge in his face. Jing is brought down. CGRS. It's the only one left in a 1v3.
And EDG proving in this round that they can lean into the chaos as well.
Yeah, that's a 0.25 jobber.
That is a ridiculous round. Smoggy picking up 3 with the Judge.
Yeah.
And holding Heaven now too.
Try and break that one down. I dare you. Well, tag with the camp. Know where CGRS is. Player weak for Smoggy holding close to the Judge. CGRS not with enough money to buy into the next one. The save is the only play really to make.
Smoggy's got a Judge. His peaks aren't really that dangerous.
He's picked up the rifle though now and starting to vacate and get out of there.
But I'll tell you what, a great adjustment from EDG in terms of finding one specific spot on the map that they felt like they could abuse, and that was in Tree. They blast pack Smoggy around as they put pressure on the other side, opening the door, something like that. And here it is, the pressure on Mindfreak. This is where HyperX have been anchoring a player towards A lot. And so, after multiple failed attempts towards this side of the map, they came up with a creative plan to try and punish it. It looked very desperate the previous round. And yet, maybe just a learning moment. There is still a chance for EDG to recover this half. Although, it would rely on them getting the last 2. And even then,
we'll see though. This round coming up, HyperX, the economy is taking a bit of a tumble, so got an advantage to EDG.
One of the things I really liked that EDG were doing previously that I haven't seen too much is Kangkang being able to establish himself over towards A and get this like lurking jet working on that side of the map.
There's an attempt to swing with a Dizzy. Mindfreak will pay for it, so they give up first section of A. Normal control, changing hands.
And this is one of the first times where they've actually used the Trailblazer to re-clear a contested area of the map and post Kangkang up. This round, of course, they have massive gun advantage too.
Information gathered. Surrounded, but they got a note of Forsaken's alone on this side. Paranoia through. Some danger in it, but instead they decide to take their sights over towards B. Up into Heaven, they can hear the footsteps. CGRS, he had the rifle, didn't he? Yeah, not going to be having that one. Moving it away, Satchel to set up the fight. Jing was able to retrieve the rifle, does claim that kill. Another fight to be taken on the flank. Forsaken doesn't want to opt into it, still fighting for the extremities and the connector control. Haodong, he wins his out. Jing, with only 61 health, how much can he really do? The answer, not quite a lot. Forsaken, spotted out, brought down, 7-4, one more round for EDG. This has been brought back, honestly. It was a string of rounds early on by HyperX, as you can see on the timeline below, but EDG are on the verge of really making the most of it.
And Coach Alex calling one of their timeouts just for the final round of the half. Shows you how important HyperX think this one is. Despite the excellent run that they went on, they were up 7-2. They want to make sure that they end this at 8-4 instead of letting it slip to a 2-round deficit to their opponents. And I think the idea, the game plans for PRX are still working. It's just that EDG have adapted to it by trying to re-clear some of the spots. They've lent a little more heavily towards A. That's where we've seen the victories in round 10 and 11. And part of the reason that PRX are even in this spot is because some of the previous rounds were taken down to 1v1s, 2v2s, taken so close that PRX's economy was harmed, enough so that when EDG won round 10, PRX thrown right back down onto an eco. I don't think it's a rough spot to be in though, maybe for either team, you could argue, as PRX transition into what should be a weaker half for them.
The stakes are heightened here. Final round matters a lot, as you said, Josh. Based on the importance of timeout being taken for this last round, you can see just how important it is. But yeah, Pacific versus China here in this matchup. Elimination game, map 3. It's all on the line for the continuation of their tournament lives here at Masters Tokyo. Let's see the beginning. Odin Spam onto this corner. Does a lot to try and push back some of that early A aggression. Kang with the op, the shot just going wide.
He knows there's a cam around here. He's trying to bait it out.
Pushed all the way up. A lot of disrespect shown. Here's a fight to be taken. CGRS is alone when this is happening. Paranoia. Someone at his back. One of the teammates, Elise Jing, trying to help him out. Nade could be used to try and push them back in a way. It looks like it was.
And the cam was broken too. So EDG may well have accomplished their goals over towards Mound. With the cam broken now, Forsaken's going to call for help. Forsaken and Jing defending C. They need to push these A players away. It's been so important for EDG.
I think the overall game plan here by EDG was good in this round with the calling, like you said, Josh. Took down the cam, but the Trailblazer, there was nothing else behind that. It was broken before they could even get into position. And now the Paranoia gets let rip just off the back of that one flash, pushes away any sense of aggression and taking back that space.
But the flash and the Paranoia being used means that EDG know there's 2 players there.
Whoa, it's getting strained. It's getting dangerous here. Crossfire set up towards Heaven and the connector. It's a B plant. Not shying away from it now. Door starting to get rotated and maybe played towards as well. Kang low enough here, holding all these angles. CGRS definitely weak enough on top of it. They've left, giving up control of main. Jing wins his fight out towards the connector. It's brought the ult back online. Do they know that the players are in Heaven? They do indeed. Sabai claims that kill out in the open, whereas Haodong left remaining. It's Wingman with the defuse, sticking it through. That's 8-4 in the half of PRX.
Awesome half from them, causing chaos and injecting it straight into the EDG game plan. EDG, their bread and butter, has been trying to control aggression from other teams, and yet PRX are making it far too difficult. This version of EDG looks so much more scattered, uncoordinated, and sloppy compared to what we've seen from them in the past. But I don't think it's all just nerves. It's not all just the moment. It's forced pressure from how PRX likes to play. We've seen so many other teams go to pot when they play against this squad.
Absolutely. I mean, yet to still see. It could go either way, really. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you very much, guys. What a great finish there from PRX. And Kuku, I gotta say, we highlight the Duelist players, but the utility uses from CGRS, beautiful.
I think that we heard it the other day, the fact that he's been doing some of the calling for some rounds. I can see him calling in this Lotus because the utility usage, all the Dizzies, all the Carnalitos that we're seeing, those Wingmans, all of them have a lot of effect on the map. We're seeing it with ultimates, we're seeing it all over, and we can see that sometimes he takes the upper hand and is not only supportive in the way I follow you, you follow me with what I'm bringing to the map. So this doesn't feel like a wounded PRX.
He's been crazy impactful. I mean, CGRS has stepped up. He's getting better and better and better every single game, getting more and more comfortable, and you can see why. You know, Alex said we just told him to just play nothing but Gecko, and it's finally starting to pay off. It's all over the place, and EDG is completely in shambles, and I love the way that Sideshow talked about it. It's just when you play against PRX, they drag you down to their level.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of crazy rounds as well. I think that, you know, EDG, they managed to bring it back a little bit, but I think that the pressure that they were applying on the map, knowing that you have Forsaken on that C side, and the pressure that they were applying onto A, in many situations, we saw an EDG that was like, we're not sure about this, we're not sure about that, we're not being as lucky as we were before, just pushing through smokes and doing those crazy things. There was a round where Smokey just grabbed the judge and started satchelating and jumping and killing people, but that should not be the case anymore.
EDG, they have to get over their map 3 demons if they want to continue this dream run here in the lower bracket on Masters. Tokyo, Bren and Saisho, I can't even think of a world where this is the last time we're going to see EDG.
It's a heartbreaker, but certainly a reality we could be living in here. I mean, dreams are going to be broken on either side. Mentioning it, you know, the last chance for the Pacific region as their representatives of PRX, and also for EDG. You know, they've gone from strength to strength, all their goals being met throughout this event. The first win for China, the top 8 finish.
And for PRX, they now just have to avoid getting dominated on their attack side. They lost 12 rounds out of 12 to Fnatic, but EDG are not Fnatic. EDG are not the defending winners of the most recent global tournament.
Util already being expended here. There was a paranoia in the hands of Haodong. Wingman going for the plan, wide out into the open. Kang flash in his face, can't seem to deny it. Still wants to take the fight though, Devi is happy for it. With the ghost in his hands, should be set up for the win, but that timing is just so damn unfortunate. Inside the smokes and everybody's grouped up towards Tree. 3 players left there, Dizzy in their faces, flashes, everybody blind, running and gunning with the frenzy. Reloading the clip and right behind you. Jing did not hear it, the rotation of the door, not expecting it.
Just getting lost in the chaos there. And EDG pick up a pistol that may end up being absolutely pivotal. Keep an eye on the potential for a comeback happening here. With the pistol, this should be going back up to 8-6. We've seen some shenanigans though. But PRX have got to fix their issues that cropped up last time they played this map.
Yeah.
And definitely the Gecko is better on the defense side. I think it's undeniable. The Jet just gives you, even just by using the Cloudburst, gives you so much more ability to take map control, even than another Initiator. So, this is an opportunity now for EDG to start that snowball. Get some ults rolling.
What's the approach for PRX on the weaker buy? Early control towards B.
EDG have 4 players here.
Yeah, just farming up and picking up the orbs. I mean, this is a real overcommitment, no?
I mean, it was right from the beginning of the round. It wasn't even based, as far as I can tell, on the ult orb being acquired.
Happy to give up the Seaside almost entirely here, just using the Cypher util to try and play for it. Uh-oh. Doors open, stun to connect. Forsaken getting in his cam in the middle of that when he was being really pressured by multiple players, but they have given up the site because of it. So, will it mean a plan? Timing through the smoke. Jing, he's cleaned up, traded. Grabbing the 1, not able to get that gun back for his team. But it will mean that, again, site is theirs, plant down, nade towards the back. CGRS falling low, but not actually going down here. Dizzy exchange with the paranoia close with the dash. Bit of a team flash, nobody can't see where he's going here, yet still they have the weaponry and they sail through the treacherous waters.
Chip damage done, but nothing too much further. Any ults looking close to being online? None that are that impactful. Can't really build a game plan around the Omen ult too much. So PRX may have dodged a little bit of a bullet there. In terms of big ults that you can make a game plan around, that's Jing. Up towards 17 kills, a bunch in this half. And they can use that to try and take, normally used as like a burst into a C site or something of that ilk. Looking at the EDG defensive setups, they're so happy just to stack players, going for a hard read. I mean, usually the Raze ult is going to be used to try and entry into C.
They switched up the setup.
They've instantly left. Yeah, I mean, 1 flash over towards C, no audio cues. They're already looking to gamble the other side of the map.
And PRX do play like this on their attack side. A lot of 4-1 splits, heavy group up plays. Paranoia now ripped its way through. Kang caught out here, holding a close angle. Needs to try and land those shots, but a rocket at his feet. They'll do enough to do the damage, and Jing still is not content with it. Dropping down into the side, it's nobody who seeks to at least collapse and take advantage of all that chaos, but he will not do it. So no bonus round conversion for EDG. HyperX able to maintain this lead, keep it going.
And already better than their attack half against Fnatic.
Yep.
Although we were expecting that to occur. It would be ridiculous to have a moment like that repeated. But that showstopper finding massive amounts of value. It just helps you create so much space on the site. Now that's not going to be available, and Kangkang's picking up the operator. Sneak peek, he's over a B.
He's really going to be seeking to try and take a fight out here. He can hear all that pressure towards C. He's going to be calling that out for his team. Nade sailing past.
The
Trips
Guardian
also being contained.
The Guardian's like a poor man's Odin in this spot, perhaps.
Seeking to spam here, but a fight to be taken by Kang with the dash to get back. And well, he hits that, doesn't he? The harder shot to really make the most of. Forsaken was seeking to at least capitalize off of that when the aim was being adjusted. Satchel sets it up towards the side. Devi was jumping up out in the open. It's left up to 2 for HyperX. EDG, great understanding of how they wanted to play this one. They barrel and swarm over that mound control, and at the back of the site, it's just up to Jing. How much can he really do? Yeah, he's popping off for his team. Granted one, not the second.
They're so mobile on the defense, aren't they? They move around like a pack. EDG have been going for gambles on one site or another, but if you do find the gap where Chishu was just holding the site with the Guardian, then everybody else comes swarming through. Kang in from B. And very quickly on the flank, everyone else. The difference in energy, palpable from the EDG side of the camp.
Do not want their tournament to end early. It's funny to say that as well with a team like EDG. All expectations against them at the beginning of Masters Tokyo, but now everybody's saying it, you know, the sky is the limit with this team. How far can they really take it? This time against HyperX.
Look how deep that trip is from Chishu, purely to stop an A-lurk from coming through. So this looks like a major A retake kind of setup. Meanwhile, Kang just playing around mound, hyper confident that he's not going to get punished here.
Look at him. I mean, the risks that he's taking.
Did he get... I think he got past the cam.
Yeah, cam is really quite deep against the wall. Oh, here we go. So many angles to watch! I shouldn't be amazed at this point, but this man, he pulls off shots like that like they are nothing. It's insane.
It really is. It's absolutely ridiculous watching this guy play. Putting up numbers like the best op you've ever seen, pick anyone, and then find their best period of history. That's what Kang's currently doing. And it's not the easy shots. It's not the consistent ones. He's hitting some outrageous flicks.
What a nasty adjustment to take out Mindfreak, and now he's left again to hold back once more this onslaught. Onto the side, round to the side. Forsaken, for some reason, being the first one in. Seekers and Dizzy in his face will push him back, but nobody seeks to plug up the gaps. There's one kill, can't claim the second. Device, good movement. Spike denied. No plant in sight. Wingman taken out and removed, and Jing does eventually punish him. The operator taken down, but time is running so damn low here with only 11 seconds remaining. The spike, it has to be planted. Has to be an attempt to try and push them back and away. 7 seconds. Spike needs to be stuck. Good satchel. Does bail him and buy them a little bit of time and space, but Chichu is already quick on the trail. Hits the flick and the adjustment. Devi just can't land the spray transfer. Not enough to survive in the middle of all of that. So EDG, they bring it to the 8th round for them. 1 step away from equalizing.
Well played. The cleanup crew was there. Smoggy and Chishu doing the work, but this guy is just putting them in advantageous positions so often with the operator.
30 seconds left.
It's unbelievable.
Who else is anywhere near him at the moment on the op? Like, the other people that are famous for their op kind of plays, we haven't even seen them use it that much in this tournament. Aspas bought an operator once. One round, Aspas opt. This guy's got it half the time.
The name that comes to mind is like Wardell, back when people didn't know how to play the game. Back when the op was stronger and people just didn't know how to play the game as well.
I mean, think about that. All the different things that Kang has to deal with when he's opping in these kind of spots.
Yeah, the evolution of movement. People know how to jump spot now. People know how to use util. They know the common angles.
In your face.
Yeah.
I mean, The double faces. He was being pressured there by Flash. A Seeker dodged it, avoided it, found a timing, opens it up. It truly is ridiculous watching this guy work. And now the hurt, the squeeze is looking like it's firmly on PRX.
Yeah, they'll be getting flashbacks, won't they? To that Fnatic match.
I think you can just see it in the way that they're sat, the way that they're, you know, the small body movements.
Yeah, the body language. This is a team, you know, PRX were all smiles, laughing, joking around, even when they were losing rounds. But now, I mean, the tension has turned up all the way.
They know they're not good at that side of the map, and that is a worm of doubt that can really cause carnage.
Economy's not too good here. Paranoia through the connector, nice and early. And used to try and push back again this Rumble control, but there's not too much else past it. PRX were able to disrespect a lot of control. They gain Rubble. What's going to be the goal from this point on? Spam onto the orb angle. Seeker still ready, door rotating in his face. That's going to be the boom block. Flash to the back, Rocket in his hands, everything to try and delay this one. Smoggy, he's rocketed, he's stunned up. Satchel cannot escape his fate, he will fall. 4 versus 4, now we see it being slowed down.
This tree door is on permanent rotate.
Yeah, Satchel there to try and push back. Gun is claimed. Jing,
he couldn't get out.
Yeah, I don't know what occurred there. Maybe pushed back into position by the door, but he ends up falling.
He got stuck in the rotating door like a child at a hotel. Just going round and round.
But now PRX take the awkward timing. Looking their way back in here. It's Forsaken. He's found his timing. He's found his mark. Chichu falling over the top. It's up to Kankang to respond and respond. He does mosh pit. Oh my goodness. Jumping to narrowly avoid the damage here. Enough done though. It's up to these few. Wingman dropped down with a spike in his hand, doubled up. It's all up to Kankang, yet still, again, cannot hit it with the spacing in mind. Oh my, narrowly avoiding another collateral, potentially one of many, but PRX, with that half by Josh, they keep their 2-round lead.
That's such an unusual round. Everybody's so grouped up in this tree area, and yet brute force powered through with Mind Freak just a tad away from his partner there. Perfect spacing to deal with the operator. Instantly on the angle. That keeps PRX's narrow lead.
They needed it, considering the amount of rounds they've been able to pick up on their attack side. Not like that to get it on the board. Here's some presence though. Kankang with the operator. Down towards A. Heavy collection of players of EDG. Trailblazer gets some of that information towards it. Dizzy now to reclaim over towards C. Chichu with a camp setup. Common enough position. Here's a nade on the back. Camp not spotted. Man seeking to go for the plant while all this is happening. Chichu pushing forwards. Denies, and Kankang out the one side. Dash to disengage. Only the 1 kill. 4 versus 4. Still a minute left in the round, whereas the spike drop down to the floor. Devi is out of there.
Yeah, he's pieced it.
Now even with the Omen ult, seeking to reposition. They've taken the front section of A. Deep lurk by Forsaken as well, so it's that mad dash all the way over.
CGRS is getting exposed by this ultimate on the other side of the map.
Very good ultimate.
Does EDG go for a fast retake here? They don't really have great utility for it.
I mean, this feels so uncertain on either side. Like, tepid is the approach. They don't know if they've already rotated here, but there's 24 seconds left, and players have rotated. It's a collection of them, of EDG, now seeking to retake from the backside of the site. Seeker's online, though, with that plant. That's going to give a bit of space, information as well. Kankang fires off the shot, and Hadong was just out of position. The random spray of bullets brings Kankang down to just 22 health. He has smokes to try and reposition, doesn't take it. He misses the shot, and Devi with the transfer. Chichu aiming to make the most, but he's brought down on top of it. It's 11-8, PRX. They seem to have got the momentum back behind them.
They've broken that pattern that we saw in this half, and they've found ways of being able to pivot away. The C hit did not look like it was going to work. So a very heads-up decision from Devi and Mind Freak to pivot that one out and go and join Forsaken. Incredible fragging in this round from Devi.
That one set him up for the third, man. I mean,
yeah, that one almost gifted to him, but Zamai has woken up at the most important time, you could argue, for PRX on this run. He's had a good performance, but in Pacific, he was monstrous.
Oh, he looked like the best player on the team, in my opinion.
And if you get rounds like that, where he looks like the best player, he's going to be able to carry PRX over the line. EDG need to dig deep.
That's what this timeout is for. Doesn't get more tenuous than this, does it? 8-11. Scoreline rapidly getting away from you if you are EDG. Your last chance. This run is already special from Edward Gaming. I think they'll reflect on this tournament no matter what happens here and now, being quite proud of what they've achieved. But in the here and now, the only thing on their mind is trying to drag it back and win.
Here.
But PRX fighting for survival. Any sort of lifeline that they can buy for something to get back in, to get the full roster strength online. Heading deeper and deeper into Masters Tokyo. Every single match matters.
And EDG are forced to save.
It's a brutal one.
What a difficult decision to make, knowing that PRX are going to be allowed to get up to 12 here in all likelihood.
It comes down to this, a player stack. Up to Tree, Tor rotates, Kang, he's got the dash active, wants to try and take the fight to them, but they've all fallen. On either side of the door, the sightlines were set up. PRX now seeking to lay claim to the site. Have been met with a decent stack of players, yet still the shots are landing. Any attempt to make something of the chaos is just met with players falling. No damage done to the economy. PRX. They hit that 12-round mark, Josh. You know what that means. It's match point, series point in our elimination game here at Masters Tokyo.
Of course, no weaponry available, but now EDG need to win 4 in a row in order to get to overtime and save themselves from these constant map 3 issues that they've been having. Backs against the wall, do they have it in them? It feels like when the pressure's on, this is sometimes where EDG play their best, and a lot of it comes down to this man.
All eyes on Kang. Already double satchel in his face! Jing removes him. What do you do when a star player is shut down in that kind of fashion?
And you see the reaction from him there on the player cam. The sudden gutting feeling that he's let it all slip away. Forced to just sit in silence as PRX also cut the noise.
Baiting it out, some sort of response from EDG. Then being tightened.
Jets grounded.
Space gain towards A here. Still with the passive cam set up a trip as well, but it's a fast flank from EDG around the side. It's 3 players. Be rapid on the approach. The site's going to be given up. Chichu has to make something of this. Does he choose to take a timing?
How could he? With the thrash in his face, almost impossible.
Doesn't want to swing into this, but this fight at Rubble, it's so damn important. Flash exchange still close to the angle, close to the corner. Forsaken is there. They lay it down and strike back with Smokey there still. Chichu, last one left. He forces it to the 1v1. This is for the map and the series to stay in it. The Pride of Pacific. It's CJRS, the sub player. A battle for survival. Chichu getting info, spotting out where he is, but he does not know where CJRS is. And it's just mere moments away. The aim cannot be adjusted. PRX survive.
And CJRS to do it. Winning a 1v1 to send EDG home. What a moment for him. And what a moment for the whole team. To be able to rebound after that devastating loss on that half to Fnatic and come in and take down Edward Gaming here. A clash of the W Gaming squads where PRX keep their dreams alive. Devastation for Kankan there. But as you said earlier, Brent, I think they can reflect very happily on this run. Once the disappointment wears off. I mean, there were 4 teams at Tokyo that came in here, having previously lifted a global trophy before, and EDG sent 2 of them home. So that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
That's an incredible spot to be in for a team that prior to Masters Tokyo had never even won a match at a global event. They overcame severe mental hurdles. But my God, this PRX squad just won't quit.
Yeah, you want another crazy storyline. This is a PRX squad that's had to shift the roles around, practice all over the place. They're playing with CGRS with very minimal pro player experience, Josh. I mean, the man is a Gecko one trick.
And they've been having to put Gecko into all their comps.
Absolutely, they've been having to brute force it, yet still they're making it work.
That massive credit to the way that this team has been structured. With all of those small set plays between them, the addition of CGRS hasn't disrupted one major, structured, stiff game plan. They're flexible enough to be able to work around it.
Now they are the pride of Pacific, the last chance to earn that extra slot at Champions.
And I don't mean this in any way to be disrespectful to CGRS, but I would love at some point if we could see them play at full strength with something here at Tokyo.
Oh yeah.
Because it's just giving me vibes of that FBX Na'Vi core back when they won Masters Copenhagen.
Oh yeah.
And they had a sub that kind of bought time for Sugetsu to come in. They ended up winning it all, beating PRX in the finals. I feel like if this team, if PRX is able to do this, they've only really been bullied by one squad the whole time that they've been here. If they're able to put up these kind of performances without their star player, what could they be capable of?
What could they be capable of with something in? I'd love to see it, and they do fight.
Nice!
Good to see another day here at Masters Tokyo with this win over EDG. It's heartbreak seeing the Chinese team go home, but EDG will be walking back, I think, with some confidence levels, you know, built up the experience at that international level. But PRX, the stars today here, the final moments, you can feel it, passion, riding a wave of it to the finish line.
He throws his headphones down like a mic drop.
Absolutely insane stuff, of course.
What a
this
place
tournament,
to be in.
Yeah, it's been living up to so many heavy expectations. That's going to do it for the series of the day. We're not done with the coverage just yet. Let's send it down to the floor for our Verizon post-match interview.
さあそれでは見事勝利を収めましたPRXは陣選手にお越しいただきました。陣選手、改めましてこのハードな戦いではありました。今試合を終えて感想伺っていいですか。
It's such a hard battle against EDG. Please tell us your feeling right now.
I think I feel really relieved because like the second game I felt like we played really bad, so I kind of felt a little bit of pressure because it's like third map and anything could happen, so very relieved that we won.
今はとても安心しています。第2マップを取られてしまったことでプレッシャーを感じながらの第3マップでした。なのでそこを取れて勝ち切ることができて嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。さあ特にロータスではもう本当にエドワードゲーミングのこうやりたいことをさせない自分たちの戦い方、守りでも攻めでもですけども、そんな試合が見れたようにも思うんですけど、何か意識していたことはありますか？
Yeah, you said you're under pressure for the map 3, but you stopped what they did and you actually did great job on attacking and defending side. And how did you like the match today?
I think today's match was a really good and close match. Like I think EDG has improved a lot since the last time we played them. So like the game was really close. So props to EDG because I feel like they played really well and they put China like on the stage. Like everyone like knows that they are capable of playing well.
本当に接戦でどちらが勝つかわからない展開だったんですけれども自分たちが勝てました。しかしエドワードゲーミング大変素晴らしいチームで中国が世界レベルで戦える強いチームであるということをここで見せてくれたと思います。
ありがとうございます。相手にもリスペクトというところですね。その中で非常にね熱い打ち合いだったと思うんですけどエドワードゲーミングもね打ち合いの強いチームだったと思うんですけどそれを超えるジン選手がもうどんどんアグレッシブにパワフルに攻めていったと思うんですけど相手のは負けないぞって気持ちで戦ってたんですかね。
Yeah, but you know, EDG was such an aggressive shooting team, but you shooted way aggressive than them. And were you confident coming into this match, or did you feel you have to win this one?
I don't really think like we have to win it, but of course we would like to win it. And wait, sorry, what's the question again?
So, what was your intention becoming fighting against them?
What's my intention?
Coming into this match.
I mean, we didn't have much like expectations because, of course, we are playing with like a sub player and we only have 10 days of practice. But I know that we are capable of beating them. But of course, I feel like it's a really like 50-50 game. So very happy to win.
そうですね、アグレッシブに打ち合ってみたんですけれども、自分たちこの試合に向けては50-50だなというような思いで来ました。勝っても負けてもおかしくない相手だと思いましたので、ここで勝って自分たちが上を行くことができたのはすごく嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。さあそして、今回ね EMEA 中国、いろんなチームと戦ってきましたが、次 NRG です。どんな印象ありますか？
Your next opponent is NRG. Please tell your thoughts on their team.
I'm really excited to play NRG. The last time we played them was in Copenhagen, and that time they were Optic, and I feel like they're a really good team because they have a really good color FNS, so very excited to play them.
前回コペンハーゲンでまだオプティック時代に対戦したんですけれども、その当時から強く、フナス選手ですとか大変強い選手がいっぱいいますので、対戦すごく楽しみです。
ありがとうございます。はい、再び再戦というところですね。さあそして、応援してくれたたくさんのファンがいます。メッセージをいただいてよろしいでしょうか。
So there are so many people stayed all the way through to see a match here, and please give them a message.
I would like to thank all the fans for watching us and supporting us. Without you guys, we won't be here. And thank you everyone for listening to this interview as well. Hope you guys enjoyed our match against EDG.
いつも応援してくれて、そして試合を見てくれている皆さんありがとうございます。皆さんの応援がなければ私たちはここにはいませんし、これからも戦い続けるためにも応援をよろしくお願いします。次の試合も頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。改めましてペーパーレックスからジン選手でした。
What a lovely interview. I gotta say to you as well, Jing, thank you for delivering a great match for us. We all enjoyed it here, and I'm sure that Paperthin also wants to give a thank to your boys, PRX as well, yeah?
Yes, of course, BCT Pacific fans, we're all very, very happy with this win, but I'm very, very happy for a very particular reason.
Yeah.
I know now whose fault it is.
It's not your fault.
It is not mine.
We will never say that about you again, but Kukuka, the thing is, as you heard from that interview and from, I feel like, some of the reactions when PRX won, it was kind of a feeling of relief that they managed to do it, as opposed to kind of the ecstasy they would normally feel.
I think that tells us and gives us a little bit more context into what happened yesterday. Of course, it's sad to let go of EDG, but I think that PRX it's like overcoming all the stones in the way, and just little by little we can see the progress of this team. It doesn't matter that much that something is not here.
Yeah, I can't believe the world we would be living in if something was here, because they're playing like this without him, Paperthin, which is kind of crazy.
It is absolutely insane. I mean, if and when something is able to come back, you're going to see a completely different version of this team. Now, that being said, we have to give a ton of credit to CGRS. The way he's playing here, just essentially a streamer sub. Let's just be honest about this. He wasn't really meant to be seriously a substitute player for this team, but they needed to call up upon him. I mean, it's like bringing in, Tarek or Shroud onto your team.
I mean, I think what he lacks in...
I'd be down.
Yeah, I think what he lacks in the, physical Valorant experience, he brings in other competitive experience. He has been around for a long time. He doesn't seem like the player that gets nervous. We talked about the fact he IGLs as well. Kukuka, which seems like a great addition to PRX.
And it's not only that. You see him as a player and he's never quiet. He's never second guessing. He's just going with the flow and actually mixing up very well with the rest of the team.
Yeah, he does indeed. And also, look at the fans here as well. They've come I mean, I know something is really, really, really well loved here in Japan because of his experience here, but PRX in general here as well, Paperthin, PRX, oh my god, I've just put the two together. But sorry, I mean the fans, they love them here. I think they want them to go far as well. So I'm glad that they're kind of showing and being able to bounce back, most importantly, after getting smashed by
Certainly. I mean, I think the cool thing about PRX is everywhere they go, they have fans. Like, they're such a likable team. They're such a cool, down-to-earth group of guys. You can tell in these interviews with like Jing and Forsaken, they're just very kind of chill. Like, something's the same way. Davai probably is the one who's the most kind of energetic, and that's not really saying much. He's, they're all very low-key, nice guys, and yeah, I mean, to have the fans here supporting them, I mean, the fans were supporting both teams. Like, in here, it was loud anytime anything awesome happened, but certainly these guys are going to have support no matter where they go because of how they play, how differently they play than anyone else.
And we're just looking at some Jing, usual highlights that we can have of him after every single game. I think that especially on this second half, when his team needed him the most, he showed up constantly, time after time, getting the openers, getting some crazy flicks, and giving us the best contact and the one that we deserve.
I mean, who wouldn't be a fan of this team when they're doing things like this? And it's just almost poetic that they are the ones that knocked out EDG, the one that people constantly compared to. And we do have to say goodbye to EDG. I feel so emotional about this. They had such a great run, Kakuka. They just wanted one win coming into this tournament, and they made it so far.
I feel like we've had, let's say, a couple of disappointments, maybe teams that we honestly just expected them to perform a little better, or the expectation was higher. Navi, Loud, along those lines. But for EDG, I feel like most people were like, it's just another team. Maybe they get a win, maybe they don't. I think that the fact that they exceeded so much the expectations, they can leave this stage, this venue with their heads very high.
It's a stepping stone for them in their region, right? Just like, maybe, Zeta was a stepping stone for Japan. These guys now are setting the precedent that these players can play, and there is high expectations now for them going into the future. So I'm really excited about them. Of course, I don't want to say goodbye to Kong Kong and company.
Oh gosh, we never got Kong Kong versus Durka.
Yeah, can we keep him? Like,
I know that
can he sub?
I'm so sad.
Like a show match or something.
I like the point that you made, because I've seen the way that they've been popping up on Weibo, Bilibili, and so on. The fans in China, they are loving not just EDG, but this tournament in general, which is great to see. But before we close everything out, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to my man Davai. We spoke about how he enabled some of the other guys, but I mean, look at this.
Yeah,
he can do it himself.
Yeah, exactly. I think that especially today, he had a brilliant performance. We saw most of the players in PRX, just because of these compositions that they play, actually played a different agent on each map. The fact that Davai was able to keep up his performance time after time, supporting, being a sentinel, being a strongholder, says a lot about him as a player.
The whole team's insane. I mean, the step up from everybody today for PRX. So it's just thrilling to watch this. It's CGRS. The way he played on Lotus was brilliant.
Yeah, well, the good news is, if you guys take a look at the bracket, PRX will be in action again tomorrow. They're going to be in that lower bracket facing NRG. But first, though, holy moly, guys, we're going to get Fnatic versus EG.
I think that is something that is going to happen tomorrow, and something tells me in the grand final as well, because I feel everybody has been, since this tournament started, and especially after EG's run, this is the one match that everybody is expecting and is most anticipated, and I feel like just one best of 3, it's not going to do it. It's not going to be enough.
You want a best of 5?
Yes.
I feel you. What about you?
Minimum.
Same. No, I completely
I want a best of 7.
That's exactly how I feel. And I don't know what to expect now with PRX NRG tomorrow. I mean, I have no idea, because PRX, I did not even think they had a chance in heck. I'm going to be perfectly honest against EDG today. EDG looked too good. This PRX team, you never know.
Well, luckily you don't have to wait long, Paper Thin. Around 24 hours, we'll find out by this time tomorrow. Thank you everyone at home for sticking with us today and for watching. We're going to be back tomorrow for those 2 massive matchups between Fnatic and EG, and then followed by NRG versus PRX. But before you guys go, make sure to check out these Prime Gaming post-day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. Massive juggernauts of Valorant on stage, the #1 seed out of EMEA, and the legacy of NRG, the team that would not just roll over and get eliminated like this.
Trailblazer in, catches Yappy up front. Soulcast there for a bit of covering fire, and he's gonna find 3. What a final shot on the Crashies.
Wow, he's very cool and collected. Wow.
Nice job, Tommy. Multiple people though looking to spray him out. Gets that! And Nets cuts them down! A 4K in the blink of an eye! And both just tucked into the same corner. A 3-man approach from Link, however, it's into the meat grinder. Finesse finding a 3rd! And he has no idea where he's at! Crashy stays quiet, gets the kill confirmed, and Energy will take the map 14-12. This time coming across, Sam gets the instant headshot there. Save gonna be taken down, but Soulcast finds 2. TP gonna be used, and a bit of a bait there, perhaps. And they're looking for a high-low double stack, but he's able to isolate it! And Soulcast will save the round. They will not go quietly into the night. They will take us to a 3rd and final map. You're Liquid to try to push your way back into this site. Flash is not available. Now it's just gonna be dead. Victor completely shuts down the screen's approach. The confirmation, but either way, the spike is going to be dropped and it's going to be walled off. Some having a breakthrough, and Soulcast finds a third. Now looking for the fourth, and he has it. As the tension's being pulled from either side, he doesn't know which way to look, and now he's got to look over towards heaven as Soulcast gets taken out. Low HP bars on the side of NRG, but it is not low enough. They cannot find anything, and they will be sending Team Liquid home. NRG will stick alongside EG as the second representative here from America still in the tournament. And the #1 seed from EMEA will be taking an early trip back, leaving Fnatic all on their lonesome to represent the region.
EDG have already defied expectations. They've taken down Na'Vi, they've taken down T1, they've even taken down Lao, but standing in their way is the #1 seed of Pacifics, PRX. But I can't help but feel, this time around, are EDG the favorites?
Mindbreak, he's left alone in a 1v2, spots it out, they lined up for him! Woo! On top of the ropes, well, no kill found, G2's running and gunning man, fully accurate, why not? Trying to push them and punish them out of tower, but it's that 1-2 punch, that 1-2 combo, EDG. Taking a wide face as well into this, Forsaken seeking as well to do some damage, Orbital Strike, lay it on top, to force the fights out into the open. Misses to the side, it's run and gun in action, up close, dash to disengage, Spike has been dropped, flash in his face, Kankan could not dodge it in time, so the trap play right up to the top, but again, yeah, not set up for it, so Jing walks away with 4.
PRX just ran that back 7 rounds in a row, and then sweeping overtime.
When you and I spoke earlier, you said your main focus was to make sure that you don't do anything that looked like what you saw yesterday. What was the biggest difference between yesterday and this first map?
Honestly, I think the first half was quite terrible for us. I can't believe we came away with that. I think they just figured it out halfway through. You know, we as a team we kind of figured out halfway through what to do, and then we managed to push them back. And I don't know, I thought it was an amazing game. Very fortunate, I think, that we didn't let it run away from us.
I mean, it was a ferocious comeback, 8 rounds in a row, and then winning OT. Congratulations on one. Best of luck to you, Map 2. Back to you guys.
Here's an updraft. Now finally the dash.
Does he check Jing?
He's super boosted up in the air, man. Smoggy, close though, and he's handed over a gun, I believe. Straight transfers, TGRS pulling out miracles for them. And he's dragged it even, 6-6. This guy trying to leap right onto him. Ults offloaded, rocket to the side. Body splattered against the wall. They found the footing, the confidence is back in spades. Up close again, it's being traded out still, it's all up to nobody, and he's been swung right into. Beats it, yep, that is sublime. 13-9 will be that scoreline. EDG bringing it all the way to map #3. A lot to do here, but not anticipating that angle was already gained to this Mind Freak from the high position. Given a bit of space, and still need to find a few more of these kills. It's all over the place. Spray transfer, Judge in his face. Jing is brought down. Wingman dropped down with a spike in his hand, doubled up. It's all up to Kankan, yet still, again, cannot hit it with the spacing in mind. Oh my, PRX survive.
And what a moment for the whole team. To be able to rebound after that devastating loss on that half to Fnatic, and come in and take down Edward Gaming here. PRX keep their dreams alive.